I'm Seamus. Thank you so much for coming.
You've got a great cause worth fighting for. I couldn't wait to get here. That said, I expected, well, more people?
So far, there's only the two of us.
But we're highly motivated.
Well, it's a start.
Some people I knew already were dear friends of mine, like little gray cells, and just my stupid opinion.
Lots of interesting things. This is absolutely abominable, and the RCMP are really in the shit here, and they know it.
Hi, I'm not really sure what I'm doing here, but I think it's time that I needed to speak up.
The following program is brought to you in living color.
Something you watch it on TV, horror movie, you shut it off, you go to bed. We can't shut this off. Every time we close our eyes, the horror movie turns on. So I know for myself, when I close my eyes, go try to go to bed, picture my parents being shot.
Trying to piece together a story that seems so unbelievable.
Let's have a look at this. I'm going to pause it periodically, and I'm going to try and not lose my shit because I was really angry. Really angry. I'm getting really pissed now. I'll preface this by saying I'm strongly urging all of the victims in this, the victims' families, to launch a class action lawsuit against the RCMP. And I would just love to have the RCMP under discovery. I have a lot of questions, and I'm sure a lawyer would too.
Canadian Mounted Police and their stories. Stories of their courage. Stories of their lives filled with hazard, romance, and adventure. The RCMP story this week, Gunslinger.
Oh my goodness, how many windows do I have open? Morning, no audio. Thank you. Geez, at least one time I could see my text. Okay. No audio. Let's try this over again. 444. Let's skip the nicety bullshit. Please share around. Please share around. Let's We need people to pay attention to this stuff because major corruption is going under our nose. And don't stop it in its tracks. That's why we've gotten here. Okay. Good morning, Julia Rock. Crystal Edwards Caper. Salty Air. Excuse me. Blue Heart. Is that blue, like thin blue line, blue? Christine W. Good morning. Good morning, LGC. Thanks. Okay. So I think I'm going to age. I think I'm aging. I remember somebody saying I looked at pictures before. This is sad. It's just wrecking people. Alex McLean. Sad mafiosos. Todd for the Raiders. Reading them mass casualty commission stuff makes me sleepy. There are parts, though, you can encounter. And thanks ever so much to everybody who's digging up all kinds of stuff, reading different documents. I don't know, maybe we can organize it somehow over in the Discord, splitting up different documents, going through them, finding different passages that might cut down on work, and then comparing. Kelly Tibbetts. It's another snow day. Another snow day. Well, snow days were always nice when we were in school, weren't they? It was pretty rare, but not like they do today. You just miss school a week in advance. There's a snowstorm, maybe coming. Nikki Lewis. Steve, getting an oil change. Listen on the way home. From the oil change? Nancy. Good morning, Nancy. Christine W. Early today. Well, I did 5 minutes early, something. Pioneer driver. Nosy Scotian. Also a snow day. Snowy, well, it's a snowy one. Snowy one. There we go. Nova Scotia citizen. Unmute. Okay. Muted. Mic check. No sound. Muted. Muted. Speak up. Muted. Okay. I'm so lucky. Tara texted me, and it was sitting right here, and I did actually see it. Otherwise, I would have gone this far with a muted mic. Thank you, Tara. Blue nose. Morning muted, I believe. Is your morning muted? Derp. Derp. We're all fallible. It's what makes it real. I don't have some clean, polished bullshit. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Our good friend, oh, dear. Stress must be causing everybody. Make sure everybody's okay. Hope so. Laying on the couch, saying prayers last night. Mm-hmm. Jumbo Slice. The video Charlene posted. Charlene ended speaking. Charlene speaking, then she got to Seamus. I got to chats, found help, community, questions and answer. More questions and answer than I can imagine. Thank you. Well, good community. Good community is important. Diane. Good morning, Diane. Jane. Everybody doing hard work. You're doing hard work. People are sharing it out. People are getting the message out. It's getting in the media. That's because of you guys. Trust me. Articles going out left, right, and center. It's always the way it seems to work, sadly. Tired of it infects society with evil. Evil, this is evil. I suspect that you're looking at. I hate to kind of say those things, but it's true. If you dyed your beard, you'd never tell. No, I got a whole bunch of new wrinkles that I didn't have before. Wisdom, I don't know. I'm not that wise though. Caper, Jiang. Faulkner with an accent. A Hyundai. I don't know. It's interesting. People just kind of surface. Conflicting data all over the place. I'm funny. Okay. I don't have much of a sense of humor. Fun at other people's expense. Name of the book. Okay. Document also says he has a Hyundai, page 48. The Hyundai. Where is your glasses? Okay, well, I can get those. On a break here. That was Squinty. Squinty with a furrowed brow. Gary. Morning, Gary. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. What is this car? What is this car? Do this. Get this set up for. Oops. Get this set up for when we're ready to go. When we're ready to go. Share screen. Screen share. How does? What is this car? Whose car? Whose car is it that Global and CBC keeps cropping out of the picture that was there for 2 days? 2 days. Overnight pictures. I've got nighttime pictures. I've got all kinds of pictures. Whose car? What the heck, Nova Scotia? Where is my pooch? Sleeping. She's smart. Enviable position to be sleeping. None of us are getting any younger. Doesn't add up. Doesn't add up. Just sub to your channel. What news? Can you do a quick recap? Oh boy. No, I can't. I can try. I think you can probably garner bits and pieces and ask questions. 20, what do you want to recap on? Why we're here. There's major shit going down in Nova Scotia. 23 people lost their lives. And our government is not doing the right thing. Has anyone gone through Banfield statements, reading them now? There's interesting things. Definitely people are. We need to cut these up and divide and compare. I think that's the way to do it. Hopefully everybody's downloaded all of the stuff. Let's see how many stuff they're up to today. We were at 109, then it went to 106. Did anybody notice that? Or am I just not getting enough sleep? So I haven't refreshed this page. 106. 106. So we're still at 106. Okay. Another thing I want to point out about that, which is something that is atrocious, is when you get the stuff like this, right? Okay. This is common tactic, just in case anybody hasn't noticed, but I'm sure that you have. What they do is and I want you to think about the process of these papers that they give you. So obviously they have it in a PDF format. What they do is they actually go through the time to take that PDF file, print it, sit there and print it all off, and then stick it on a scanner. You know why? Because then you can't search it. So you have to have software to run OCR scans, optical character recognition, which then takes more time. Otherwise, you can't really, you want to go and find something specific or whatever. And these guys have access to the best software of all. They just done. Why do they make it so difficult for everybody else to find things? Like that's a real intentional process. It would take a lot of time to sit there and print everything off and scan it all in and then set it all up and then create the PDF. And oh no, just so people can't look. Wow. Inaudible. It's inaudible. Blah, blah, blah. Unknown. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Was a Hyundai seen at the clinic? Yes. Sorry, this is how far back I am. Anonymous Canadian girl. Mr. Faulkner was the president of the estate thingy, right? I thought that was Mr. Zimmerman, but I can't remember who it was, or he was past president. It was so long ago. So I don't want to say and be wrong. Paul Kimber, brother Paul. Good morning, Tara. Special prayers. Who is this Faulkner? Lisa's Hyundai. Somebody's Hyundai. Somebody that could leave their Hyundai in a driveway that didn't have to be there. Or sorry, what was it? It's all very sketchy. It's all very sketchy, that business. There's that here. About how, well, there was a white car in the driveway and it had no snow on it. Decommissioned police cruiser is supposed to be here. But the decommissioned police cruiser, well, where is that? Actually, it's back here. Then somehow a second vehicle comes here, right? There's the decommissioned police cruiser. Not in the driveway, according to Darren or according to Constable Doan in the driveway. White vehicle. It's a white vehicle. White vehicle is a little closer to your Hyundai. The Taurus in the driveway. Another Ford Taurus, Lisa Banfield. There's a Taurus in the driveway. Well, how does the Taurus move to the parking lot and then a Hyundai end up here? Between the hours of what? 1:54 and 1:50, depending on who you talk to, 1:54, 1:58. Musical cars, musical Hyundais. All kinds of musical things in this story. Faulkner, Zimmer car? Yeah, I have a suspicion it may be neither. photo of them searching it too. Yes, the photo of them searching it. Ident team. You don't search a car. This never really made it into the media. Thanks. Who is that? Oh, he's one of the interesting people. I forget his name. Somebody will put it up there for me. I used to rant about that a little bit. He got to go to the press conferences. DeWitt, I think was his name. Nope. Nobody would go to the press conferences except the official RCMP photographer, DeWitt, who works for Halagonia. I think Elantras are now used as ghost cars. Are they? Interesting. Okay. Each of us takes section of the documents, lease a statement, cars. Faulkner used to live in Portapique, but not anymore. When he saw a fire, he decided to go and look, and yeah, he went to somebody's house and then texted them. Of course, you don't knock on the door. Right. Strange interview with Vardy in the hospital on the 20th, Lisa said. But he wasn't up. He wasn't even at Dartmouth because we've been up. Maybe? Just throwing it out there. Wonder if Lisa's clothing was ever saved. Where is all the clothing? Kids' clothing. Blair's clothing. DNA's for another day. I'm going to do some DNA stuff. Also, I liked, there's a whole bunch of things got to go through. Where was it? It's this one here. Al Carroll's statement. The discrepancy between Al Carroll's statement and I forget the people who live down at the end of the road. Thibault? 2 hour mark yesterday in the video. Yesterday's video. Not the... Yeah, well, I guess that would probably be an hour and 45 minutes then, roughly. The lawyer for the Olivers pointed out that Thibault's statement... Thibault, I don't know how to pronounce that. Don't know how to pronounce anything. Shuba Kanadi, right? Chain barrier. Oh, I was going back. I was trying to find that video. It's difficult to find, but I did find it. Do I still have that queued up somewhere? Oh, it's so easy, said somebody. They sent me this. Look familiar? This kind of stuff? Keep careful watch of my... Oh, it gave me so many Indo chills when I saw this. I was like, oh, look at this. Where is it here? Right here. Okay. This was made right at the beginning. Just a row. Don't worry about it. Nothing to see here. And then we had the video that clearly was not really a drive, because the camera spins to the side here in a moment. Oh boy, where is it? And I was like, it's kind of like drone videos. There. What kind of dash cam? He's driving suddenly 90 degrees. And then it's 180 degrees. Unless you're walking the path. not driving. And then it skips right to the end. Oh, there he goes. Oh, shit. Started. Bollocks. Okay, one moment. Okay. Attacking the website.
Burning the trees, I see fire. Hollow and soul.
What is going on? Why is the webcast made available here? Huh?
For us. So typical experts are doctors describing injuries, or scientists describing complicated terms, or any number of ways in which we may need help. But because this is an exceptional way for us to find facts, certain criteria must be met. And one of those criteria is that the expert who's being proposed to help us make our decision must be qualified. And that's the process we're going to engage in a few minutes in terms of hearing from the proposed expert. And specifically relevant to this case is that the NPF has indicated to us that in its view, we need help in determining whether or not members of the NPF should be called in oral proceedings. Specifically, the suggestion is that we need help in understanding how the experiences of these officers, how their experience would have affected them, and that and without that knowledge, we would not be fully able to grasp the significance of calling them in oral proceedings. So that's the general context in terms of the proceedings today. We also want to, of course, remind everyone that we, as a commission, have arranged for a number of experts ourselves on issues related to the mandate. And when we do, we ensure that we are satisfied that our experts from whom we have commissioned reports meet the standard for expert opinions. So the process today, we're going through this qualification discussion today because the proposed expert is coming from a participant as opposed to us as a commission. It's been suggested by a participant, and so we must be satisfied in this form whether or not the standard is met, or whether or not we need the help that NPF suggests we do. So that's the context for members of the public and for council. And Ms. Nahu, whenever you're ready.
Yes, good morning, commissioners. Today, as you know, we are scheduled to continue to hear from counsel for participants about the witnesses they believe must be called to fill material gaps in the foundational documents that lay out the events in Portapique as we understand them thus far. As we heard yesterday, counsel for the National Police Federation is seeking to introduce an expert report as part of this motions process. They seek to rely on this report as part of their response to requests from other counsel to call a number of NPF members to give testimony in person. I understand that Counsel Ms. Najawan will also be asking you for leave to file some related affidavit material from a non-expert. So, but we are, as Commissioner McDonald mentioned, going to start the day by addressing the threshold issue of whether you will even permit this expert's report to be introduced into evidence. So in plain language, whether or not the commissioners will read it at all. We are only dealing with the issue of admissibility. We are not yet talking about the merits of what the expert has to say, whether you as commissioners should accept the opinion in full or in part, but simply whether you should be permitted to read the report at all. As Commissioner McDonald mentioned, as the commission hearings move forward, we will hear from a variety of experts on various topics that are related to the commission's mandate. The commission has already arranged to hear from a number of experts related to those issues. In those circumstances, the commission has already had an opportunity to satisfy itself that those experts meet the legal standards and are qualified to provide the opinion that they have been retained to offer us. In this circumstance, because the expert is being proposed by a participant, we must first go through the process of satisfying ourselves that he is qualified to even offer the opinion in the first place, that it would be proper for you to receive the report at all. So that is what we are going to talk about this morning. If you do decide to receive the report so that you then have an opportunity to read it, there will be future opportunity for participants to address you about whether or not you should accept or reject the opinion that's offered. So to be very clear, we're just talking about whether or not we're all going to read and discuss the opinion that's reflected in this report. Once we hear arguments about qualifications and admissibility, we will wait for your direction as to next steps for the day. So with that basis, we are going to start the morning by hearing from our proposed expert, who is Dr. Nicholas Carlton from the University of Regina. He is available to be questioned on his qualifications this morning and will appear via Zoom, I believe from Saskatchewan. We only have about an hour of Dr. Carlton's time this morning. And so we will be asking Ms. Najawan to walk him through his CV and his qualifications. And then we will be offering counsel for other participants the opportunity to ask him questions about his qualifications. The witness will then be dismissed, at least for the time being. And we will invite Ms. Najawan to return and address you on the full question of admissibility, and then participants' counsel will have an opportunity to respond. I do not anticipate the Commission Counsel will be taking a position on Dr. Carlton's qualifications or on the necessity of his opinion. However, depending on how submissions unfold, we may offer you some comments on the applicable law. And in the event you decide to admit Dr. Carlton's report, I do anticipate the Commission Counsel will have more to say about the substance of the opinion that is offered. So with that, I invite Ms. Najawan for the National Police Federation to the podium, if that's acceptable, Commissioner McDonald?
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'll start with just a logistical issue for you. Thank you so much for making time in our schedule this morning to hear this application, which is very important to my client. I understand that we have Dr. Nick Carlton available for examination by Zoom, and I understand that the registrar has a copy of his CV, which I'll seek to have admitted as an exhibit for the purposes of this examination. I understand that you may or may not have yet a paper copy of that exhibit. I understand that there's some efforts being made to produce one for you. So in the interim, I'm not sure if it's possible to have it appear on the screen or how we might work around it, but I'm sorry for that technical problem this morning.
That's fine. And we will admit it for that limited purpose that you said.
Thank you. And I'll just note for the benefit of participants' counsel that it's available in the format of the affidavit that was circulated. So it's the same document that they have as an exhibit to an affidavit, which is not admitted, that I will be referring to. So I understand we have Dr. Carlton, if he could be joined to us. Good morning, Dr. Carlton.
Morning.
Madam Registrar, has Dr. Carlton been affirmed?
No, he has not yet.
Okay, I'll leave that to you then. Thank you.
Dr. Carlton, do you solemnly affirm that the evidence you're about to give should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And please state your name for the record.
I'm Dr. R. Nicholas Carlton.
And spell your last name, please.
Carleton.
Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. Carlton. So now I'd like to tender for the purposes of this examination, Dr. Carlton's affidavit as an exhibit. Sorry, his CV as an exhibit.
And that'll become Exhibit 211.
Thank you, Madam Registrar. So I'm going to make reference, Dr. Carlton, to your CV as I ask you a few questions about your qualifications. I understand that you're here today because we're seeking to admit your expert opinion evidence before the commission.
I do.
Okay. So I understand that you're a professor at the University of Regina. Can you tell us a little bit about your academic training?
Absolutely. I want to begin by just acknowledging that I am responding from Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of the Métis. I received my clinical training at the University of Regina, which has a doctoral program in clinical psychology that is accredited by the Canadian Psychological Association. I completed my PhD in clinical psychology at the same in 2010. I completed my clinical residency at the Care West Operational Stress Injury Clinic in Calgary and my internship at the Anxiety Treatment and Research Center in Hamilton.
Thank you, Dr. Carlton. And before your PhD, what was your academic training?
Prior to my PhD, I hold a master's degree in psychology. I also hold a bachelor's of administration and a bachelor's with honors in psychology.
And are you a member of any national academies relating to your work in psychology?
I am. I'm a fellow of the Canadian Academy of Health Sciences, and I am also a member of the Royal Society of Canada College, both of which are two of the three national academies comprising the Council of Canadians of Academies, which represent the highest honors granted to Canadian scholars.
Thank you, Dr. Carlton. I understand also that your PhD is a clinical degree. Do you also hold any registrations in clinical psychology, psychological practice?
I do. I'm a registered doctoral clinical psychologist in Saskatchewan with an authorized practice endorsement, which is what is required to communicate a psychological diagnosis.
So you mentioned already that you completed a residency. Can you tell us a little bit about the topic of your residency?
Sure. My residency was focused at one of the OSI clinics that we have across the country in Calgary. That means that my residency focused very much on what we call operational stress injuries. So those are injuries specifically related to potentially psychologically traumatic events that usually occur as a function of service and typically uniformed service on behalf of the population.
And so you told us that was back in 2010. Since 2010, have you maintained an active private clinical practice?
I have been in private practice since 2010. The bulk of my clientele have actually been public safety personnel, military, or veterans. The vast majority of those have had difficulties with post-traumatic stress injuries, including but not limited to post-traumatic stress disorder.
Thank you. And I understand you, in addition to being a full professor at the University of Regina and maintaining a clinical practice, you also have a role at the Canadian Institute of Public Safety Research and Treatment. Can you tell us a little bit about what that institute is and what your role is there?
Absolutely. So I serve as the scientific director for, we'll call it for CIPCERT for short, which CIPCERT serves as the knowledge exchange hub for helping current and former public safety personnel, their leaders, and their families to maintain and improve their mental health and well-being. The Institute is federally funded and is designed to bridge the gaps between our governments, our public safety leaders, our public safety frontline members, their families, and our academics, researchers, and clinicians across the country.
And so currently, you're engaged in a number of research projects, is that fair?
I am.
And what's the totality of the topics of your research at the moment?
I would say almost all of them, I believe all of them actually, are focused specifically on the mental health of public safety personnel, which includes our CMP, our police, our border services, paramedics, firefighters, correctional workers, public safety communicators, search and rescue. I'm probably missing some there in that list, but it's a host of public safety personnel.
Including police officers.
Including police officers.
And how long have you held this role as scientific director at CIPCERT?
Effectively since 2015.
Thank you. And can you tell the Commission a little bit more about your scientific research at CIPCERT or through the University of Regina?
Sure. I've been awarded more than $30 million in competitive grants and contracts as principal or co-principal investigator, the overwhelming majority of which have been dedicated to researching and trying to understand the causes and consequences and impacts and prevalence of mental health challenges experienced by our public safety personnel, including our CMP officers and our other police officers. I'm right now leading numerous data collection efforts and more than 20 different research projects that are also focused specifically on public safety personnel mental health.
And are there any significant publications in recent days or years, I should say, which relate specifically to the issue of post-traumatic stress in public safety personnel that you'd like to tell the Commission about?
Sure. So I've authored or co-authored more than 180 different peer-reviewed journals, most of which have focused on describing research results that help us to better understand factors associated with increasing or decreasing risks for mental health challenges. Among those, I have authored or co-authored more than 60 peer-reviewed articles that are specifically focused on the mental health of our public safety personnel, including our police, and on understanding the factors that are associated with increasing or decreasing the risks that they experience for post-traumatic stress injuries, including PTSD. I've also authored or co-authored numerous peer-reviewed articles describing research that is specifically focused on measuring symptoms associated with mental health challenges, including post-traumatic stress injuries. Many of those were also specifically or exclusively focused on the police. Probably the most prominent of those would be my 2018 Canadian Journal of Psychiatry article, Mental Disorder Symptoms Among Public Safety Personnel in Canada, where, to my knowledge, we were the first to document an unprecedented national data collection effort involving thousands and thousands of PSP, which required coordinated partnerships from academics from multiple disciplines, local, provincial, and national leaders. The article is, to my knowledge, also the very first research article of any kind cited in the Canadian federal budget, specifically in 2018. It's been downloaded more than 10,000 times and has been featured in news articles, social media posts, blogs. From an academic perspective, it's in the top 5% of more than 13 million different research products that have been produced across all academic fields everywhere in the world.
And I understand that some of your work focuses on understanding mental health risk and resilience factors in public service personnel. Can you tell us what that means, risk and resilience factors, and a little bit about your work in that area?
Sure. So risk factors are, very simply, risk factors are anything that is going to increase the probability that you're going to end up with some kind of a negative outcome. So what are the things that make me more likely to have difficulties with mental health symptoms as a result of the risk factors themselves or as a result of other environmental variables that are going to impact me? So anything that makes it more likely I'm going to have difficulty with mental health injury. Resiliency factors are the factors that do the opposite. Those are the factors that can help to protect us against experiencing one or more mental health injuries. So a risk factor might be, for example, exposure to one or more different significant stressors. And a resiliency factor, for example, might be whether or not we feel that we are supported by our community or by our family members.
Can you tell us a little bit about your work in that area as it relates specifically to police officers?
Sure. I've done several research articles specifically focused on risk and resiliency related to police officers, where we've been able to identify that there are a host of different psychological and environmental variables that are associated with either risk or resilience. Those include demographic variables, such as women being at a higher risk than men among our police officers. It includes specific risk factors like psychological constructs, the number of exposures someone has had, whether or not they feel that those exposures have been stressful for themselves, and several resiliency factors, which includes primarily spousal and familial support, environmental support from their own leadership, whether or not they feel supported by their communities and understood by their communities for the roles in which they serve.
Thank you. I understand that you've told us that you've worked largely or even primarily with public service personnel at least since 2015, earlier than that in your private practice. Can you tell us about any experiences or research that you have conducted that speak to this question of barriers to mental health treatment that are faced specifically by police officers?
Absolutely. You may want to pause me here because this is a significant lift. So our police officers face substantial stigma, both self-stigma and other stigma with respect to their mental health.
Excuse me, Ms. Najawan, please direct the witness that we're dealing only with his qualifications, so we will not consider the fact his reference to it affects women more than men, or any of his results. Just what studies has he done, and so we can understand his qualifications.
Absolutely. Chair Commissioner, I apologize for not more properly directing the witness. I believe it's his first time being qualified in this manner, so I hope you'll afford him a little bit of latitude. Dr. Carlton, the chair is correct. My questions are directed at telling us about the nature of your expertise in the areas that I'm speaking about, and we don't need you to tell us about the content of that work or the results of that work.
I apologize. Thank you for the clarification. I have published numerous articles that are associated with identifying specific barriers facing our police officers when they are trying to access, manage, or interact with mental health.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a similar question about your work specifically relating to post-traumatic stress injuries from a longitudinal perspective and your work that focuses on exposure over time to post-traumatic stress.
I'm currently leading the globally unprecedented RCMP longitudinal PTSD study, which is focused specifically on understanding risk and resiliency factors associated with post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health injuries among our RCMP officers. I'm also currently a co-investigator for the PSPNet project, which is delivering evidence-based confidential online treatment to PSP in several Canadian provinces.
And I understand from your resume that you have had a role working with the Public Health Agency of Canada on the federal framework on PTSD Act. Can you tell us a little bit about that work and what your role was there in terms of providing assistance based on your expertise, not so much the content?
Sure. In January 2016, I attended at invitation of Minister Goodale the National Roundtable on PTSD. In 2016, I worked on the report of the National Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. In 2019, I worked on the Public Health Agency of Canada with the Public Health Agency of Canada on implementing the federal framework on PTSD Act as part of the advisory committee for the Act that ultimately led to the National Action Plan on Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder.
And have you, in addition to that example that you've provided, ever been asked to consult with or brief government officials on this question of mental health as it relates specifically to public safety personnel?
I have been privileged to brief numerous ministers, provincially and federally, as well as a Canadian ambassador regarding global collaborations on PTSI, post-traumatic stress injuries for public safety personnel.
And have you ever been asked to testify before Parliament or a parliamentary committee on this topic?
I have. I provided invited testimony to the Canadian House of Commons in 2015, 2016, and 2018.
Are there any other awards or recognitions of your expertise in the topic of public safety personnel's mental health that you would like to share with the Commission in assessing your qualifications?
I've received more than 40 distinctions, awards, or scholarships, including the prestigious Rovac Kingsland Prize for Mental Health Research and the Canadian Psychological Association Award for Distinguished Contributions to Public or Community Service.
Now, Dr. Carlton, I understand that you've sworn an affidavit. That affidavit is not before the commission, so I'm going to ask you this question again, which is addressed in that document. Do you understand what your duty is to the commission if you are called as an expert or permitted to provide expert testimony?
I believe so. I believe I will be called to provide a fair, objective, nonpartisan, and unbiased opinion based on my independent judgment.
And do you believe that you're able to fulfill that duty?
Absolutely.
I'm going to end there, commissioners, to allow other participants time with this witness. Thank you very much. Unless you have anything else you'd like me to address, I'll step back for a moment.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I believe we'll now hear from Mr. Pinio.
Dr. Carlton, you testified moments ago that you've never been qualified before a court or tribunal to provide expert evidence.
My knowledge, not like this.
Well, have you in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Before a Supreme Court?
No.
A provincial criminal court, that sort of thing?
No.
Okay. Sorry, there's music playing in the background here. I don't know.
Take your time, Mr. Pinio, if you want to.
Thank you.
Turn that off. It's not bothering us, but apparently you can hear it.
Okay. Now, Dr. Carlton, you were retained by the National Police Federation to provide the report that we see in your affidavit.
Yes, that's correct.
And you received a letter on February 22nd, 2022, confirming this engagement.
Yes, that's correct.
And you had conversations with the National Police Federation prior to receiving that letter, didn't you?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah. You make no note of the substance of those conversations in your report, do you?
I don't believe so, no.
You agreed moments ago with Ms. Najawan that that you understand your duties to this commission should you be qualified to provide expert evidence?
Yes.
And would you recite that again for me, please?
Sure. As I understand it, I'm supposed to be providing unbiased, nonpartisan, fair, objective opinions and evidence based on my independent judgment.
Thank you. Now, do you have a copy of your affidavit before you?
I do.
Okay. I'm going to refer you to different portions of your curriculum vitae, and I'll refer you to specific page numbers. So if you turn that up, and for the record, that is Exhibit A to your affidavit.
Okay.
And if you turn to page 6 of 107 of your CV.
Okay.
And in this this entry, the second entry on that page, the year is 2022-2022, and it indicates that you, as a nominated principal applicant, received funding of $16,000 from the RCMP. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was to provide assessing the impact of emotional resilience skills training, ERST, on RCMP depot instructors.
That's correct.
And have you undertaken that work to this point in time?
We are in the process of beginning that. The data collection will probably begin in the next month or two.
Okay. On to the next page, page 7 of 107. And I'm looking at the penultimate entry there, 2021-2022. And again, you're the nominated principal applicant for an RCMP and Public Works Canada contract in the amount of $2.294 million, correct?
That's correct.
and the subject of that was a longitudinal study of operational stress injuries (OSIs) for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police.
Correct?
And have you completed that work?
No, that's an ongoing study that we expect from start to finish will have taken 10 years.
Okay. On to page 11 of 107. I'm looking at the third entry, 2017-2021. And again, you are the nominated principal for total funding of $8.885 million from the RCMP and Public Works Canada, correct?
That's correct.
And that was for a longitudinal study of operational stress injuries, (OSIs) for the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. And has that work been completed?
That's part of it. The contract is a series of contracts that get renewed over the course of the 10 years for the study. So that contract piece, yes, is completed, but the overall research study is not completed.
Okay. So you'll agree with me that since 2017 to the present date, you've been awarded approximately $11 million to produce studies related to the RCMP.
Yes, that's correct.
Now further down in your CV, and I'll get you a page reference here in just a second. I'm looking under your various lectures that you have listed. So at page 41 of 107, just let me know when you're there.
I'm there.
The second entry, number 2, you provided a lecture to the RCMP back in 2021, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
January 27th?
That's correct.
And on the next page, number 10 and number 11, you gave lectures to the RCMP on 2 occasions, one in 2017 and one in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
On the next page, 43 of 107, numbers 22 and 24, sorry, numbers 22 and 24, you gave lectures to the Canadian Police Association in March and October of 2015 and 2016.
In March of 2016 to the Canadian Police Association, yes. And then in, sorry, I'm not sure where you're looking for the other Canadian Police Association.
Apologies, I had already moved on. Number 24 on October 6th of 2015.
Yes, to the Saskatchewan Association of Chiefs of Police, yes.
Okay. And number 22 then, March 6th to 9th of 2016.
Yes, that's correct.
You turn now to page 94 of your CV.
I'm ready.
And on committees and appointments from 2019 to the present, you are the research activity representative for the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police Psychological Services Subcommittee.
I'm one of the members of that committee, yes.
Okay. And you continue to serve on that committee?
I do.
Page 96 of 107, professional memberships. I'm looking at the first entry, 2021 to present, International Association of Chiefs of Police, associate member. You hold that membership?
Yes, I do.
And the fourth entry, 2017 to present, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, associate member, and you continue to hold that membership as well, do you?
Yes, I do.
Now, if you would turn now to your report, that's tab C of your affidavit.
At page 116 of the PDF, at page 1 of 13, just to make sure that we're on the same page.
Just 1 second. I don't know if I have page 116 of the PDF. Yes, okay.
Yes, I'm there.
Okay. So this is the report that you authored and provided to the National...
Excuse me.
Just so you know, Mr. Pino, we don't have the report.
That's correct. I understand that. And my intention is to question him on his qualifications regarding one of his conclusions.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So Dr. Carlton, if you would turn to question number 4, or your answer to question number 4, and that's at page 6 of 13, or page 120 of the PDF. And here you begin your to give your opinion, your analysis and opinion regarding whether or not I'm going to paraphrase this, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but you begin your analysis and opinion on whether or not it might be more stressful or PTSD triggering for the members to testify at this inquiry. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's fair.
Okay. And ultimately, your opinion is that it could well be traumatic for the members to testify. Is that a good summation of your opinion?
Ultimately, that's based on my literature review, the clinical and research experience that I have.
Okay, so let's talk about that. Most of your analysis regarding the testifying portion of your opinion, or that assumed fact, is based on your review of the literature of other academics, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. You've conducted no studies on your own of the impacts of testimony to the triggering of PTSD in RCMP members, have you?
That's correct.
You agree with me, that is?
Yes.
Okay. And in the articles that you cite, and they begin on in the second paragraph of your answer to number 4, and they are footnoted as footnotes 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and 32. And perhaps rather than take you to those, I'll ask you some general questions, but if we can go to those footnotes if you like. But you'll agree with me that none of those articles dealt with police officers testifying in a public inquiry setting.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In fact, they deal with a multitude of different settings, including war crimes tribunal testimony, family law, human rights tribunals, etc. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And your footnote number 32 is an article that you authored in 2018, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I've read through that article quite carefully, and I don't see anywhere in that article where you discuss the impact of police officers testifying in the context of it triggering mental health issues. Am I correct in that?
That's correct.
Okay. As a general proposition, you'll agree with me that the strength of an expert's opinion rests largely in part on the information and evidence relied on to produce that report.
Yes.
In producing your report, you did not treat any of the members that have been proposed to testify before this commission.
Correct.
You've never met them?
Not to my knowledge.
You've never spoken to them in any way?
Not to my knowledge.
Not reviewed their medical records?
No.
Okay. You've relied on the facts that you were asked to assume by Ms. Najawan in her letter of February 22nd?
Yes, that's correct.
And that is it. That is all the evidence that you've based your report on, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. When you're asking about the evidence upon which I based my report,
yes,
I crafted the responses as framed by the questions being asked by the NPF lawyer. That I did do, but the evidence was much. It's that word that I'm getting hung up on. I apologize.
Perhaps I'll clarify the question then. In terms of information about the proposed officers, the proposed witnesses, the RCMP officers, you relied solely on the information that Ms. Najawan provided to you in her letter, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Pinilla. Thank you. Ms. Natu?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. I'm just looking over at my friends to see if there's anybody else who has questions to offer. Ms. Lenahan?
Good morning, Ms. Lenahan. You go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you, Commissioner. Dr. Carlton, sort of seeing you at an odd angle here. I represent the family of Gina Goulet, who was the last victim of the shooter. And my questions are mostly about your clinical experience. It seems from your resume, where I noted, I think it's on page 96, that you're a member of the regulatory body in Saskatchewan for psychologists, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've been a member for 12 years?
Yes, that's since 2010.
2010. And how long have you been a full practicing member?
Since 2010.
Since 2010?
Or 20, well, I'd have to go back and look at the exact date, but it would be either 2010 or early 2011.
All right. And what about the permission from the college to make diagnoses? How long?
Yes, I do hold. Oh, I would have had it at the same time. So the same length of time.
So at the same time, you became a full practicing member?
Yes, that's correct.
And that would have been either 2010 or early 2011?
That's correct.
Okay. So it appears that you wear 3 hats in your career or your professional life. You're a professor and a researcher, and you also run a private practice.
That's correct.
Can you tell us how much time you allot to each of those areas?
Shifted very dramatically over the last decade, in part as a function of COVID-19 and as a function of the research studies that I've been engaged in the last 3 or 4 years. So in the beginning, I would say I had probably put, I don't know, I would be giving you a general guess. The bulk of my time, though, I would say is focused on me being a professor and a researcher, with relatively less time spent being in private practice.
I know it's difficult, but could you give some sort of an estimate of the amount of time that you devote to your private practice?
So to my private practice specifically, where I'm treating patients for the last 2 years, relatively little. I would say over the last 2 years, probably less than an hour a month of my private practice. A lot of the clinical work that I do now involves clinical supervision and support, because the research studies that I do involve clinical assessments and can involve clinical treatment being provided at a much larger scale.
All right, and Dr. Carlton, I assume that you're aware of the proposed qualification for you that was tendered to the commission by Ms. Najawan.
Yes, I believe so.
All right. So she's proposing that you be qualified as an expert by the commissioners and that your area of expertise be the field of clinical psychology with particular expertise in 4 different areas. And the first area is the diagnosis and treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries among public safety personnel, including police officers. So would it be fair to say that that expertise is based on about 1 hour a month in work?
No, I don't think so. I think that that would probably not be a fair depiction of my expertise. So the bulk of the research work that I do involves understanding clinical assessments and understanding how clinical assessments are conducted for and interacted with by the RCMP. That's right now. Over the course of my career, I've done a great many more hours of clinical assessments myself firsthand with RCMP officers. So this is why I'm saying the question is a complicated one for me to answer, because the last 2 years between COVID and a focus on overseeing hundreds and hundreds of clinical assessments for RCMP officers as part of the work that I'm responsible for, it's difficult for me to specifically parse apart the question that you're asking. So if I'm supervising or supporting the supervision of graduate students who are doing hundreds of clinical assessments of RCMP officers, that is me engaged in clinical work, and I would argue that that does involve clinical experience. And my ability and the permission that I have to engage in that is based on both firsthand educational and research experience that I had acquired prior to beginning the work that I'm doing, or that I have been doing for the last few years.
All right, so maybe I'll go at this another way. So would it be fair to say that your expertise in that first area is based primarily on theory and research, as opposed to on the ground diagnosing and treating police officers or other service members with PTSD? I'm just trying to get a handle, Dr. Carlton, on your on the ground experience in terms of treating various public safety personnel.
That's fair. For the last several years, yes, I would say certainly for the last several years, that's true.
All right, and what about the first number of years? Could you even just give an estimate of, I've had this many patients over my 12-year career, roughly this many patients who are both public service personnel and who I've treated, diagnosed and then treated for post-traumatic stress. I want to say disorder, but that may not be the correct term right now.
Traumatic stress disorder could be the correct term.
Right.
I didn't want to give you a guess because I'm concerned that I would be held to the specific number. I can go in theory, I could go and look it up. It would be dozens at least. But I would have to go back and look, because I would have provided services to them beginning as early as my residency, which would have been almost exclusively focused on clinical provision of services, including assessments and treatments. I continued that after I became a professor at a much reduced rate, because being a professor requires that you focus more on research and teaching than it does, of course, on clinical practice. So I would have to say dozens, but to give you a more specific answer, I would need substantive time.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions with respect to 2 qualifications. And I just want to state that I understand, commissioners, that we'll have a further opportunity to question Dr. Carlton on the substance of his report.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lenihan. I believe we will now hear from Mr. Bryson.
Good morning, Mr. Bryson, whenever you're ready. Good morning, thank you. Dr. Carlton, I believe you indicated to my friend that you based your opinion on the facts set out in Ms. Najawan's letter of February 22nd, 2022, correct?
That's correct.
So you do not know the specific roles played by each member in this mass casualty, do you?
That's correct.
You do not know how long each member remained on shift on April 18th and 19th, do you?
That's correct.
You do not know who, if anyone, had pre-existing psychological disorders.
That's correct.
This would inform your opinion as to whether an individual member may be predisposed to suffer from a psychological disorder, correct?
When you say this, what do you mean?
I'm sorry?
You said this will inform my opinion, and I'm asking you to clarify what you mean by this.
Yes. This would be relevant information to your opinion?
Yes.
And you do not have that information, do you?
That's correct.
And can you tell me specifically of the members that have been subpoenaed who will suffer psychological trauma if they're forced to testify before this commission?
Neither I can nor can anyone else.
Do you know what, if any, mental health services members utilized prior to and after this mass tragedy?
I do not.
Thank you. They're all my questions.
Thank you. Mr. Bryson? Ms. Natu?
Yes, Commissioner McDonald, I believe that there are no further questions for Dr. Carlton. I'm just pausing to give council an opportunity to correct me. Seeing none, I believe the witness could be excused at this time and Ms. Najawan could be invited back to address the commissioners on the balance of her submissions for why you should admit Dr. Carlton's report.
Thank you so much. Ms. Najawan?
Thank you, commissioners. So as you know, I'm here to ask for your leave to admit the expert opinion evidence of Dr. Nicholas Carlton. A proposed expert qualification has been circulated, and I will just read it for you for your reference. I'm sure we can provide it in writing, so you don't have to write it down.
That would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So Dr. Carlton is proposed as an expert having expertise in the field of clinical psychology with the ability to provide evidence about the diagnosis and treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries among public safety personnel, including police officers, mental health risk and resilience factors faced by public safety personnel, including police officers, barriers to treatment faced by police officers, and the study of the longitudinal impacts of post-traumatic stress injuries on public safety personnel, including the incidence, prevalence, and expression of post-traumatic stress injuries. I want to clarify at the outset that this is an opinion that he seeks to offer in theoretical terms and without reference to any particular member, and that the NPF will not be seeking to rely on it for any other purpose. As the commissioners well know, the test for the admissibility of expert evidence comes from the Supreme Court of Canada's judgments in White Burgess and in Mohan. These are well understood tests. I'm not going to explain them to you except to mention that there are 3 factors of the Mohan test that I will address today, which are this threshold question of the qualification of the expert, the relevance and the necessity of their testimony. We heard just now from Dr. Carlton, and you have now before you as an exhibit his curriculum vitae and his qualifications. He has a unique expertise in Canada on this particular question of the treatment and experiences with stress and stress injuries of public safety personnel, including police officers. He is a doctor of clinical psychology with both a research practice, a teaching practice, and a clinical practice. We submit that he is well qualified to provide the evidence which he has proposed to give. Dr. Carlton has acknowledged his duty as an expert to provide fair, unbiased, and impartial evidence. As my friend Mr. Pinilla pointed out, he has a depth of experience working specifically with the RCMP, which includes receiving funds from the Department of Public Works or Public Safety, I may be misspeaking, and the RCMP, which fund research, which he does directly with RCMP officers at RCMP Depot. I want to remind the commissioners, though I know you need not be reminded, that the test for bias for an expert is actual and not apparent, as the Supreme Court of Canada told us in White Burgess. When looking at an expert's interest or relationship with a party, the question is not whether a reasonable observer would think that the expert is not independent. The question is whether the relationship or the interest results in the expert being unable or unwilling to carry out his or her primary duty to the court to provide fair, nonpartisan, and objective assistance. There is no reason to suggest that Dr. Carlton, despite his depth of experience working with the RCMP, is disqualified from providing that type of fair and objective evidence. In fact, it would be our submission that his experience working directly with the RCMP informs his expertise. I'm going to turn now to the question of relevance. Relevance is a threshold issue for the admissibility of expert evidence. And the question before the Commission in deciding whether to admit the expert evidence is whether the evidence is logically relevant to the question the Commission must determine. The NPF submits that the proposed evidence is relevant. This is not a stringent requirement. The Commission is about to hear applications by participants for the issuance of subpoenas for the live testimony of 18 RCMP members. The NPF submits that the question of necessity for oral testimony, as framed by Rule 37, must be evaluated with consideration of the Commission's obligation to employ a trauma-informed process, as set out in its orders in Council. The Commission must consider whether and how it is to apply a trauma-informed lens to the assessment of necessity for subpoenas to involved officers in response to requests under Rule 37. In order to do so, it must understand how trauma impacts, manifests, and presents differently to police officers as compared with civilians. It must know what harm it might inflict in order to know how it can adapt its processes to avoid that harm. Traditional adversarial, criminal, or civil legal processes do not carry this explicit responsibility. They aim for the truth at any cost and are inflexible to the needs of witnesses impacted by trauma. This Commission can do better. It can strive for truth without causing harm. It can be creative in its processes without sacrificing its ability to discover what happened. The NPF respectfully submits that this question is before the Commission on these applications and that the proposed expert evidence is relevant to that question. A bigger question, perhaps the most important question, is necessity. Is this expert evidence necessary for the Commission in conducting this analysis on the applications that are before you? Is the information contained in the report outside of the knowledge or experience of the Commission? I have no doubt that the Commissioners, drawing each on your own training and experiences and with careful attention to your mandate, are aware of the issue of first responder trauma. The question then is, will the expert's evidence nonetheless provide information which is likely to still be outside of your knowledge? The NPF says yes. The proposed expert evidence draws from a wealth of clinical research and practical experience on the particular impacts of trauma on first responders that is beyond the expected knowledge and understanding of even the most well-informed lawyer, judge, or police officer. Though the idea of trauma is generally and colloquially discussed among non-experts, trauma is in fact the subject of scientific study and emerging clinical research. The availability of expert evidence on trauma as it relates specifically to police officers can only be helpful to the Commission in carrying out its mandate. But I wish to push this question of necessity a little bit farther. We are not in a court of law. The Commissioners are not the only audience for this information. Necessity is not therefore dictated solely by the legal question before the Commission on these applications. The public inquiry process itself fulfills a public function. There is no question that there is a high level of interest among the participants, echoed by the media and the public, to hear firsthand accounts from involved RCMP members live on stage, subject to cross-examination. Today alone, we are dealing with applications from multiple parties for the attendance by subpoena for live testimony by 18 RCMP officers. This is in relation to only the first 3 foundational documents. As the Commission seeks to apply its trauma-informed mandate to its rules and to the traditional legal processes that we are all used to, it will have to confront Questions about police officers and trauma that are explicitly and implicitly raised in both public debate and participant submissions. These questions come from our common sense and broader cultural understanding of the role that police play in society. Do police officers experience trauma? Aren't they trained for their jobs? Didn't they sign up for this? Can police officers be re-traumatized by testifying, even if testifying is part of their duties? Aren't police officers supposed to be professional witnesses? Why should the Commission prioritize the health or wellness of police officers when there are family members and Nova Scotians who want answers? These questions are not going away. In making a decision about how a trauma-informed process applies to the police officers involved in the mass casualty event, the Commission will have to confront these questions. In doing so, it must not rely only on common sense understandings of first responder trauma. In fact, the clinical evidence of the impacts of trauma on first responders may be counterintuitive to conventional knowledge about policing. For example, the Commission may assume that if a member is apparently well or apparently willing to testify, it need not be concerned about post-traumatic stress injuries for that member. It may not inquire if it needs to consider alternatives. The evidence would suggest otherwise. For example, the Commission may be more concerned about the impact of testifying or being called on more junior or more frontline members, while assuming that senior members are better equipped to handle the stress. The evidence would suggest otherwise. But as I said yesterday, you can't take my word for it. To the extent that the evidence about first responder trauma runs counterintuitive to common understandings of the police's role in society, of our expectations of them, of their expectations of themselves, we need to rely on the evidence of an expert to get it right. The proposed expert evidence is a helpful foundational source, not only for the commissioners, but for the participants and for the public's understanding of the Commission's trauma-informed mandate, as the Commission considers today's applications and continues to move through its process. There's a second stage to the White Burgess analysis, and that is considering the gatekeeper role. In traditional analysis, that's the gatekeeper role of the court as it relates to its duty to find a liability on a particular issue. I'll argue that that gatekeeper role is slightly different in the case of a public inquiry. You will hear from other participants that if you admit this evidence, it will be improperly relied on such that it should not be admitted in the first place, that you should gatekeep it out. Participants have expressed concerns that this report is being tendered as a blanket excuse for all 18 members they seek to subpoena, that it is tendered as some sort of improper medical note with respect to specific members, that as a result of this obstruction by the NPF, important evidence will be lost or key players will evade accountability. Nothing could be further from the truth. This is a straw man. The NPF has supported the full cooperation of dozens of its members in attending voluntary interviews or otherwise answering the Commission's questions to date. In many of those cases, they were asked to provide complete retellings of their involvement in the mass casualty. For many members, these interviews followed other interviews by the Major Crime Unit as part of the RCMP's H-Strong investigation, or by labor code investigators with a different statutory mandate. Each of these interviews, each of these retellings of their experiences had a dramatic negative impact on our members. Our members want to fulfill their duty to the public. They want to provide answers to the families that are grieving and to Nova Scotians whose confidence in public safety has been shaken. They too are members of this community that has experienced loss. The purpose of the expert evidence is to establish as a baseline that police officers can be expected to experience this event as traumatic and to demonstrate that being required to testify may cause further secondary additional harm. The purpose of the expert evidence is to challenge the idea that within a trauma-informed process, subpoenas to give live evidence, to be cross-examined on a national stage, is the only way, or even the best way, to get at the truth. The argument is not that these officers should not provide further evidence to the Commission if a gap or a conflict or a need for context can be established. The argument that the expert evidence is being offered to support is that even if participants establish this need for further evidence from the members, a subpoena may not be necessary because it is not the least harmful way for the Commission to fulfill its mandate to obtain the evidence. Those are all my submissions on the admissibility of this evidence and the purpose for which the report is tendered, and I'm happy to take any questions from the Commission.
Just a process question, at least for me first. You mentioned yesterday about an affidavit as well.
Yes.
President, where are we with that?
Thank you for reminding me. So there is an affidavit that has been circulated to the participants. It contains, it's an affidavit of Brian Sauvé, who is the president of the National Police Federation. It contains...
So you don't want to know the results, of course. I just want to know
yes,
what it is and whether it's intertwined with the submissions you've given.
It is not, because it's not expert evidence. It is a simple, more fact-based, straightforward affidavit, which we seek to rely on in our submissions that you'll hear over the next couple of days about officers and the impact on officers. But as it's not expert evidence, I haven't addressed it. I don't understand that there is a threshold that I need to meet before seeking, for asking to tender that exhibit, which I will do when we make our submissions on the merits.
Commissioner Fitch?
Thank you.
Thank you. My question is in follow-up to one that I posed yesterday. And I'm hoping that you can help us understand, or participants or family members. You say that the members are prepared to want to be part of answering, finding solutions going forward. You suggest that issuing a subpoena and cross-examination on a national stage is not the only way in which we can find those answers to satisfy the number of questions that people have. What do you propose? You know, you've heard us talk, you've all heard us talk about the public inquiry and our ability to form our process, and that we can be flexible and creative, obviously mindful of doing no further harm as we try to bring forward the facts that we need. What would you propose, or what are you proposing as a way to draw this information out, if not by way of subpoena? Have you given consideration to what that might look like?
Sure. This is a matter that I'll address more completely when we address the merits, but I'm happy to answer the question now. To date, as you know, members have attended voluntary interviews, which are audio recorded and transcribed and entered as exhibits into evidence. Until I understand more completely what exactly the additional gaps, errors, or areas for clarification or context are being sought by participants, I'll respond sort of more particularly about whether or not I believe that those issues have been sufficiently addressed such that no further information is actually necessary. It's our position that members should not be asked to repeat or perform their evidence, but that the methods by which it has to date been collected are sufficiently reliable. However, if there are any follow-up questions, there are lots of ways in which members can be offered a trauma-informed approach to providing subsequent evidence. It could include further interviews, it could include written questions, it could include affidavit evidence, and it may require a subpoena. But the argument that the NPF is making is that in determining necessity, does it require a subpoena? Because we must acknowledge the impact of trauma on first responders, which we must understand in order to acknowledge it properly. We must look at all of these less harmful ways to obtain evidence before we move to issuing subpoenas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. The commissioners will break. It's 10 to 11, so let's say 11:05. Thank you.
Things are now on break and will resume at 11:05.
Oh boy. Yeah, what am I going to say about any of this? Brown envelopes. Just remember what I said a long time ago. You don't want to do the right thing. Make you do the right thing. Okay. Yeah. It's good. I got all kinds of files I was going to drop about that, so that's good that that came out. Somebody's not going to be having dinner. Sorry about that. Anyway, those who know will know. Families get split, but I guess that's the way it goes. High level chess. Gotta play. Now, Webster, I've spoken about Webster in the past. Do you guys remember Webster? Those of you. Dr. Webster, Mike Webster, RCMP. Let's see if I can find a file. Dr. Webster used to be a RCMP member. He was a psychologist. I'll let him do his own speaking for himself. Brown envelopes. Brown envelopes is something I have. I like holding brown envelopes.
A former
Okay. I'm not sure if I've got a few files on Mike Webster. Let's watch.
A former RCMP officer and psychologist is amazed by a phone call he received from his former employer. For the past 3 years, Mike Webster has not been working for the Mounties, but this past week he got a call from them about a sensitive RCMP file he still has at his home. The call has furthered his concerns about how the RCMP is now being run. Here's our Kendall Hansen.
Go in and I'll grab a couple of files and I'll come out and show you.
Former RCMP psychologist Mike Webster heads into an RCMP secured room in his house to pull some sensitive files.
So here the files are blank the names out so nobody can see whose files they are.
Webster can't show us the Safe 4 security system because it would breach his professional protocols, but these are 2 psychological profiles of more than 440 Mounties who applied to go undercover that have been sitting in the safe at his house since his contract with the RCMP ended in 2009.
This is pretty personal stuff. It's highly sensitive. And these are people right across the country, from one coast to the other, who have made application to the undercover program.
Webster worked with the Mounties for 35 years, but when the use of force expert saw the Robert Jacansky tasering video in 2007, he gave his opinion to both the media and the Braidwood Commission.
They panicked. They didn't know what to do. They abandoned their good basic training and they embraced some very questionable training that they had had more recently, and we ended up with a terrible tragedy.
Webster says the RCMP immediately began to sever their relationship with him. His contract for this work was not renewed when his contract expired, and the files have just sat in his house since.
If I was somebody who was angry at the RCMP, hostile towards the RCMP, wanted to hurt them for what they had done to me, I could have sold these files to my unsavory friends.
And then the phone rang Tuesday. Webster says a Mountie in Ottawa called to inspect the security system at his house. Webster was dumbfounded.
Leaving this safe here with these files in it is reflective of the RCMP being all over the map. The right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing.
In a statement, the Mounties say the files were never at risk, and security provisions apply both during and after one's service with the RCMP, and that there is an onus on all employees and those contracted to work for us to immediately return classified or protected information.
I'm afraid they don't know what they're doing.
Webster says he will hand the files over if there is a proper process to officers with proper security clearances, something the RCMP says they are now lining up on doing.
Okay. Mike Webster's very interesting character. Let's see if I can find another video. It's quite telling on how this all operates. So, you know, the shields that they're building, you have to understand, hopefully, sorry, I don't mean to speak in a condescending way, just trying to bring people up to speed, because this is the horror that we all live underneath. And it is a real horror. Trust me. I'm not obviously anti-authority at all, but let's see here. Webster. Oh, I do hope I can find that file. You know, once you get in that position too, of in the pocket of the RCMP, they build files on everybody, and they use those files, not just members, but people, and they use those files against people, and but I mean against their own members and things like this. What I was discussing with somebody who has multi-generational RCMP stuff last night was the trauma that they're facing today. The true trauma is from within. There's been a drastic increase in, like, huge. I've gone through some of the figures in the past. I wish I could share my mind and then you could see what I know. But the huge increase in suicides and PTSD within the RCMP. Why is that? Why is that? They always have seen terrible things. And throughout our history, men and women have seen lots and lots of horrible things, wars, etc. But this big increase is because when you are forced to live a lie, like these members are, it's very conflicting. What do? You can't, where do you go? You can't go anywhere. So they have to be, you know, and this is how they operate. They build these bureaucratic shields and things. Okay, 13 people don't want to know the truth. Okay, there we go, another 3. Fine. Don't want to know the truth? Can't see it? Too horrible? I don't know. You want to live in La La Land? That's fine. That's fine. But this is what we live underneath. You want to fix it? Oh, there goes 8 more into the room. Okay, I don't know what's going down. Of course, they're messing with the figures. Don't believe them. All bullshit. When I wish I could find this file. I don't think I'll be able to before they come back. I'd like to. We need a break. There's some music. Wonder if anybody's watching. Call me crazy. One day maybe the story will be known, but sometimes the best things, the best deeds are left unsaid. All right. The file I'm looking for, Mike Webster is doing and please, like, bring him up in your search. He's such an interesting character. all of the, like, he's a real, pushes for the truth, and he's spoken out so long against, to do the right thing, RCMP complaint against Mike Webster dismissed by College of Psychologists of BC because he acts on behalf of members formerly working for them, right? And said, like, listen, the way that these guys are getting treated is horrible. So what do? They go after him. They break in his home. And even when Global was doing an interview, and of course, so then the RCMP, our own people, go after him, file a complaint, try and get him removed. What did he do? Spoke out. When you speak out, this is what happens. So even this doctor out in multi-millionaire paid. That's why I flashed that study before Pinio brought it up. Yeah, I got it all. I know. Thank you to somebody who helps. It's not as though I'm a smarty pants and know everything. I don't. Always being educated. Because you guys keep me in the loop. And there's some really good people in the background that are working their ass off. I think they have less sleep than I do. Not that I complain. I'm okay. Now, so yeah, a 10-year longitudinal study? Come on, man. Where is that? I brought that up and flashed it over on the screen. Come on, man. And I've got other ones here. Dr. Nick Carlton. There we go. 10 years to study this stuff from within. What kind of machine have we built here? Cause them the stress, then employ people to act as shields so you can cause more stress. Then you can bring them out. Now we want to have somebody who's not even admissible as an expert witness. A union boss, Brian Sauvé. Seriously? Come on. The truth is what is important. The truth is what is important. Yes, it's horrible, but we can clean this up. And people can do the right thing. And I see people doing the right thing. Maybe not for the right motivations. I don't know. But we'll see with future. Because I'll watch. But when the interview I want to show you is with Global and Mike Webster, and he's talking about stuff, and he's riding. Global's riding around with members who are complaining about stuff that they had to endure within the RCMP. Guess what happens? They get pulled over with the Global reporter there and harassed, and it's all on camera. You can't speak out against this machine. And it's that fear that they live underneath that causes the PTSD. You see members retiring en masse. Am I saying everybody's in there that's a good guy? No, absolutely not. But there are good ones. And the good ones, we're losing them. We're losing them. Those are the people who signed up to do the right thing. And we need them. We need them because they're the ones who are going to get the truth for the families and those kinds of things. So look at the way that your position in all of this as a citizen, okay? Think of it as these people are your friend and they need your help. They're down. And this is how you can help them. Just like you can help the families, you can help these people too. Because they're in a terrible position. They are. We cannot allow this kind of shit to go on. These shields that they build, and they build them all over our society and have been for a long time. And it's not, I'm not talking about the RCMP. I'm talking about the machine in this world. Trauma-based, gender-based. Give me evidence. Let's see it. When you give me the evidence, okay. If you don't want to give me the evidence and you want to hide under a rock, then I know there's something fishy going on. And you know it too. I'll see if I can find that whilst where did that go? When they come back, I'll see if I can find it. Paid for silence. Paid to silence. Paid to keep the truth from the people. Keep the truth from the families. Flood them with papers. Unless you go through the system firsthand, the mounds of papers that they flood you with as an individual, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? You're already dealing with all kinds of grief, and then you're supposed to go through reams of paper, scanned papers. Somebody sat there and printed, just like the ITOs. All scanned. Everything is scanned. Can't search it. Can't, cross-reference it. Can't do anything. But you could just do it like that. Because they have it. They have it. Do the families have it? Do they have access to a certain database? Those who know what I'm talking about too. Do they have access to that database? No. No, they're kept from it. They have to go through boxes of papers. Tara can't speak to me about anything. I would go back to that video I did a long time ago, 3-4 months ago. I know there was an article that came out about it about, 2 months ago. In perpetuity, it was ... I speak cryptically. She sends me pictures of just, she can't send me pictures, obviously, of anything, of the mountains of paper. Oh, the mailman came with another 2 boxes. What the fuck? She has her life to lead. She has to deal with losing half her family in one night. And then she's supposed to sit there and read all kinds of garbage. And then you have to fight in this system to get these clowns to try to tell the truth when all they want to do is hide under shields. Shields up. Oh, it's trauma. No, we can't have anybody testify. Those guys want to testify. Some of them. Why not? Code of silence. We are at the commission. Don't fool yourself. That is a good question. I just saw it go up on the screen. There's a time and a place for everything. Evil. How long have they been on break? Anybody timing them? Proceedings on break still. Will resume shortly. Yeah. I don't know. I've had questions about this one for a while. I don't want to make accusations because that's wrong. I don't know. So this what happened in the ITOs seems to be contrary to some of the documents that are coming out. But maybe I'm not reading them correctly. 5 minutes late. Good. Keep timing it. Thank you. What the heck? Good. You guys are watching, you see, and you're paying attention to what's going on. And you're going to tell your friends because that's your responsibility. And we're going to help out our friends, which are people that live in fear, because it's going to help your children. Because this beast has gotten way out of hand. And it permeates all across what is our supposed government. None of these floaty buzzwords that they throw out there all the time. I don't care what party you're in. Doesn't matter. Truth matters. Yeah, conflicting data. And that's where we're going to help, because we're going to point out the conflicting data, and the conflicting data will get into the mainstream media because that's the way it's been working all along. We pointed out, it goes here, it goes there. They're forced to do it. Forced to do it in the alternative media. Forced! You have to force these people. Sad. One would think you just do it because you're a good person, but maybe not. Well, this is what the ITOs seem to indicate, but that goes contrary to the documents that they're furnishing. What was it? Thank you to those of you over in the Discord who are saying all kinds of things. I want to touch on so many of these. I mean, okay.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Where is it here? Because in Grunn's statement, I think it's Grunn's statement, he talks about Lily, and they're asking him about Lily. And it appears as though Lily followed the ambulance. But it was Neil that was there. But in the ITOs, it said that it was Constable Lily, which of course was a misnomer because that's not his rank. 10 minutes late. Oh, you know they're sitting there in the back room watching the videos. That's what they're doing. Watching your comments. seeing all the inconsistencies that you're pointing out, seeing that the light is being shone. The lawyer's watching. Everybody watches. Oh, and you know why, though? Because of that proof. Proof. So keep doing the good, hard work. Thank you ever so much, always, to the great people who have been really, really working hard. Don't get lost in the stew of disinfo agents that are out. There were a couple around yesterday. Fuck off! Don't pay them any mind when they're in the chat. Just ignore them. They're little scripted, infighting garbage. That's what that is. Pardon my language. Because people will find facts, and facts is what will unravel this, because it will push them to do the right thing. Hopefully. I can't guarantee anything, but I've seen a transition all along from, oh, we can hide warrants, we can hide all of this, it'll just go away, to don't use names.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you again, Ms. Najawan, for your submissions and for Council's earlier participation on the question of qualifications. We have determined that the proposed expert evidence is not necessary for us to determine whether additional witnesses should be heard in this public proceeding. We will provide brief oral reasons, hopefully after the lunch break. Because this is a public inquiry, I will try to explain for the public what I've just said. So you will recall that this morning I indicated that typically we as commissioners would have the exclusive responsibility of determining and making factual conclusions. An exception to that is sometimes the facts are such that it might be necessary to, or would be necessary to, have an expert assist us in that regard. And the MPF has indicated that and made able submissions to that effect. But we have concluded, having heard those submissions, that it is not necessary for us to have that evidence. And so we will not, there's no need now to hear from the counsel for the other participants, because we do not need that type of evidence, and are able to make that conclusion having heard the submissions from the NPF, and therefore would not need to hear from counsel in response, because we've already concluded otherwise. So thank you very much, and statute.
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. We'll now move forward with hearing from counsel, continuing yesterday's proceeding to hear from counsel for participants who wish us to call additional witnesses to fill specific gaps in the factual record created by the Portapic foundational documents, and consider their requests individual by individual. Yesterday, we heard the proposals in respect to additional civilians, and now we will hear their proposals with respect to additional frontline RCMP members. As was the case yesterday, for all of these witnesses, it is Commission Counsel's view that the record has been established through the foundational documents, the record that the Commission requires for the purposes of doing its forward-facing work to fulfill its mandate, as well as in the source material and the witness we heard from on Tuesday. We are not of the view that additional evidence is required, and so we will not be speaking to the applications other than to indicate where there's information about a witness that might be helpful to you in making your decision. In some cases, as you heard from Ms. Hill yesterday, we may also indicate where we believe that an application to hear from a specific witness is premature and might be revisited in the context of a future foundational document. So we will begin by hearing from counsel who wish the Commission to call Constable Vicky Colford and Constable Stuart Basalt. We will then hear from counsel for the RCMP and the NPF in response to those requests. I believe that we are beginning with somebody from Patterson Law. Mr. Scott.
I'm sorry, you'll have to go up to the podium. No. Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. My name is Mike Scott. I'm here on behalf of Patterson Law. I wonder if we could ask to have this pushed off to this afternoon. Our understanding was that today we would be dealing primarily with the expert issue. Obviously, we'd received some indication that we'd be dealing with the request for police witnesses on Monday, but we can certainly take an hour to prepare for submissions on the remaining matters.
Well, our understanding was that council should be ready to go. Are there any other council ready to go now? Mr. Kauchi? Sure. And of course, Mr. Scott, we will get as far as we can and break for lunch that time.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. I make a presentation on behalf of my clients at Tuck Olivers and Lillian Campbell. So I'm going to address Constable Bassett and the need to call Constable Bassett. He's a frontline officer. He was the first one to the scene, as everyone knows by now. Mr. Burrow, I'm not going to go in too much to the gaps and that sort of thing. I'm going to talk to basically why he's needed in terms of clarifying the evidence and that sort of thing. One thing that struck me when Mr. Burrow was going through his timeline relating to from the initial call from Jamie Jamie Blair at 10:02. And Mr. Burrow walked us through the initial call all the way through to the engagement in Portapic relating to the children and that sort of thing. And what he did, what struck me was that he was playing audios of 911 calls, and he was playing tapes and communications between dispatch and Constable Bassett, for example. And he was asking us to he invited the commission and participants to make inferences based on the pace, the tone, and the nature of the radio communications between members, including Constable Bassett. Well, it's our submission that the commission has the opportunity here to gather the best evidence specifically on those points by putting the conclusions drawn by commission counsel to Constable Bassett, rather than relying on inferences that are drawn from his interpretation and inferences and so on from audio and transcript members of members' communication. So that's important, and he did a great job. But I think this evidence is going to be relied upon over the years, let me go back to my presentation though, and I'll get back to that in a minute, please. So simply put, Bissett was the first member at the scene. He was the most senior officer. He was the corporal. He arrived at the scene. We remember he was at the top of the Portapique Beach Road. He then became the leader of the IR team when he determined it was an active shooter situation. There's a lot of facts that are to be known from his evidence. There's a lot of evidence of questions that will never be answered, but putting him on the stand and examining him, not in a cross-examine type of way, but in an inquisitorial way that we can get to the truth. It's not to put him on the stand to cross-examine him per se, in my view. It's to get to the truth and get to the facts. It's not a blame-seeking situation here. It's an inquisitorial fact-seeking situation and it's necessary to have him on the stand in that regard.
Can you relate for us how his evidence will assist us in understanding a dispute in the evidence that's material to phase 2 and 3 work?
Sure. So I would point to, I don't know if it's a dispute so much, but it's a need for clarification in terms of, for example, my colleague mentioned yesterday, David Faulkner's evidence. What was the exchange between David Faulkner and Bissett? You know, that's critical information when time is of the essence in an active shooter situation. When every second counts, that has to be explored. That's one aspect I would point to. The
So
second
it needs to be explored for what purpose? Just be more specific, please.
it has to be explored in order to get the minute by minute conversation and fulsome conversation from both parties. And also,
I hear you saying that. I'm just wondering if you can point us to what, in your view, turns on the exact words of the conversation.
okay, what turns on it and other factors are Constable Bissett's mindset. And this, when he determined it was an IART situation, you have a critical obligation, I suggest, to analyze his situational awareness, his mindset, his interpretation of the facts and things that were coming at him in order, and then he made some decisions. And it's important for the commission to know and to build upon that. And it's just very important for that. That's one example. That's Fraser. I'd also point to another, I call it a gap in relation to the monk. He makes reference to Moncton as the reason why they went down. He walked down or went down on foot. Well, that has to be explored. That's a gap that has to be explored. What is he talking about in terms of Moncton? We all know that in Moncton, he mentions that somewhere in his statement that the Moncton, the reason that he walked down on foot sort of thing is because he remembered Moncton and a police car is like a billboard, okay? But we know that prior to that, he had a conversation with Andrew McDonald, and Andrew McDonald told him he was in a white vehicle. So that has to be explored. That has to be looked into. And the best person to give that evidence is Constable Bissett, right? So if that assists you, thank you. So we'd like to hear from Bissett. We think the council should like to hear from Bissett. Bissett is not only an aid to fact-finding in the inquisitorial process, the commissioners are asked to undertake, but also to inform recommendations for the future, to aid policing agencies, to improve their training and processes, to respond to similar events like this one. You know, the Mass Casualty Commission was the deadliest rampage in Canadian history. The facts underlying this inquiry will be studied for decades by academics, experts, policing leaders across Canada and across the globe. We want all of Canada to be safer. It's imperative that the factual foundation of this mass casualty commission, excuse me, I need a drink, sorry. Excuse me. So it's important. We all want Canadians to be safer. It's imperative that the factual foundation of this mass casualty commission is firm, not only to inform the recommendations of the commission, but also to ensure future studies of this mass casualty looking to improve policing in the future are based on the most accurate facts, and the full and fulsome evidence of Constable Bissett is indeed necessary. As I said, not with the view of assigning blame, but getting to the truth and for future generations so that this doesn't happen again. And if it does happen again, these police officers are better informed and better prepared. I apologize, but that for my presentation a little bit, I'm a little nervous here, but thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. I don't think my colleagues have any more questions. Thank you, Mr. Topsy.
Thank you.
Were you planning to address Constable Colford as well?
Sorry, I missed it altogether. Constable Colford should be called. There's a note in one of the foundational documents that further exploration is necessary in relation to her exchange with Kate McDonald, because Kate McDonald gave her some information relating to possibly another exit here. That wasn't explored as far as we're aware. That should be explored. The form that can take, I leave that to the commission, but it's vital information. The other thing relating to Kate McDonald, or to Vicky Constable Colford, is the issue when she found out from Kate McDonald and only put the information on the dispatch, I think, or put it out on the line at, I believe, 10:48. Why the delay? Why so long? Every second, every minute in a shooter situation is lives are at stake, and
so that would be specifically with respect to the containment.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's 11:32. I don't know if the council are ready. If not, Mr. Scott, we can take an early lunch break, I think. Okay. All right.
I understand that Ms. Miller may be prepared to address the panel.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name again, Tara Miller, and with my colleague Alex Tagu, we represent family members of Christian Beaton and Aaron Tuck. I follow my colleague with respect to endorsement and support of Constable Basselt and Constable Colford. I won't reiterate the points he's made. I'll make some other general comments. It's our understanding from the correspondence that passed between Commission Council and Participants Council that the Commission Council wanted some of these first responders as witnesses. We understand that they issued and gave notice of subpoenas, which is what prompted the NPF's application to address those subpoenas that I'm not sure if they were issued or notice was given of various first responders. This was sometime before February the 16th. And some of the members And after that point in time, there was a calendar and it had some of these officers on that calendar. They had been identified by the commission as being necessary to be called. Constable Basalt was one of those. The calendar has changed and we appreciate that things are fluid and we need to be dynamic. But I wanted the commissioners and I wanted to make that point that we understood that the commission had wanted to call some of these first responders, and that included Constable Basalt. We're not privy to why that may have changed. I know scheduling wise it has changed, but I just wanted to make that clear that this initially was a viewpoint that we saw Constable Basalt on the schedule and understood that it was necessary to call him. And my friends can speak to that, I'm sure. Yeah. My final comment with respect to these two witnesses, and I do.
Sorry, Ms. Miller. I thank you for your initial submissions. I apologize for interrupting, but Ms. Natu, can you respond to that, please?
It's correct that the commission still plans to hear from Constable Bassett along with Constable Merchant and Constable Patent in the form of a witness circle during in relation to our phase 2 work, primarily to hear about some of the experiential issues of being a first responder in those circumstances. It remains our plan to hear from them for those purposes. We are not planning to call them to speak to any factual gaps in the narrative or to address factual questions from counsel. And so while the calendar has shifted a little bit, that plan remains the same as it was from the beginning.
So I interrupted Ms. Miller just to
totally okay.
Provide you with that context. It may assist you in your.
And I will say that in fairness to Ms. Miller, I think that in conversations recent week that understanding of Commission's Counsel's purpose has really crystallized perhaps in the minds of participant counsel, and which is where perhaps some of the misunderstanding may have arisen, but Commission Counsel's plan remains the same.
Thank you. Two other sort of high-level comments. I'm going to return later to speak to specific witnesses, and I'll have some more specific gaps and information. I think that will help inform the Commission's decision with respect to those officers. But Commissioner Fitch, you had asked counsel for the NPF about process. And I think one of the beautiful things about an inquiry, which I talked about yesterday, is their ability to be creative. And certainly there is an ability to, I think, make sure that we still have under oath subpoenaed evidence from first responders in a way that is also trauma informed. I don't think that the Commission can throw out subpoenaed under oath evidence under the umbrella of being trauma informed. Sworn evidence and the ability to test the accuracy of evidence and the fulsomeness of evidence is a core foundation of our legal system, be that in the traditional adversarial system or in this system. We cannot and we should not have a system where we're not allowed to have evidence under oath from critical witnesses, which would include first responders, which takes me to my final point, which is a rhetorical question. How does one have an inquiry with a mandate to inquire into what happened and make findings of fact on the responses of the RCMP officers without hearing from a single officer under oath about what happened, the facts in phase 1? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I think then it would be appropriate time to break. We'll break until 12:45. Yeah, 12:45. 12:45. Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 12:45.
Might as well tack on an extra few minutes there too. Now we got another 7 minutes. My clock is right. An hour and 7 minutes. Wow. Yeah, witness circle. And when is all of this supposed to take place? I didn't get to cycle through the calendar, and let's see if they've moved anything. Excuse me? Okay. Grid. Okay, so they have tacked on another 4 days. Good. This may be for their witness circles, whatever that is. Of course, that's a construct of their own of their own creation. God knows what it's going to be, just to keep hiding from the truth. You don't have a witness circle. Everybody knows. You have a chair, a stand. There you go. Bing, done. Easy. No, got to sit around and have a powwow in the circle. No offense. No offense. It's not a racist thing at all. Just meaning, what do you do in a circle? Yeah, I can think of something, I suppose. Circle of lies. This one is really easy, and frankly, give them an opportunity. Give all these members an opportunity. If they want to come and lie, I'm saying if they were to come forward and then lie, fine. They had every opportunity to do the right thing and then chose at the very last minute to do the wrong one. Okay, but you gave them the chance, and they should have that chance. No corners in the circle. Oh, I like that. Yeah. Wow. You can run around in a circle, can't you? Keep running. Keep running. Or we may get a lot of truth that comes out of it. That's why this isn't an inquiry. And I explode when I see people keep using that word. And they know they're using it. And I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Certain people. Who then dupe others into thinking that it's an inquiry. And I'm like, okay, clearly you haven't read much on what an inquiry is. It says it right in the title. I mean, I don't know how hard it is. Does it say mass casualty inquiry? No. It says mass casualty. Oh, sorry. I guess I'm covering the C. It says omission. Commission. Derp. I always assume people have watched all the videos of, but of course that would be crazy talk. I wouldn't. Well, I probably might. I don't know. If it had a different person, different voice. Police officer. So, we've talked about this before. So those of you who've seen these articles, my apologies, but thank you for bringing this to my attention. I don't know if I should single people out. I feel like who say things like I want to give them credit, but then at the same time, I don't want them. It's a weird thing. What do you do? Police assessed, if I guess they want credit, then they can take credit in the chat. They're there. Police officer, and I will acknowledge it. Police officer assessed by fake psychologist after complaining of sexual harassment. Constable Kimberly Cataret was given a copy of what she alleges was a fraudulent report by Ottawa Police Services. Do you guys remember this? Those of you, we read through these stories, right? What a strange meeting this was, right? Ottawa Police Services, will launch a criminal investigation after a former officer called a probe into what appears to be a fraudulent report by someone posing as a psychologist who was assessing her ability to do work on patrol. Constable Kimberly Carteret was ordered into therapy by OPS managers, in 2007 to determine if she was fit for duty after complaining to the chief about sexual harassment and bullying by members in her platoon. You want to talk about this? This is what happens. You complain about sexual harassment and bullying, and then they say you're not fit for duty. Okay, so you're supposed to be a sexual object? Not understanding. Following that complaint, she said she was told to visit Dr. Ron Frey, a certified psychologist, for weekly sessions at a designated time and location. Her 9-page psychological report bears Frey's electronic signature and is written on company letterhead. Frey is a psychologist who has worked for the Department of National Defense and the RCMP. Oh, I brought somebody in. Where are my glasses? I don't know. I brought somebody into this early on. Do you guys remember who that was? Begins with W. Oh, he disappeared. Poof. To do with the Nova Scotia stuff. Frey, however, said in an interview that he did not write the report. Staff working for the OPS wellness program had known about the possible fraud for 8 months, but there was no apparent move toward an investigation until CBC made inquiries. In order to verify details, of course, you know that when this came about, they were pushed into it. In order to verify, CBC News arranged for the therapist and the officer to meet in person in an astonishing moment captured on video. Both Carteret and Frey denied ever meeting face to face until then. Yes, please keep watching. It is horrible. But we can't also equally hide under a rock. This is what we have done. And this is why we are where we are. How do you get out? By not acknowledging that there is a problem? That's what they say in AA, right? You can't do anything until you know you have a problem. I don't know even what to say right now. It's ruined me, Carteret said, as she burst into tears upon realizing the man in front of her was not the therapist who treated her 14 years earlier. So, I don't know, are we going to get a commercial break? Remember once upon a time, I think CBC didn't used to even have commercials.
It's been a long time. Do you recognize Dr. Frey? No. Nice to meet you.
Sorry about this.
Definitely not you. Do I look familiar?
No.
I appreciate you taking the time to do this, and I'm sorry that you've been dragged into this.
It's honestly, I can't imagine what you're going through. I don't know what to say. I really feel for you. I can't imagine.
Can I ask you a stupid question?
Sure.
Do you ever have a minivan?
No.
Never in your life?
No.
That's what you were driving when you used to come meet me.
A minivan?
Yeah.
I never had a minivan.
Never, eh?
Muted. Derp. Muted. Carla asked me to post that. Thank you very much. And I want to give acknowledgement to people, but I also know some people want to be anonymous. I never know. But very good. Thank you very much for reminding me about this article, because I assume that people have watched whatever fucking 1,000 hours of video on all this shit. Well, it's not shit. This is the truth for all of the families. Charlene's in here. Family members are in here, whether they speak or not. Tara had to walk. She said, I can't. They know what's going down, and those for sure that I speak to know the real deal. After a year and a half with Ottawa Police Service, Carteret was transferred to Peel Regional Police. She still works for the force in the Greater Toronto area. Carteret believes details of the OPS fraudulent report leaked out, tainting her career. This is like Dr. Webster. Quote, we were 2021 and this happened in 2007, and still to this day I'm referred to at work as crazy and I can't be trusted, so this has never left me. Yeah, again, this is why we need to, not just help family members and help our country and our kids and grandkids. We've got to give the helping hand to the RCMP members who are good. Okay? Because police people across this country are getting fucked. Wrong. Carteret wants the Ottawa Police Service to find the imposter. The OPS said it was made aware last November of the potential fraudulent fraud involving the use of the name of a doctor participating in the wellness program. Initially, the force had said there was no criminal investigation underway. Well, nothing to see here. No, nobody got trampled. Don't worry about it. But reversed course after CBC sent an email to Chief Peter Slowly. Sound familiar? On Tuesday, inquiring about the possibility of an internal investigation. Quote, we take these types of calls very seriously. A criminal investigation will be conducted on this matter, and we will be speaking to all parties involved. Media Relations Manager Carol Levine said in an email 2.5 hours after CBC inquiry to the chief. Because what? Your dirty laundry is going to come out? Now we got to answer that. Carteret called the OPS decision to do a criminal investigation, quote, lip service. Why didn't they listen to me 15 years ago? I feel like I've just been playing games. They're just playing games, she said in an interview Tuesday. Harassment complaints. In 2007, Carteret, a new recruit, moved from Amherstburg, just outside Windsor, to take her dream job. How many people used to dream of being a police officer when they were kids? I don't know. With the Ottawa Police. I love working with people. I love the community. I love seeing the smiles on people's faces and knowing that I've made a difference, Carteret said, as she showed photos from her first year on the job. Carteret recently broken off a long-term relationship and said she found herself becoming the target of unwanted attention from her male colleagues. In her diary entries from the spring of 2007, she wrote about how Staff Sergeant told her he wished he wasn't married and how at least 4 other officers made comment about her physical appearance or inquired about her sex life. She said one constable accused her of having multiple personalities when she spurned his advance After complaining to her supervisors, Carteret said she was bullied at work and ostracized. Frustrated by the lack of action, Carteret said she walked into the office of the chief at the time, Vern White, without an appointment. Vern White. This is ringing a bell somewhere else, but quote, I was upset. I was a mess. I told him everything.
I used to be a really happy-go-lucky person, and now I pretty much keep myself isolated other than work. Going into work, I keep myself isolated as much as I can. I try to keep friends at a distance so that they don't get hurt. It's broke me.
A few weeks later, Carteret said she spoke with 2 civilian OPS employees at Lone Star Restaurant after they asked to meet her there. Carteret said the manager of health and safety and a recruiter informed her that the chief wanted her firearm to be taken away and for her to put her on desk duty until she was evaluated by a psychologist. They told Carteret her handgun was being removed from her locker as they spoke. It was almost like that meeting with Brenda Lucky at a restaurant. In a diary dated September 21st, 2007, Carteret noted that she had a, quote, first meeting with Dr. Frey recommended by the chief. Carteret told CBC she expressed frustration about the decision to her colleagues. Quote, I've never indicated that I was going to hurt myself. And that was the big question. I said, I'm telling you what's going on, and now you're taking my gun away? Why am I being punished? CBC was unable to reach the 2 civilian supervisors. Of course, because they're just not available. Don't you know? Maybe they're in a witness circle. I don't know. That she met at a restaurant. White, who is now a senator. Yeah, okay, this is why. Yeah, okay, I know this fellow. Anyways, not a rabbit hole. Who was OPS chief from 2007 to 2012. He said he remembers Carteret's name, but does not recall meeting her in person. White said that, okay, wait a second. He's tied to another case. Oh, yeah, okay. White said that it's unlikely he would have asked 2 civilian employees to tell the officer that her sidearm be removed. He said it's responsibility of senior officers. Well, what the hell are they doing there? I have never requested civilians be involved in the removal of any officer's use of force. I've never done it in 32 years of policing. Well, clearly they had authorization, said White. And now he sits in the Senate. Oh, good. This is what you get rewarded with if you do the wrong thing. He also said it's the force's doctor that recommends mental health assessments, not the chief. Hey, Vern, how's it going? How you doing there? Your kid's proud? Shame's going to come back. Shame's coming, making a comeback. Oh. Everybody's going to know everybody's bullshit when you come into the grocery store with your grandkids. Carteret said her weekly therapy sessions was always scheduled at noon while she was on duty. She said she met a man who introduced himself as Frey at a medical clinic on the University of Ottawa campus. She remembers that the therapist drove a dark blue minivan. Carteret said from the first moment she set foot in the room, she was suspicious. They sat on folding chairs for their 1-hour sessions. Quote, he was almost like it was condescending. There was no concern from him, Carteret said when describing his demeanor. In the report, The author said he would test her level, quote, level of paranoia by unexpectedly showing up at her place of employment. Intentionally, okay, so now he has access to the police department. Intentionally filing reports later, then promised and scheduling and canceling appointments on short notice. Maybe the RCMP called him in. I don't know. Carteret said the person she was seeing for therapy sessions would sometimes show up at the front desk where she worked and stand there and just stare at me. On her fifth appointment, Carteret accused the psychologist of being an imposter. Busted. She said she handed him a copy of Criminal Code Section 403, which identifies impersonation of another person as identity fraud. Carteret said after the confrontation, she was cleared by the therapist to return to patrol. Funny that. Oh, don't tell anybody. After repeated requests from the Forest's Health and Safety Division, Carteret received a hard copy of the psychological report in late November 2007. Assessor's qualifications. Like Regina. I don't. I shouldn't say that. Debo. I am registered clinical psychologist and graduate at University of Toronto. I have spent nearly my entire life as a psychologist for the military and paramilitary organizations. As former intern chief psychologist of the RCMP, I have nationally recognized as an expert in the area of psychological trauma, assessment, and performance by RCMP, National Department of Defense, Veterans Affairs, Correction Service Canada, the courts, numerous insurance companies, and municipal police agencies. Addendum to the report submitted October 25th, 2007, Kim Carteret. As per your request, I submit to you, Ms. Carteret, has not met the full criteria of the blank. Therefore, thus barring any additional occupational performance data from her colleagues or supervisors that would be supportive of such a disorder, my recommendation to the officer is fit for operational duty. But this person isn't a psychologist. Who the fuck are they? But they clearly have access to letterhead, the electronic signature. Anybody smelling federal agencies here? Because she complained about being touched. The OPS said it would not comment on Carteret's alleged harassment in order to respect her privacy. Or, I don't know, a gender-based approach, or trauma-based approach, or any number that we have in our society today. Really? You see them through the shit, all the phony labels they put on people. Just shut them down. In a recent interview, Frey left grasping for words after reading Carteret's mental health assessment, which bore his electronic signature. Quote, "It's distressing. I can't believe it's happening," said Frey, who vehemently denies writing the report. "I want to be clear that I didn't assess her." Do you think maybe, I don't know. I don't know. That's purely a leap for me, but is it possible that Mr. Frey was in the shit? So they decided to have him up too? You know? Not beyond impossibility. Webster. Frey said he would try not to trigger a patient's paranoia by showing up at their workplace for surprise visits or making last-minute cancellations. Of course, that's just going to be poor psychological therapeutic consultation. Well, that would, first of all, be atypical and highly unethical, and not something that I could imagine a psychologist engaging in. So, of course, we know it's not a psychologist, right? But as somebody who has access to all kinds of electronic doohickeys, you haven't renamed yourself, Todd. You're just sticking with the CSIS. How about the CSE? I want to go on to the CSE. CSE. I like CSE. It's distressing. In recent, did you see, Todd, that I was blocked on an alt account, no less, that I don't use? By Jessica. Not like they're fishing around. Don't even use it, and then she blocked me. I'm like, what the fuck? It's distressing. In a recent interview, Frey was left grasping for words after reading Crederett's mental health assessment, which bore electronic signature. It's distressing. I can't believe it's happening, said Frey, who vehemently denies writing the report. I want to be clear that I didn't assess her. Frey said that he would try not to trigger. Okay, so, I mean, this is, let's see his reaction.
And all I can say is that it is my letterhead. It's my signature. And all I can say is that it is my letterhead. The content of the actual report, including what you've just highlighted, wouldn't represent a best practice in psychology, and that's something that I would not engage in. So certainly going in to try to trigger a police officer's alleged paranoia, as it's stated here in this report, would be something that would be, first of all, atypical and highly unethical.
You know, so do we have to live in a society where you can't trust anything that you do, where you can't speak out because this is what's going to happen to you, where somebody's going to steal your identity? I don't think it's some Joe Blow off the street. Obviously, they would know distinctly what the situation was with her. So, files getting stolen, breaking in rooms. Oh, I'm thinking of Dave Moore. Wow. The corruption, the corruption, the corruption. Let's see what things, what people have found so far. That seems to be, where was one? The Lily thing came up. Excuse me. Let's see. I don't know what to make of any of it, but is this one not scanned? Am I in the wrong? What? Oh, I see. I haven't scanned that one. I don't know what to make of any of it. I just know that there's inconsistencies. Inconsistencies. I think it was this one, Fiona. Oh, balls. I thought I saved this. It was down toward the end of the interview with Corporal Bonilla. Interesting, a tow truck was arriving early that night. I suppose it may be for McDonald's car. I don't know why how long is this? This should be done in a few minutes. For some reason, the scan, my OCR scan, didn't take. Disappeared overnight. Who's Dave Moore? Dave Moore is a whole other kettle of fish. One day, I hope to tell his story. He needs justice. Former RCMP member. Glen Assoon case. For internal intelligence services. Well, they're a paramilitary organization. Yeah, this screwed Dave Moore. That man's life seriously went down. And how these officers, some of them, stay standing, I'm not sure. Good for them. Let's see here. All right, I think it's right here. Let's see. Anybody noticed in reading? Another 5 minutes. They're half hours over lunch. Anybody notice in reading any of these documents, the inaudibles and things? Or doors and such? Where's that? I think that's in here, doors. Okay. This is Dave Lilly, I think. Great Village parking lot. Fuck, why can't I find things? The PC. So first of all, it is a document 3905. I want to see Tebow's statement. Okay, here we go. Door opens and closes. Pause. Okay, so you mentioned Dave Lilly. Grund. Yeah. Okay, if you could go back and tell me when he comes in. Okay, so when I got back to Great Village with the kids in the car, I got Dave was at the scene there. Where? Great Village. Dave was at the scene. And I recognized that I worked with him some point in Millbrook. Okay. And he seemed to sort of communicate. I think this is shit talking him and he was communicating information, and sorry, I'm trying to read this verbatim, and I really do actually need my glasses to write. And it had back to Rehill. I think it was one of the guys at the OCC. And and he followed. He was obviously interested. he was interest obvious, like in the kids and like how they were doing and everything. And he ended up, like I said, following the kids, one of the ambulances. Okay. The with the Macaulay kids in it. And so then when we got to the hospital, he stayed with me the whole time and drove me back to Portapique once the kids were safely with their next of kin sort of situation. And he helped, like you said, with the notifications of Gail McFarland. Okay. Concerning the Macaulay kids, and yeah, so he dropped me back off at my PC, and I don't know where he went after that. Okay. Yeah. So when you got to the fire hall, he was there? Yeah. Okay. And what was he driving? A PC? A PC? Yeah. Yeah. What was the PC you were driving? I was 53 Alpha 2. Alpha 2? Yeah. So basically, he was at the fire hall when you got there, and then followed by the redacted to the hospital. Not sure why you would redact. I don't know. What is it? What's that? Mm-hmm. And he got in his own patrol vehicle. Yeah. And then at the hospital, he was the one who kind of tracked down Gail and yeah. Okay. And then he drove you back to the scene? Yeah. After, and then from there, you're not sure where he went? No. You went to in your car, and yeah, I went to my car. I took the exhibits with me because I had them. I figured I'd hold on to them and give them to whomever needed whomever to need to get them here in Bible Hill. Okay. And so I put them back in my vehicle, and I waited at the scene until we were releasable, and that's when Terry, that'd be Terry Brown, and Dave showed up. I turned the items over to them. I believe these were the clothing items. McDonald and Macaulay. There were clothing items. Okay. So DNA clothing items were getting turned over to Terry Brown and Dave. Okay. Yeah. Were you expecting him to be at the fire hall when you got there? No? Or no? No. I didn't know who was going to be there. Laughs. Corporal Bonilla laughs. I didn't know who was going to be there. No. So I just, when I came out there, it was just like I said, there was probably 6 or 5, at least 4, maybe 5 ambulance, okay, vehicles, like whatever, they were full ambulances or whatever, inaudible, like one of the bigger ones, okay, like an incident one, you know what I mean? Sort of, you know, how we have an incident vehicle. Yeah. But they have something like that. So one of those was there, and the tow. At least 2 or 3 other ambulances. Okay. And then there was a bunch of other police vehicles. Okay. Just interesting. I don't know what's going on there. You know, I don't know. I feel like there's things getting sewn to, this was May 5th, I believe. Was that the interview date by the RCMP? One moment. The subsequent follow-up, May 5th, 10 minutes to 12. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if they're trying to set people up. I don't know. They're just telling the truth. It's very difficult to cipher. Let's see here. Got sent some interesting things. Again, please take credit if you so desire. Where was it here? Well, there's all the business of the kids falling down all the time that Wortman was around. That was a bit strange. Every time he would come around, they would fall down and play dead. But he gave them treats and stuff, but apparently he didn't like kids at all. The business of the bikes in the yard at Griffin's, when the house was burning across the road and the knocking was going on, there was bikes in the yard. What? Bikes? Okay. Lots of stuff. There's so much stuff. And that's why, even though this process, they want to crawl under as many rocks as they can, we can get stuff and then we can start to ask some questions about things. It's not accusing anybody or anything like that, because I don't want to do that. What kind of bikes? It's just described as bikes. They question right away about Lily in Portapique. Very questionable. And you see in the ITOs, they refer to him as Constable Lily. And he had his appearance on the side of the road. Yeah, that again, I think I've talked about the Lily stuff before. There's the picture thing. I brought that up the other day. This is doesn't come through very cleanly. But if we go with it, the telephone, first phone call is 10:01. As they travel to the scene, responding members discussed Jamie Blair's description of RCMP car over the radio. Dispatch also advised neighboring Cumberland County officers of the Cumberland County, which is Dave Lilly, of the call in the light of the vehicle description. 10:07. Constable Baselt. I don't know if we have any description of the vehicle yet or not, but 10:07. Yeah, 10:10. 10:07. Constable Baselt. Can we maybe let Cumberland know if somebody goes that way? 10:07. We got nothing of the vehicle, but where the complaint said something about an RCMP car in the yard, we did let Cumberland County know what's happening here. Constable Baselt. Yeah. Risk Manager Rehill continued to investigate whether the RCMP vehicle had been present at the scene. He directed an inquiry as to whether Sergeant Dave Lilly, an RCMP officer from Cumberland County, might have been involved in the matter. Footnote 2. It is unclear what initiated the discussion of Sergeant Lilly's name at 10:12. This is 11 minutes into a huge thing. Sergeant Rehill attempted to phone Jamie Blair. While doing so, he states Dave Lilly, an unknown person in the background, replies. Like, you can't figure out who that is. Yeah, we were wondering if he was in that area. This was seconds before Constable Patton advised at 10:13 that there were no Cumberland members in the area. Shortly thereafter, a potential connection between Sergeant Lilly and Lisa McCauley was identified. Sergeant Lilly's wife worked at the same school as Lisa McCauley. Sergeant Lilly recently partaken in a school video of policing. Lisa McCauley, along with other teachers from the school, were filmed with Sergeant Lilly dressed in his red serge. Now, I mean, that seems like a bit of a red herring there at the end. I don't know, like, what relevance is it whether he was filmed at a school? Who cares? And his wife isn't riding around in his patrol car. So I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. But 11 minutes in, you're asking about Dave Lilly. Why? You're not asking about other people. You're asking specifically about Dave Lilly. And the unknown person, who are they? Again, not pointing fingers, but it's just so strange. Has my comments stopped? What happened here? Lots of inaudible in Vardy and Lisa's hospital interview on the 20th. And it doesn't, these statements, I don't think, flow. You know, they don't have like, where was that at the end there too? There was with Basalt's meeting. Let me just go to that part, sorry. The door opened and closed again. I probably should have. There's people coming into the room. There's people leaving. They don't identify that. There are 4 sources of information when it comes to an interview. There's the police notes, video, audio, and a transcript. You should get everything. And frankly, the families should have access to everything, right? So, as should the public. If this were an inquiry, they keep missing music, messing up the music. No euphony. No, I'm not, I don't like, because they do set people up. And that's the thing. Who's being set up? Is it possible people are being set up? Is it possible people are just recollecting incorrectly? The amount of inconsistencies seems to say you should have a little bit. Memories and things like that change, and you're influenced by outside sources to a certain extent. But facts don't change generally. We can see the officer's notes, the gaps in the documents. You can't, are there officer notes? I haven't seen them. Where's the audio and video? Like, just fucking put it out. Oh, I'm not quitting, Strawberry. Don't worry. I won't quit. And again, so these are things that other people are bringing to my attention. There's a whole bunch more. The DNA stuff, I have a lot of questions, more questions about the DNA stuff now. Still haven't seen the reports on the real uniform. Anybody seen that? Seen jeans and a t-shirt. Anybody seen reports on vest, police shirt, pants? Any murder victims? DNA, their clothes, the ones that Grund gave to Brown, where they ended up. Were those tested and processed? All this stuff should have been processed. Crime scene photos, DNA processing there, blood spatter analysis. There should have been a lot of stuff done. Lots of stuff done. Where is it? Just call everyone involved and get this over with. Absolutely. I seen even housekeeping at the hospital come in the room during the interview with Lisa. Oh, you saw the interview with Lisa? That's interesting. On the 20th. Is that what they said? Interview in the hospital on the 20th? Didn't they say there was nobody in the hospital? Subsequently released. So why is she in the hospital again? Or am I recollecting incorrectly? Also cannot find a picture of Joey's SUV in Gina's yard. I think that would have been in the files. Maybe I missed it. There was a... I got 15 minutes left. Okay, so let's go to here. I wanted to do this and devote some time to this one. Let's go back in time. Warmington, Nova Scotia shooting. April 19th. Okay, so this is the article. Right? Now this article, I'll drop it in here. Copy, paste. There's the one that's online right now. Now, Sergeant Vardy, today is the 20th day of April, 2020. By now, my clock is 13:02, and we're presently Colchester Hospital. Am I remembering correctly that he said, who was it? Is that Leather? Nobody's in the hospital anymore? Minor injuries? Hell, Chad Morrison shot twice in the arms, released the next day. Pants, weren't the pants located in the car? And then they're all not creasy, or the creases are still in it, the proper ironing creases, but no wear and stuff. Those were released. Not crime scene photo that they showed. All right, now let's go to the, I think it's in the archives. In the archive org, I believe. Let's go to 2020. There's some interesting changes in this article. So remember that this is quite early on. Updated April 24th. Is this the one that's been changed? Or is it in the internet archive.is? I think it was this one. This one seems awful short. Maybe they've been clean. He had a uniform and 2 decommissioned police cruisers. He'd been planning this for a while, say police sources. These plans resulted in the murder of mother of 2, who was also an RCMP officer with 23 years. Shield, 23 years of experience, and at least 15 innocent souls. But when the suspected shooter, Gabriel Wortman, killed and intercepted by officers, Enfield, Nova Scotia, knocked on doors of cars, residents in Nova Scotia cottage country, he looked more like a Mountie. He had a uniform and a squad car. They would have trusted him, said a police source. The mass shooting happened 19th anniversaries, Oklahoma City bombings killed 168 in the fiery standoff of Waco, Texas, 1993. 76 Branch Davidians. Though the number of dead, Guy went on a rampage, shooting people, executing people, several residences, an officer. Shot her in the chest with a bunch of rounds. Execution of a mom and dad in front of their children, said a police source. He then pulled her out of the car, this is Stevenson, and executed her point blank. He took her guns and mags. Constable Chad Morrison was an unknown condition. The killer burned Heidi's car and then got into a what? Mazda 3. Police thought he was in a Chevrolet Tracker and saw Wortman at a gas station, but didn't put it together. This soon would change. This is the part that makes me really have a lot of questions. He went to another gas station and was filling up when police arrived. And I think they're referring to the multiple gas stations, the 3 gas stations. The Esso, the Petrocan in Enfield, and the Big Stock at Elmsdale. Nobody's ever discussed. Nope, they didn't even want to admit that there were 2. So it's interesting that this person refers to another gas station. Another gas station, the police source. Tends to lend some credibility to what they're saying, because this wasn't public knowledge. Wasn't public knowledge until I did a video on Elmsdale. When was that? March? Sorry. I don't remember when the first one was. It was quite a bit earlier. Finally, Felix and Paul acknowledged it. Was filling up at a police, filling up when he arrived. Police arrived. They challenged him. He had believed to be, what's believed to be Stevenson's gun out and hit with about 10 rounds. But the question is why? There may have been a domestic motive. Now, this article is missing. Yeah, it is. It's missing. Because there should be mention of the party. And he killed his ex. Anybody remember that? And then it's got bracket, girlfriend, wife, close bracket, as in it's inserted. I thought I got the earliest article, but maybe not. You remember? Yeah. Here it is. This one. I think it's this one. So sorry, I pulled up the wrong one. The first two dead were believed to be the 51-year-old Wortman's, quote, ex bracket. That's an insertion. That's an insertion by the media, by Warmington. wife or girlfriend and her new boyfriend. So it said it would read, quote, ex and her new boyfriend, say police sources. The same police sources that said, I would assume, the multiple gas stations. It's just like the ex-girlfriend here in Alberta, who right away said he had a sailboat and he had apartment buildings. And we didn't learn this for a very long time. Yet she knew right away. 20 years ago, she said 20 years ago, he used to have it. He loved kids. Lisa's saying he doesn't love kids, yet he's giving treats to them all the time. Problems. And the boyfriend tied to a tree. And then that just disappeared. And of course, right away, they changed this article and removed this piece. So is there some truth in this? Is this something worth exploring? I think it's important to stay with what we have right now because there's so much information. I'm just throwing it out there that this kind of stuff, and I'll put the link to that article because this is the one. The one that has it, okay? One that wasn't updated. Warmington, April 19th. Was updated April 19th. So I don't know what information was located there before because that's the first archive copy, which is always why I say it's very important to use archive.is or archive.org. They can clean these, yes, and remove articles, but it tends to be a little harder. And I do know that many of you are doing great work in archiving, so thank you very much to all of you. So we have the ties between the Holton Elks group down there, which is coming out good. I don't know what, if any, relevance that does or doesn't bear, but certainly the one picture is quite interesting because where's that? I sent it in an email. I don't want to dox that person. It was sent to me. Thank you. If you want to identify yourself again, please do, because please take credit for good work that you guys are all doing. Wrong email box. And they're cleaning up my email boxes, which is pissing me right off. I was trying to find that fucking video. As they are my fucking texts, man. Get out of my texts. Sent mail. Right, okay, here it is. So we'll do this way. Okay, and this one. Okay. So this is surfaced. Again, you have to take everything with a grain of salt. Things can be planted, sown, but evaluate it for what it is. Scott Schaefer, July 4th, 2018. Okay. Look familiar? Look familiar? Mm-hmm. Scott Schaefer and Angel and Sean Honlock, Holden. So what's going on? Start at the most basic thing, which is we definitely know we're getting screwed. And there's a hell of a lot going on. Same place, yeah. So is it a fake post? I mean, it's the same thing as the picture with this one. Right? We had this that was put out there quite a ways back. Okay, and that I'm not going to dox who put that out, but they can. I don't see them around. Don't know what's going on. Certain people come and go. Not sure what to think of any of that. Lisa Wortman, the Lisa Wortman Facebook profile. Is this, in fact, Lisa Wortman? Don't know. Looks like whoever this is can handle a gun. The picture that we got surfaced doesn't seem to have blonde hair. But she appears to have a pal. And nothing seems to be tested that we're told of. We don't know of any DNA test. We don't know of any GSR test. We don't know of CPIC. We don't know of PROS reports. We don't know of gosh, a whole bunch of things. All her bank accounts, her car registrations, property ownership. She has involvement in the companies. According to her, in her own words, she's a co-owner. Okay. So why are you not letting this woman testify? If she was abused, hey, let's get on with it. No, I noticed the feminist lady yesterday was not very keen. Okay, now they're late. Are they not? But she did not like guns. Scared she might shoot herself. But she got her fingerprints on them that night. Grabbing guns as she's getting beaten up. Crawling over guns. Because, you do that through a silent patrolman. Because they build those so that prisoners can escape all the time. No. That's not true. Lily did not steal cocaine.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen.
Burnett,
The proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
That's Burnett, which is a whole can of whoop ass too. To my understanding, when looking into that case, it appears as though he took the fall for some Sergeant Burnett? Or is it Barrett? I 10 years, I remember that. That's what he got as a sentence. Emily Hill. Start looking into some of these people too. Burnett. Is this the one that you're referring to? Former Mountie sentenced 10 years, trafficking cocaine. I believe he was involved with Bible Hill. I believe. Which is another great point. Of course, we have Rose Berthium, I've got a file I should go through on that at some point. He's what appears to be the lead investigator, I think. Bible Hill, Northeast Nova Major Crime. He's also head of the Desmond Inquiry investigation too. So this business about trauma, well, goodness, if he's so traumatized, no, I don't think so. Don't think so. 11 extra minutes, only 11 extra minutes. Did you tack on the 2? Hopefully somebody's keeping a running tally. Everything I read sounds like she wasn't the one in control of things. Appears that she is. But again, I would say, is it possible now? That was what I wrote to somebody last night. Is it excuse me, is it possible now that, you know, okay, the narrative is starting to unravel, so fine, throw her under the bus just to keep the bigger story from coming out. Do you know what I'm saying? Like they're willing to let that happen because she's never going to appear. You're never going to see her. She's God knows where with her pointer cars. Pointer cars. One you don't want to test, because then if people are like, well, you know, she was involved with it and Gabe was involved with it and it was just some kind of, I don't know, fucked up thing, and there you go, that's the end of that. No, there's a hell of a lot going on. Why would the Mass Casualty Commission want to ever cover this stuff up? You could say that. Right away, they motivated the Observatory for Feminists, and they got right involved, which is all dirty and exposed. Many police officers' involvement, RCMP involvement, and the articles that were thrown out. Who was the first one to throw one of those articles out? Oh, gosh. And he ties to other stories, too. Media. You don't get in these positions. Some of them. Definitely not. Goes back to church hearings. Church in the United States. And intelligence in media. Heavily involved in media. And the U.S. connections. Lots of U.S. connections. So is the U.S. involved in this one? Probably. February 22. She doesn't appear to be hiding at all. Well, I don't think anybody was really looking, right? Notice now things are starting to come out. Okay.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Good. Thank you again, participants and their counsel, and of course, members of the public who are engaging us today, engaging with us today. As promised, I will give a brief oral reasons for our decision vis-a-vis the proposed expert. Earlier this week, we introduced our first 3 foundational documents sharing what we know to date about the events in Portapique on April 18th and 19th, 2020. These were the first 3 of many foundational documents to be presented over the course of our inquiry. As a next step, we have asked participants to identify further witnesses to clarify a dispute in the evidence that will be material to the Commission's work in phases 2 and 3, to fill a material gap in the evidence, and to provide important context. The National Police Federation represents RCMP officers up to and including the level of staff sergeant. Family participants have identified 18 Federation members they think we should hear further from in oral proceedings. Before doing so, the Federation suggests we need the assistance of an expert to better understand the ways trauma can visit first responders. And I quote from the Federation's specific motion or request. Dr. Carlton is proposed as having expertise in the field of clinical psychology with particular expertise in the diagnosis and treatment of post-traumatic stress injuries among public safety personnel, including police officers. B, mental health risk and resilience factors faced by public safety personnel, including police officers. C, barriers to treatment faced by police officers. And D, the study of longitudinal impacts of post-traumatic stress injuries on public safety personnel, including the incidence, prevalence, and expression of post-traumatic stress injuries. In our view, the assistance offered by the Federation is unnecessary. As family participant counsel, Mr. Bryson acknowledged yesterday in referring to the proposed evidence, it is also not necessary. The Commission can inform themselves that this was, in fact, a very traumatic process for all participants, including police. The evidence being proffered is not required to inform the Commission of that fact. That is accepted by everyone. We have determined that we do not need the assistance from this proposed witness in order to make these decisions as to who should appear in oral proceedings. In other words, whether and how to hear from a proposed witness must be decided on an individual by individual basis with all potential accommodations in play in order to establish the facts. Thank you. Ms. Netju?
Thank you for Commissioner McDonald. I believe we are going to hear from someone from Patterson Law with respect to their request for us to receive oral testimony from Constable Basalt and Constable Colford.
Thank you. Mr. Scott, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Commissioners. My name is Michael Scott. I'm a partner at Patterson Law, and here on behalf of those most affected by the events of April 2020. We echo the comments of our friends earlier about the necessity to hear from Constables Basalt and Colford. But I would add that while we've focused on certain officers, including Constable Basalt, because of his ostensible command on the ground at the relevant time, our comments about him really extend similarly to a number of officers on the ground at the time. The entire IR team, Constables Merchant, Patton, Grun, Neal, Corporal Sutton, and we need to hear from at least some of those officers for the very simple reason that they were there. We need to know what those officers saw and heard and did. And while we've been asked to give submissions on additional witnesses that the Commission should hear from, we note that with the exception of the 911 witness yesterday, we haven't heard from any witnesses And at this point in the process, we've now moved very quickly through what we would consider to be one of the central timelines. A series of events that starts the mass casualty and involves a number of deaths in the Portapique area. It also bears on the central issue of containment. And what we have are a number of foundational documents, but we haven't heard from the people that were there. So specifically with respect to Constable Basselt, there are a number of items that we think the constable can speak to that just have not been addressed in the foundational documents. And one of them is, we know that the initial call involves the 911 call from the Blair residence. What we don't know and haven't heard anything about is whether the IR team or Constable Basselt responded to the Blair residence. And if not, why not? And perhaps, if not, perhaps there's a perfectly rational reason for that. But we would need Constable Basselt to speak to that. We know that at the time officers were responding to those initial calls, Greg Blair is on his front deck. He's not discovered by RCMP until many, many hours later. And to the extent that the question can be asked, we don't know whether, if identified earlier, he may have been able to be saved. And the only people that can speak to that are the first responders who were in Portapique at the time. Similarly, the foundational documents make reference to a decision by Constable Basselt and others to form an IR team and proceed into Portapique. There's a suggestion that that decision was made based on their training and their understanding of the threat that they were there to face. What we don't know is what, if any, impact that had on containment or their assessment of what was needed to contain the scene. All we know is that they arrive at the scene, make a decision to proceed into Portapique using their IR training. We need those officers to speak to what their rationale was. If they knew that the issues of containment could be dealt with sufficiently, notwithstanding that they were pushing in. Was it a judgment call made in the moment, knowing that it would affect containment efforts? We don't know, but they can speak to it. Constable Basselt and the officers with him can also speak to a number of things that they witnessed firsthand. And I certainly don't need to tell anybody here the importance of those sources of information. People who were there, people who saw things with their own eyes, that were either overlooked in giving various statements, or the significance of which wasn't recognized at the time. We note that in Constable Basselt's interviews, to the extent that it appears in the foundational documents, there's no reference to his observations about the Zal Thomas residence.
Just for the record, Mr. Scott, you say to the extent that they appear in the foundational documents, the source materials are also been exhibited.
Yes.
And part of the record.
And I'm referencing those as well.
Thank you.
We now have, in the latest version of the foundational documents, a contingent timeline that's been proposed by Commission Council. But part of that timeline bears on when the Zal Thomas property was on fire. And it would be extremely helpful to know if, when Constable Basselt and the rest of the IR team and other officers are passing by that property, as they do several times, as we understand it, was the house on fire? You know, these are the sort of things that we can address if we have the officers there. Of course, those things have to be constrained to relevance and speak directly to the issues at hand. But we obviously have some concerns about, you know, the depth of what's been presented in those foundational documents. I, recognize the comments that my friend Ms. Miller made earlier about the understanding that we have that we may be hearing from some of, these members later in the process. And we're happy to be, to receive further information about it. But as we are here today, our understanding is that those members will be called at a later point in the proceedings, that they will not be presented for the purpose of providing any testimony on the facts of the matter or what they saw, but rather to discuss in the context of a witness circle their experience. And I confess that as distinct from the issue of providing facts, things that they saw and heard and did, I have not the slightest idea what it means that these officers will speak to their experience. If we're being told that they will be called to give evidence, that we understand. Turning to Constable Colford, for the same reason, we need to hear from Constable Colford because she was there. She's one of the first people on scene. She has vital firsthand information about a number of issues at the outset of the mass casualty event, including the first containment point at the Portapique Beach Road. We know where Constable Colford was. We know where a number of the other first responding officers were. What we don't know is why they were in that position. Was the containment point that was established there chosen intentionally? Was there any particular reason that the roadblock that's referenced later by Corporal Sutton isn't established closer to Highway number 2 or farther into Portapique? And perhaps the answer is no. But we don't know that. And to the extent that the foundation documents have been tendered this week are supposed to specifically address issues like containment, which we would obviously agree is a central issue. These are the questions that we would need answered. We need to know from Constable Colford, what was the containment plan, if any? Was Constable Colford simply tasked with holding down the position and waiting for the arrival of other members? Does her training or experience inform what she was doing at that position at that time? We don't know. Constable Colford is also specifically important to this matter in as much as we know from the foundational documents and from the supporting materials that she's the one who receives vital information from Andrew and Kate McDonald, identifying that there may be a possible second exit from Portapique. To the extent that we assume Constable Colford's role at that particular juncture is to contain the scene, we have questions about what was done with that information beyond what we already know. We know that it was broadcast. We don't know what Constable Colford's intention was in broadcasting that. Would she assume that the risk manager or that CIC or that others would do something specific with that information? Is it her role or responsibility to ensure that information is passed on? We know she received the information and radioed it, but we don't know what the purpose or intention for doing that was, or what was expected to be done with that information. Because in the result, what we know is that a containment point identifying what we now know to be the Blueberry Field Road was not contained until well after the perpetrator had left the property. To the extent that there's those particular members, those are our only submissions, unless the Commission has any questions.
was just checking my memory with my colleagues, Mr. Scott, but I thought Officer Colford's information, from what I understood from earlier submissions, was from Kate McDonald and not Andrew McDonald, but I could be wrong.
Sorry, I think that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And the Blueberry Field Road was not the way out. Brown Loop was the way out, right?
By the Blueberry Field Road, yeah.
By way of, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I believe we're now to hear from Mr. Bryson on behalf of the Bond family.
Thank you, Commission. Yes, in regards to the IR team, I would suggest that Constable Basal is probably the most integral witness that the Bond family wishes to hear from as the first responding member to Portapique and as the team leader. The family certainly has a lot of questions. We do have a good sense of Constable Basal's movements that night. We know where he went and at what time he went. We also know, based on the foundational document, that he relied on his training. So it was essentially, we know that based on their training, this is what they did. But we don't know what observations they made to inform themselves to make these decisions. And part of the difficulty is that when we're framing these questions, the what questions, sometimes they appear as why questions as well. And there is some overlap. So it is sometimes difficult for participants when we're meeting with their families and they're asking us questions that.
That's fair enough, Mr. Bryce.
Yeah. So, for example, Constable Basal made a decision on behalf of the IR team and his entry team. They would proceed on foot initially. So what informed him that that was the best decision to make at that time? We know that he received additional information. He proceeded on foot. He then encountered Andrew McDonald on foot. And at the time of his encounter with Mr. McDonald, he learned that the perpetrator was now mobile. That is new information that he had to assess and his team had to assess. The decision was then maintained or perhaps sustained that the team would still continue on foot, and they did, in spite of the fact that, sorry, it looks like you wish to, okay, yeah. So that decision was sustained, the fact that the team would, despite knowing that the perpetrator was mobile, would remain on foot, and they remained on foot for the entirety of the evening. So it's difficult for the families to understand what led to that decision. Did you incorporate this new information and still arrive at the decision that it's still best to proceed on foot? And proceed on foot they did. In one of the mass casualty statements, we learned that the members walked roughly 9.5 kilometers throughout Portapique that evening. I think that was Constable Basal's statement to the commission, that was the duration of their foot travel. The families also have lots of questions about, for example, the location of the 911 call was Orchard Beach Drive. Decision was made to stay straight, not take a left down Orchard Beach, where the origin of the 911 call was made. It was to continue down Portapique Beach Road. What led to that decision being made? And what led to the decision not to go down Orchard Beach, where both 911 calls originated, and also where they knew that the 4 children were now housed and hoping to stay safe? There are questions of what informed that decision, and later also why those decisions were made. What tools were used to help inform your decisions that you made about the topography, such as Google Maps? So, for example, Cobequid Court is roughly 900 meters further south of 136 Orchard Drive, the Blair residence. The members never proceeded to Cobequid Court. In fact, unfortunately, the bonds were not discovered. They resided at 46 Cobequid Court. They weren't discovered until 17 hours after the tragedy began. And that's roughly sometime after 3:20 p.m. on the 19th. So why wasn't the entirety of Portapique canvassed by members? So in regards to the suggestion that they be called to testify about their their experiences, I would echo the comments of my friend that we're not clear on what that exactly would entail. But I submit that that's not the best use of the commission's time, that if the witnesses are going to be brought forward, that they testify as to some of these very important facts, testifying as to their experiences, and they can certainly do so in the course of testifying to these very important facts as well. And I don't see what value there would be to the commission to simply limit them to experiences while neglecting the facts. The facts will inform and did inform their experiences and vice versa. There are my comments with respect to Constable Basol and why I think he should be called before this commission. With respect to Constable Colford, very briefly, we just heard that Constable Colford did receive some information from Ms. McDonald that there was another exit point from Portapique. Who, if anyone, was that information passed on to and at what time? We heard in the containment document at what time Brown Loop was actually contained. That was many, many hours after. We believe that that information was conveyed. So specifically, who did you pass that information on to and at what time? And also, if Constable Colford's role was containment, was that in fact her role? We do have information that, for example, David Faulkner was able to actually navigate up Portapique Beach Road, interact with Constable Colford, and without even providing a name, he was able to then exit the area. So was containment a priority and the objective of Constable Colford at that time? So it's questions in relation to her role that she was assuming at that evening. So there are my comments, subject to any questions you may have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryson.
Thank you. I believe we will now hear from counsel from the Department of Justice on behalf of the RCMP.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I want to make some preliminary comments to frame our views with respect to the calling of RCMP witnesses in general.
Sorry, just for the public, could you state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
My name's Lori Ward.
Thank you.
I'm here on behalf of the Attorney General of Canada, which of course includes the RCMP. So we're all well aware that this commission has a mandate to employ a trauma-informed approach. This is not what we're used to. It's a bit of a brave new world for a lot of us, and we hear the frustration from lawyers who are used to a trial-style approach to gathering evidence. We hear the frustration, but that doesn't mean that other methods or alternate methods of gathering evidence are not meaningful and do not afford an opportunity for meaningful participation. I hope it is evident to the Commission that the RCMP has made great efforts to assist it in its monumental task. As you know, the RCMP has disclosed roughly 65,000 documents to this commission. Not the Government of Canada, just the RCMP. The RCMP has facilitated or attempted to facilitate interviews of every witness identified by the commission. All those interviews, of course, voluntary and without subpoena. The RCMP has provided technical support explanation, given access to its subject matter experts and demonstrations to answer questions from the commission. Now, I had intended to argue in support of the tendering of the report of Dr. Carlton, and I understand that ship has sailed. Suffice it to say, we want to assist this commission. We are simply asking that the commissioners make their decisions with respect to witnesses while balancing the sometimes competing interests of a trauma-informed approach. We don't have a draft in this country. We have an entirely volunteer armed forces. When armed forces members came back from Afghanistan, some of them quite traumatized, some of them broken, you didn't hear people saying, they signed up for this. What you heard was people saying, we need to take good care of our veterans. We owe them that. What we've heard here yesterday and partially today has an undercurrent of, they signed up for this. Ms. Najawan made it clear, and we would make it clear, that we are not seeking any blanket approach or an across-the-board pass for RCMP members. But as I said, the commissioners, and I'm sure you're well aware, are called upon to make these decisions while balancing those competing interests. Is the evidence necessary? And if it is, can it be elicited in a different way? Witnesses should not be interviewed more than once. They should not be called to appear more than once. We had a situation where witnesses were scheduled to appear to the point of making travel arrangements and then put off to a time uncertain. That should not happen in a trauma-informed approach. If the evidence is necessary, there needs to be a proportionality to how it's elicited. With respect to these two members in particular, we're at a bit of a disadvantage because we had expected that participants would be required to give a few more particulars of the gaps or errors that they had identified in their letter submitting a list of witnesses last week. So we had no notice of the particular gaps and errors. But suffice it to say, with respect to Constable Stuart Baselt with an E, he addressed the exchange with Mr. Faulkner in his interview. He addressed the reason he went in on foot in his interview. And I would say he adequately addressed the whys and the whats and what tools he had available in his interview. What we've heard repeatedly is we need to hear from these people in person. And I would submit that's not an adequate reason. It doesn't meet the threshold of necessity if this evidence is already on the record. With respect to Mr. Burrell's submissions, when he presented the foundational documents, we've been told that his submissions or his presentations are just that, submissions. Any inferences that he drew are submissions. It is open to counsel later to refute those submissions or make competing or contradictory submissions. With respect to Constable Colford, her exchange with Kate McDonald is on record. It's in Kate McDonald's statement. Constable Colford appears in the radio transcript, so we know exactly what she said. We understand that there are written questions forthcoming for Constable Colford from the Commission, and we would suggest that participants be allowed to submit their supplementary questions to be put to Constable Colford in writing. Those are my submissions in regard to these two witnesses, and we'll have further submissions later, but subject to any questions the commissioners have.
Thank you very much.
I believe we will now hear from Ms. Najawan on behalf of the National Police Federation.
As you know, I'm Nasha Najawan. I'm counsel for the National Police Federation. And I should take this opportunity to introduce my co-counsel as well, Kelly McMillan and Jamie Burnett, who are sitting there in the chairs. I would like to respond to the issues raised by participants. The assertion that is made that under Rule 37, it's necessary for the Commission to issue a subpoena for the attendance in person of Constable Stuart Basselt and Constable Vicky Colford. In order to frame my remarks, I will not retread the ground you have already heard me on, but I want to go back a little bit to the framework that we are working under here. We all know that this commission is free to set its own rules, and it has done so. Those rules were developed in consultation with participants over the summer and published in mid-August of 2021. Those rules provide for the process by which foundational documents are developed and introduced into evidence, and include the express provision that those documents will stand in place of oral evidence where possible. As we've seen over the last several days, foundational documents have been introduced and exhibited along with approximately 200 source documents. And those source documents contain original interviews and other types of firsthand evidence from the officers who were involved and whose involvement is being addressed by participants today. The Commission has indicated that in order to issue a subpoena or direct the further collection of evidence from these individuals, participants must identify a conflict in the evidence, a gap in the evidence, or an area where necessary context is offered. And those gaps, conflicts, or lack of context must be material to the Commission's work in phase 2 or 3. There is, of course, an infinite amount of fact-finding that is always possible, and this is an extremely complicated sequence of events involving hundreds of witnesses, 17 crime scenes, and a long period of time. We will never uncover every detail, so we must be attuned to the purposes of this project, which is getting to the truth of what happened and moving on towards recommendations and next steps. You've heard my submissions about the consideration of necessity as it relates to a subpoena and whether or not there are other ways to get at the evidence. And so it is our general submission, and I'll only do this once because I'm going to stand up and respond on a number of different witnesses. It's our general submission that the Commission is obliged by its trauma-informed mandate to seek the least harmful way to obtain any necessary evidence. Now, I'll echo my friend Ms. Ward's comments when she says that there appears to be frustration, conflict with the normal ways in which lawyers are used to collecting evidence, which is by sworn testimony. But that's not the conflict that you're being asked to decide today. That, in fact, is resolved in the rules. The Commission will accept other than live testimony as evidence, and it will exhibit it. So where are we then with respect to these witnesses? What evidence is before you, and have the participants adequately identified a gap, conflict, or lack of context that you must address in order to fulfill your mandate, and more importantly, to fulfill your work in phases 2 and 3? That's the question. I'm going to address it. I wanted to raise one other point before I move on to the specifics of these two witnesses, which was addressed in my correspondence of February 28th, which is this question of how and when we might address personal accommodations. I appreciate your brief reasons with respect to the employment of a trauma-informed approach and that it will be done on an individualized basis. I do not, of course, speak for individual witnesses today. I cannot give you evidence about their personal circumstances. So it would be my submission that, in accordance with the rules, if the commissioners determine that a subpoena is necessary under the test that we've all articulated under Rule 37, a opportunity provided to those witnesses with the assistance of the NPF and the Department of Justice to determine whether it would like to offer evidence to the Commission for consideration in respect of personal accommodations. And to the extent that that evidence must be presented before the Commission in order to seek those accommodations, with respect to a subpoena, that should be done in camera to protect the privacy interest and the dignity of those individuals. So there was some questions, I think, about how exactly I was proposing that would be done, and that is my submission procedurally, which is that first a determination that a subpoena is necessary must be made, and then we will revert to letting the Commission know if there's some reason that that subpoena is inappropriate in the context of its trauma-informed mandate with regard to the individual circumstances of a particular officer. I say this for sort of proportionality reasons and also to protect the privacy and dignity interests of the individuals. If the Commission has not yet determined that a subpoena should issue, then there is no need for the exposure of their personal information in this way. And so that's why I'm proposing a bifurcated or two-stage process. And we can do that in short order.
Could you just repeat that last sentence?
Yes. So for example, today we'll hear from participants about 18 different witnesses they wish to speak about. If we were required, or if we required those witnesses to all come and tell you about their personal circumstances, it would not only be an unwieldy process, but it also may unnecessarily expose some individuals for whom a subpoena will not issue and expose their own privacy and personal information unnecessarily. So that's why we're proposing that there be a second stage sort of built in for those for whom subpoenas will issue in order to allow them to provide information to the Commission, which the Commission might consider in providing accommodations. And accommodations are provided for in the rules. So working within the structure that you've offered. And I can tell you that I commit, and I'm going to speak on behalf of Ms. Ward, and she'll tell me later if I'm speaking out of turn, that we'll commit to making sure that that process can be done in very short order and completely and promptly to meet the Commission's needs. So those are my submissions on the framework that we're working under and the methodology which we submit the Commission ought to employ. I'm in the same position as my friend Ms. Ward in that particulars of the gaps or conflicts or lack of context for each of these two witnesses were only identified by participants in oral submissions for the first time. But I'm going to do my best to tell you why I believe that none of the issues that were raised in particular by the participants actually constitute a gap or a conflict or a need for further clarification. In order to do that, I'm going to start with Constable Basselt. And I'd like to just make clear for the record that Constable Basselt was interviewed by the Major Crime Unit on April 23rd, 2020. That interview lasted 32 minutes. A transcript of that interview has been exhibited to the foundational documents. He then attended a lengthy interview with the Mass Casualty Commission on July 22nd, 2021, which lasted 91 minutes, the transcript of which is also exhibited in the Commission's materials already. Constable Basselt's contemporaneous actions were almost entirely captured on the Colchester radio, the transcript and audio of which have been exhibited. And the GPS location of his car at all times during the mass casualty event, which document his arrival at the scene and the movement of the car, the moment that he stopped it and got out of it and started walking, etc., are also exhibited in front of the Commission. So this is the record. It is not just the summary in the foundational documents. This is the record that has already been admitted as evidence. And I'm going to return to this idea that that's not real evidence. It is. The rules have accepted that these exhibits may be entered into evidence in a manner that is not usual for us lawyers who are used to running trials, but nonetheless, here we are. So I'm going to try and address the specific issues that were identified by my friends, and I'm speaking from my own notes, so I hope that I don't mischaracterize what they've said. I have on my list a number of issues identified with respect to Stuart Basselt. The first is his interaction with David Faulkner. Now, we all know David Faulkner was not identified to anybody until quite late in this proceeding, but that the Mass Casualty Commission has conducted an interview of Mr. Faulkner, and his interview is also exhibited as part of the documents available on the record. Constable Basselt, though he did not know Mr. Faulkner's name, speaks about his interaction with Mr. Faulkner, both in his Mass Casualty Commission statement, which is available at COM 15529 at pages, page 6. And earlier in his interview with the Major Crime Unit at pages, lines 35 to 39. So his spontaneous evidence about interaction is available to the Commission and has been relied on in the foundational documents. To the extent that there is a follow-up question, whether he remembers any other details or if there's some aspect of David Faulkner's account that needs to be put to him, it could be in a further specific inquiry that could come in writing, in a further interview, or in any other form the Commission deems appropriate. The question remains, if there is a gap, I don't think that's been established. But even if there is a gap, why must further details of interaction be explored by the Commission? Why should we be focusing on that? Second issue that's been raised by Participant Council with respect to Constable Basselt involves the decision by the IR team to go in on foot. This is, of course, in accordance with IR training. And Constable Basselt speaks about this in some detail in both his Mass Casualty Commission interview and his MCU interview. But if further information is required about IR training more broadly, that's better suited to a subject matter expert who could explain why it is that members are trained in that fashion.
Ms. Najawan, I just, to help frame the issue as I understood it from the submissions is it's one thing to ask why did they go in on foot, but then if you superimpose the information from Mr. McDonald, would that or should that have changed their mind? I'm not expressing an opinion on it. I'm just trying to articulate what I think they're.
Yes, and I'm loath to express my opinions with the evidence, but we all know that the first thing that Constable Basselt encountered when he arrived in the Portapique neighborhood was a victim who had just been shot and who was able to tell him which way the shooter went. And so the question of why he went in the direction that he did, I think is actually quite simply answered, but certainly if it needs to be put more particularly to Constable Basselt, it could be. I think I'll bore the Commission by telling you the page and line references of every issue that is raised by participants. So I propose not to do that, though I can. Instead, I suppose what my submission would be is that in order for there to really be a gap or a conflict, we have to assess the existence of the gap or conflict against the backdrop of the evidence that is actually before the Commission. This idea that that isn't real evidence because it's not sworn, because it's not first person, but because it's not live, it is not a real issue before the Commission. It is real evidence. It has been admitted into the record. Our submission is that the participants have not met the threshold of identifying the existence of a gap with reference to the available evidence. I'll move on to briefly address Constable Colford, and I'll offer you the same information. Constable Colford attended a major crime unit investigation interview on April 23rd, 2020, which lasted 53 minutes, during which she gave a complete first-person account of her involvement. That's available in the record. Her involvement at Portapique Beach Road is detailed on the Colchester radio in real time. Her GPS location of her car, similar to Constable Basselt, is available and documented in the record. Now, I understand from Ms. Ward that the commission has indicated written questions will be provided to Constable Colford. I agree that those questions could include the question of to seek further clarification about her interaction with Kate McDonald, and in particular, any details she can recall about the radio transmission she made. But we do know that she made the transmission, and we know when she made it, and we know what she said. I also understand that Constable Colford attended an interview with ESDC as part of the Labor Code investigation. That was a lengthy interview where she was again asked to perform a complete retelling of her involvement in these traumatic events. It lasted 71 minutes. It's my understanding that that interview recording is forthcoming to the commission, that there were some evidentiary issues about obtaining it, but that those are expected to be resolved. So the commission will have 2 complete retellings of Constable Colford's story, and to the extent they require any clarification on those 2 complete retellings, they are, of course, encouraged to seek them in writing. And I'll restate my friend, the Department of Justice Counsel, Ms. Ward's commitment that those further requests from the Commission will receive the full cooperation of the National Police Federation. We look forward to being able to continue to work with the Commission to provide any and all necessary evidence for its work from our members in the most trauma-informed way possible. I'm happy to take any questions you have for my submissions on those 2, and I would be pleased to provide more detailed references as to the line and page references in which documents particular issues have already been addressed by these members. And I can do that in writing if you'd like it in follow-up. I do think it would be quite tedious for me to do on the stand here. There's only one other comment I'd like to make. There are some questions, some bigger questions in particular with respect to decisions about containment, which are not for these witnesses. They are for the individuals who were in charge of the scene at the time, the commanding officers. Some of those questions have already been answered. Those officers have also been through interviews with the commission. But to the extent that some of the information sought by participants is not properly available from these witnesses, they cannot ground the issuance of a subpoena.
Thank you. I agree with your approach.
Thank you.
Need to list all the various references, but Commission Counsel may be in touch with you.
Okay, I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, Commissioners, just briefly, to confirm some of what the Commission already knows from Constables Basalt and Colford. Constable Basalt was interviewed by both the RCMP and the Commission. Transcripts of both interviews have been disclosed to the Commission. As you heard earlier in my exchange with Ms. Miller, Constable Basalt it is anticipated that he will participate in what will be a series of roundtables from first responders during the second phase of the Commission's proceeding. So RCMP first responders, non-RCMP first responders, including fire and EHS and community members, to speak to the context and circumstances of the mass casualty as we look at some of the other aspects of our mandate. And so we do anticipate that we will hear from Constable Basalt in respect to those issues and questions at that time. In terms of the factual timeline, just to confirm what I said before the break, at this time, Commission Counsel does not have any further questions for Constable Basalt in respect of the timeline. I think you also heard that there are a number of other sources of evidence, including the Colchester radio transcripts, and we're happy to make COM numbers for those available to the commissioners, but I believe they are on the record. They were filed as part of the source material to the Portapic documents. Just wanted to briefly pause and note that any questions about the severity of the injuries suffered by Greg and Jamie Blair, and what, if any, interventions might have made any difference, are questions that are really best posed to the medical examiner's office. I would suggest that questions best posed privately by the Blair family. With respect to Constable Colford, she was interviewed by the RCMP as part of its investigation. She retired from the RCMP in the fall of 2021 and is in the process of answering a series of written questions sent to her, I believe, in February by Commission Counsel. So they're somewhere in the process at this point in time. She did also give a lengthy statement to the Employment and Social Development Canada that's conducting a labor investigation into the events of the mass casualty. The Commission has sought production of the transcript of those interviews, and our efforts to date are reflected in correspondence that has been produced to participants. And we understand that a copy of that transcript will be forthcoming later this month. Those are our comments with respect to Constables Basalt and Constable Colford.
Thank you.
So I will now move on to inviting submissions from council to address you with respect to why they believe we should hear from Constable Chris Grund. And I believe that Ms. Miller is also going to speak to a request to hear from Constable John Lilly. So I will invite, is it Mr. Scott for Patterson? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. With respect to Constable Grund, we have a few issues that are specific to Constable Grund, but also some matters that would pertain to all of these witnesses as well. So we'll get it out of the way. To the extent that I would endorse the comments of my friends for the Attorney General of Canada and the National Police Federation, to the extent that we are frustrated. We are extremely frustrated at the prospect of having to justify seeking facts in a fact-finding process. It is not the case that because we're lawyers, we can only accept evidence being adduced in one particular way because it's tradition. We don't do it because it's tradition. We do it because facts matter. We are happy to receive facts in any manner. We are happy to weigh our needs to hear evidence against the specific needs or accommodations required by a specific officer. To the extent that it pertains to other witnesses, including our own clients, I can advise that we have canvassed our clients, and almost without exception, every one of them is willing to give testimony before this commission. It will be hard, it will be difficult, but they'll do it because it's important. We're not looking to attack officers or subject them to any further trauma. We're looking to have an inquiry, and one that is public and in which we can seek
Mr.
facts.
Scott, could you address the questions?
I am addressing the questions to the extent that this relates specifically to Grund, so I don't have to repeat it when we come to every other witness.
It would just be very helpful to know your specific questions, given that you did have the opportunity to review the draft rules last summer and provide your input, and you also had the opportunity during approximately 6 weeks of working meetings to identify areas that required further investigation, many of which have been followed up on, and a number of which have also raised new questions for us, which are certainly being pursued. So it would just be very helpful to use our time today to identify the areas that, in this case, the member Grund would be of assistance. Please.
What we've gleaned from the foundational documents that have been tendered, which we've had no meaningful participation in the creation of. that bear no resemblance to the drafts that we were provided in the fall.
Is it not your understanding that, as we've mentioned, the foundational documents were revised on the basis of the input that we received from the participants during the course of the meetings that you attended? So of course they have changed in their content from the version that was circulated to you, because we took your input very seriously and considered it very seriously and attempted to address the questions that were raised at the time. So, I mean, we found the input from participants during that process very helpful, which is why the foundational documents have been revised considerably. So to suggest that there was no opportunity for review or input seems to me to be a bit inaccurate. So I'm just hoping that you'll assist the public in understanding the process of it as we go through this today, please.
And I'm happy to do so. I can say, Commissioner, that I attended those meetings. I was at those meetings personally, and we were invited to provide input with respect to the draft foundational documents. And I would certainly, under no circumstances, resile from the suggestion that they have been changed appreciably. What I would suggest is that, having had a direct hand in the comments that were put forward, the changes that were made do not, in our view, reflect the input that we provided.
Okay, and so that's why we've asked for additional input today. So it would be very helpful if you could provide that input, please, so that we can, in fact, follow up if it's helpful to do so with respect to the mandate. So
absolutely, and I'm happy to do so. And one of the witnesses among the number of witnesses, any witnesses that we would like to hear from, is Constable Grund. Two primary examples of why we would want to hear from Member Grund would be his direct involvement in retrieving the Blair and McCulley children in the early hours of the mass casualty event. We know that a 911 call was placed at approximately 10:16, I believe, is when the 911 call was made. And we know that the children weren't extracted from that house until 12:24 in the morning, almost 2 hours later. We have questions about why those children were left in that house, why they weren't retrieved earlier. Again, as I said earlier, with respect to decisions made by Constable Basselt, perhaps there's a perfectly good explanation. Perhaps it was determined that that was the safest course of action. We've not been able to ask any questions. We appreciate the Commission Council has had an opportunity to interview witnesses to their satisfaction. We have not. We've been provided with transcripts. And we have questions about the circumstances under which those children were extracted. We know that there was concerns about that house being on fire with 4 children whose parents had been murdered. Waiting for assistance. A specific area we'd also like to address with Constable Grund bears on the timeline that's been proposed by by Commission Council, to the extent that we are very interested in the timeline at which the perpetrator was allowed to escape Portapique through a secondary road. In that part of the timeline, we would suggest that every minute matters, because every minute that containment point was not contained is another opportunity that there was to stop the perpetrator before he moved out into the community. And but for his escaping unchallenged, we know that there are a number of people that would be alive today. So that issue is very important to us, to the extent of what is the timing. And Constable Grund is important in that narrative, because while we've heard certain waypoints placed in the foundational documents with respect to when we reasonably suspect that Carlton was killed, when we suspect different issues happened at the various 911 calls, a lot of the Commission Council's emphasis on the suggestion that the perpetrator left at around 10:45, that he exited around 10:45 from Brown's Loop, is predicated on a suggestion that we saw the perpetrator's vehicle pass by the Wilson's gas stop a short time later. And we have some video which may or may not depict the perpetrator's vehicle, given the quality of the photograph. But it suggested that it was the only vehicle of its kind traveling in that direction in that place. But what we also know, and it's contained in the foundational document, is that if that's correct, if the perpetrator is passing by the Wilson's gas stop at that time, he would have at very least passed Constable Grund coming in the other direction. And to the extent that Constable Grund then had a firsthand perspective from which to see a fully marked RCMP cruiser moving at over 100 kilometers an hour in the opposite direction from the call he was responding to, ostensibly without lights on, and didn't see it, we would suggest would seem to inform that perhaps that's because the perpetrator didn't pass him, or perhaps he'll say he simply didn't notice. But there are questions to be asked, because regardless of, at the end of the day, what Constable Grund saw or didn't see, the timeline upon which placement of the perpetrator in that position is assumed is critically important to all of the steps before that in establishing where the perpetrator was. And for that reason, we would like to hear from Constable Grund, subject to any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we are here for, sorry, we are next to hear from Mr. Russell. On behalf of the Tuck, Oliver, and Campbell family.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is James Russell, as I've been introduced as counsel with my colleagues for the Oliver Tuck families and the Campbell family. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to address the Commissioners respecting Constable Grund. And I'm not going to reiterate the importance of Constable Grund, as has already been mentioned by Mr. Scott. We're addressing the timeline and the evacuation of the children. I do think that I can provide another perspective where Constable Grund can provide necessary insight into the officer's experience dealing with children that are left in violent situations. Of particular importance in connecting this with the work of the Commission, we submit that Constable Grund can speak to his training, not only into responding to an active shooter incident, but also his training and the adequacy of his training in interacting with victims, such as children in circumstances like these. Constable Grund's testimony is important in the context of this Commission's mandate as stated in the Orders in Council, respecting police action and informing meaningful recommendations for the future rule. 28 of our rules of practice state that participants may propose witnesses to support, challenge, comment on, or supplement the foundational documents in ways that are likely to significantly contribute to this work. In particular, we believe that the Orders in Council that are directing the Commissioners to examine Constable Grund the issues respecting police policies in paragraph 8 of the Orders in Council, police policies, procedures, and training in respect of active shooter incidents. And that would also canvass the victims of shooter incidences that survive instances like this. So subject to any further questions, these are my submissions on the importance of Constable Grund.
Thank you very much, Mr. Russell.
Thank you.
Ms. Miller, on behalf of members of the Beaton and Tuck families.
Good afternoon. Thank you. I will provide the commissioners with some particulars of gaps and inconsistencies that we believe exist with respect to critical evidence relating to the first responder and Portapic document from Corporal Grund and Sergeant Lilly. And I propose to do them together with your indulgence because the same principles and comments overlap, although I'll use specific examples for each individual.
By all means, thank you.
I'm going to set the context here, and you've heard from my friends already in terms of Constable Grund's role with the direct evacuation of the children. Sergeant Lilly was also involved at a later date. So these two members dealt directly with what we would say would be 4 front row witnesses to the perpetrator's actions for approximately 30 minutes. And that, of course, were the children. Constable Grund participated in the extraction at 12:21 p.m. from Orchard Beach Road to Great Village. And that's where he met Sergeant Lilly. Constable Grund then traveled in an ambulance with them to the hospital and then stayed with the children at the hospital until relatives arrived. Sergeant Lilly met, as I said, Constable Grund at Great Village. He followed behind the ambulance with the children and Constable Grund to the hospital for safety reasons, and he stayed with the children again until relatives arrived. This is, from our perspective, very critical evidence in terms of what the children observed for approximately 30 minutes. There is no other witness that has that perspective and can provide that meaningful, critical information to help inform the commissioners with respect to the causes, contexts, and circumstances that gave rise to this tragedy. Both Constable Grund and Sergeant Lilly gave RCMP interviews. We saw those in the foundational documents. They were both dated May the 5th. Both Constable Grund and Sergeant Lilly gave interviews to the commission's team. And Madam Register, I'll just give you the reference for those documents because I will be referring to the MCC interviews. So for Constable Grund, that is an August 19th, 2021 statement, COM number 15508. And for Sergeant Lilly, a February 15th, 2022 statement, COM number 51453. And I'm going to reference these statements, both of them, to demonstrate how this is a perfect example, commissioners, of how despite these 2 interviews by both individuals, critical detail is missed. I'm going to start with Sergeant Lilly. At paragraph 143 of the foundational document, there's reference to Sergeant Lilly calling Staff Sergeant Rehill at 2:37:39 a.m. Staff Sergeant Rehill asks him about motive. And Sergeant Lilly says, quote, according to the kids here, he said, I think Gabriel's girlfriend broke up with him. That is the first time, commissioners, that we've received specific information about motive. And that's it. There's no more information about that. Context, further details that may have been gleaned from Sergeant Lilly's interaction with the children at the hospital. This information is not contained at all in Sergeant Lilly's statement. We don't know which child this came from. Was it one of the Blair children who may have heard it at their home? Was it something that came to the children late when they were at the McCully residence? We don't know if Sergeant Lilly took any steps to determine how the child knew this and when they knew this, and maybe he didn't, but we don't know that. And turn to the MCC statement to see if there's further detail there. And I'm going to direct you, I will direct you to a passage in this statement, which is concerning and I think highlights one of the challenges with the trauma-informed mandate. If I can take you to page 16, and I appreciate this hasn't been entered into evidence yet, the MCC statement, but I'll give you the references. So the interviewer says, I think that's great. What I don't need you to do, I know that in your statement to, and then he references the staff sergeant who took the initial interview, you have already talked about the conversations you had with the children. And Sergeant Lilly says, okay. And then the interviewer says, unless those conversations have changed somehow, we don't need to know them again. And then the interviewer says, we've got that in writing, unless you've read and you've got your statement in front of you and you say, you know what? No, that's not what they said to me. I remember now it was this, or I remember that they said something new. We don't need to go through the whole, it's not trauma informed. And that was the end of the inquiry into the conversation that Sergeant Lilly had with the children at the hospital over a period of time while they waited for relatives to come, where he gleaned the only information we have directly from a witness, other than Ms. Banfield's reporting of a fight, that Gabriel's girlfriend broke up with him. And this information was never followed up on. This is a perfect example, commissioners, as to why Sergeant Lilly would be able to provide you with critical information about motive, relevant to your fact-finding mission, but also relevant to recommendations and expert evidence I would anticipate that will be presented, looking in totality at the issues, and maybe this was one of a domestic violence indicator. I will move on from Sergeant Lilly to address Constable Grund. At paragraph 142 of the first responder document, it's noted that he called OCC to speak with the risk manager. He wasn't available to, so he spoke with call taker. And he relays that the boys described a weapon. It's possibly an assault rifle like an AK-47 or something in that nature. Once again, described it as a police vehicle. That's the extent of the information that's reported in the foundational document in that paragraph. And we go to the source document, which is Constable Grund's statement given in May of 2020, which is in evidence as an exhibit. This time with the children in the hospital is reviewed at line 623. And Constable Grund says, I'll go right to the point. I guess I don't have to repeat what the kids probably already told you. Like names the children saw. They kept telling me and explaining what he saw, like continuously. It was a little, et cetera, like them describing their parents get shot and everything. That's the extent until we go to line, that's half a page of detail of information that was gleaned from these front row witnesses. Then if we go to the MCC statement, it is a very lengthy statement, 105 pages, and the references to the children and the information gleaned from the children are largely contained to page 87 and page 92. Page 87 deals with the actual extraction from the McCully home and Constable Grund being asked about using pineapple code, which we heard was the code word for extraction. He says, I didn't even know about it. There's no further explanation about how they managed to get in and get the children in the absence of that safe word. And there's no explanation about why it was never given to them or any efforts that he may have taken to get that safe word. And then if we turn to page 92, it's about a page and a half of some detail. I'm not going to read it all, but suffice to say, I'll leave it to you look at, commissioners, there's again, it's a page and a half, very limited exploration into any further information of relevance from these critical witnesses for 30 minutes directly to the actions of the perpetrators. So I've focused on both of these witnesses in this context, commissioners, to highlight this is a gap. This is a specific piece of information, pieces of information. We don't know what's missing, but there's enough in terms of, I think, what I've referenced that should leave us all with a considerable question of what else if this had been drilled down on. And I think that is exactly why we would propose that Constables Grun and Sergeant Lilly can help us and help the family members with a better understanding when specifically directed to this information here at the commission in a way that can be trauma-informed, but under oath. Those are my submissions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I believe we now have counsel attending via Zoom again, Council for Women's Shelters Canada, Transition Houses of Nova Scotia, and the Peace Institute Coalition in respect of phase 2 of the Commission's proceedings, Megan Stevens, who's now on the screen.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for providing our coalition, Women's Shelters Canada, Transition Houses Association of Nova Scotia, and the Peace Institute, the opportunity to make some brief submissions today about why we have asked that Constable Grun be called to testify specifically about his role in helping to evacuate the children from Port Peak on April 19th, 2020. Our coalition has a particular interest in the ways in which police respond to traumatic events that affect families and children, including incidents of intimate partner violence. Victims of intimate partner violence may be hesitant to report to police if they are concerned about what that may mean for their children. So based on our review of both the foundational documents, but also Constable Grun's interview with police, that interview is from May 2020, as well as his lengthier interview with Commission Counsel from August 19th of the past summer. We believe that Constable Grun can fill in some important gaps about the evacuation of the children from Port-au-Peak. He does appear to have really made their evacuation a priority, even in the seeming absence of clear directions from his superiors that night. And from the perspective of our coalition, we would like to know if his actions that night were informed by his police training. In particular, we think it's important to know, thinking about the forward-looking aspect of your mandate, whether the police have specific training in dealing with children in violent and volatile situations, whether they have training in adopting a trauma-informed response to children or other vulnerable people in such situations, and if so, with respect to Constable Grun, whether that training affected his decisions and actions that night. If he didn't have that training, it would be helpful to hear from him whether that would have been helpful. While we note that Constable Grun was briefly asked by Commission Counsel about any training that he may have received in relation to domestic violence, that was part of the interview from last summer. These particular issues were not canvassed in that interview, nor were they canvassed in the May 2020 interview with the police. We see this information as important to aspects, several aspects of your mandate. As Mr. Russell submitted in his earlier submissions, we think this is relevant to what happened in terms of the responses of police, but it's also relevant thinking about police policies, procedures, and training, and any recommendations that may come from this commission, thinking about responses to similar incidents in the future. I do want to just briefly acknowledge the concerns that have been raised by counsel for the NPF in response to the participants' request that officers be called to testify. We certainly recognize that testifying about these events could be challenging for Constable Grund, as it would be really for any witness asked to relive the tragic events of April 2020. If this is a particular concern for Constable Grund, certainly your rules contemplate allowing witnesses to give their evidence in different ways that would lessen any such trauma. And we would suggest that those options could be considered instead of simply refusing to call a witness to fill these important gaps. So subject to any questions you might have, those are my submissions on behalf of our coalition today.
Thank you so much.
I believe we are now to hear from counsel for the Department of Justice. I think there's a question and perhaps a request to take the afternoon break.
Okay, it's 2:15. We can break until 2:35 or so. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break and will resume at 2:35.
Okay, so sadly, I didn't get to hear everything. I find it difficult to absorb everything anyway and keep track of everything that's going on and do streaming. I don't know how people multitask. Anyway, not a skill I have. A timer set. Okay, good stuff, good stuff. 2:35 bets, yep. Okay, so just in case you missed it, I will be on with Mike Phillip, American Uck Radio, and way back, did a couple of shows very early on. I think there's a playlist actually with American Uck, and he's really, he does a lot of stuff and very supportive. So I'm going to try and pull as many eyes in as we can. So thank you very much, Mike, for that. And he's a great host. So you don't have to listen to probably my balls. He'll just ask really good questions and crack jokes. Even though I don't know how much you can joke about stuff, but he's a funny guy. Radio host. So there you go. And I posted it on the tweeters and in the Discords. Let's see, what do we got? 2:45. So there'll probably be some extra minutes. Yeah, he is really good. He's a great host. Really good guy. So, and I think we're going to try and hook up and get some of Cage's fans in here. I know that there are some in here. So, because he's been with us all along too. And he's got lots of people. So we're pretty lucky that way. Now, so many things that were going by there. If they want to argue, and I was talking last night with one of the RCMP people that helps us, they made a point, and it was a good point, and it's not against these members, but if they want to argue that these members are traumatized, right? Any of the ones that are still serving, because lots of them did retire, or out right now on sick leave, then they're not fit for duty. Like, I don't mean that in a rude way, right? We should get them all the help that they need. You can't have it both ways, right? That you're working actively and that, and of course, that doesn't really reflect well on members' records, right? Also, I mean, that would go down in their records that they're on leave and they have to go through that process, like with people. But that's what it's built there for, to help the people that are truly in need. So if it's real, let's get them all the help that they need. And if it's just a fucking shield, well, get rid of it. They've built in these other plans to, you know, this isn't the only argument that they'll pull out. In the mandate, I did that video, I think it did get deleted way back, and I was talking about, you know, kind of the legal parts of the Mass Casualty Commission. They did build things in there so that people wouldn't appear. That was Health Privacy, Privacy Act, personal information. I think there may have been one more that they had too. So I'm just going to put on a Karnak thing, and they're probably going to try and pull that one out. Anyway, I don't know. So if you don't mind sharing that around with people about Mike, American Rock Radio, that would be great. That would be, and he's much easier to listen to. He'll just kind of ask questions and I'll try and answer it. He said to me, he sent me a text and he's like, couldn't you know, what do you want to be on the bottom half of the hour? And you can kind of just sum up what's going on. And I'm like, from the beginning to the end, or like till now. And I'm like, half an hour? I don't know how, but I know he's really good. He'll fish it out of me, some important things. So, and I like doing the shows with him earlier, so should be good. I think I'll did I drop that in here again? Oh no, that's web archive. Put it in back there. People were getting kicked out. Well, they don't. I'm very sad. Sorry about that, because this is the kind of games they play. Oh, look on the tweeters for this. I like the tweeters. The tweeters. Peter and the tweeters. I hope he's doing well. I haven't heard from him. You know, all of this just so that we don't have people come and tell. If this was a criminal case, could you imagine that? No, sorry, we can't have anybody appear. Can't have any officers, nothing. What? That's not the way that it works. That's not the way our process works. You need to be able to state what you know, and people ask you questions about it, both sides, which is fair, and then, you know, leave it with people to come up with the answer. But that's why it's not an inquiry. Oh, great, Charlene, thank you. I look forward to, well, how do you say that? Great to have you listening, I guess. If we can stay on topic, that would be great. I have noticed a little bit of things going off into other areas, which is fine. I'm not trying to censor anybody. I won't, but if you want to go other places, it kind of looks a bit strange, doesn't it? Oh, sorry, there's something in my eye. You know, people float in and do that. Here's the GPS details. You see, I missed all this stuff. Quite a blurry video. Yeah. The Wilson stuff. That was, come on, man. I've slowed that down a little bit frame by frame. It doesn't quite work. This is the doorway. That's right. It'll give you, and hello, Ricky. It'll give you the facts that, or some of the facts. You see, that's another very poor argument that they made. They floated multiple hypotheses and they say, we don't really know. Well, how would you establish what is as close to the truth as possible? You don't even have a truth. that you can say, well, this is what we believed it to be. You have multiple ones. So why would you not want the real stuff? You know, why wouldn't you want to figure out what's really going on? Strange. It's nice to see everybody pulling together by and large and supporting one another. I really like the fact that, you know, we've got a good crew by and large. His one quick question. Seamus and his one quick question calls 4 hours later. Just one more thing. Who is that? Columbo. Did you guys watch Columbo? I liked Columbo. Kind of. Poirot way better, but wow. One RCMP officer retired and bought herself expensive black car. Was told it was $90,000. Had all the bells and whistles. Well, again, it's just saying, if that is like Hunter Biden art, not going to do you a lot of good. 90,000 becomes 45,000 as soon as it comes off the lot. Sure as hell doesn't save your soul. Sure as hell doesn't help you at the grocery store when people are looking at you funny. Doesn't help your grandkids when they're like, oh, this is my grandma or granddad. Sad, sad, very sad. You can do the right thing. Materialism and blackmail. Blackmail's another big one. They don't like to talk about that one. He has been pumping it in on his show. Who has? Who has been pumping what on their show? Well, you know, I don't need any thank yous. I just helping a friend. And I like hanging out with good people. And I like maybe getting closer to the truth. That's important. You'd have to laugh during this or cry. It is so sad, isn't it? These people work for us. All of this is paid for by us. Those people appearing. The ones who are telling you you can't hear it. You'd be too traumatized. They'd be too traumatized. It's gender-based. It's this or that. Same arguments that they said to the families all along. No, you don't need to know anything at all. It would be too traumatic. Really? That doesn't work. Doesn't work. Sorry. Excuse me. But that's all part of it. It's all part of it. You know, well, you know. This is all part of something so much bigger. Thank you, Linda. Thank you for all the old, you know, like so many of you have hung tough through this, right? And it is tough stuff. Been here since the beginning. A lot of you. Many of you family members too. You know, you got to stay strong, all of you. And stay strong and help each other when we can. Hello, Tammy. Hope you are doing well. So they will protect their officers over these kids if Grund and Lilly are not called. Blair lawyers said their clients would testify if they have to, but hopefully it will never be. Well, I mean, that's what about getting the truth is. Can't we just get the truth? This is doing major damage to Canada. Major damage. Not that it's new, but are they doing yes, they're doing it from the convention center, I believe, in Halifax. Quincy. I don't think I ever watched Quincy. Some really good points being brought up and the inconsistencies brought up by the lawyers. And I'm, it's just all putting it out there, and it's making the commissioners not look very good if they rule, well, less than good. Oh, I'm wondering if I have something, an interlude. That may be an important call. So let me find this and I'll play it because yeah, we can watch this whilst I call that person back. Close screen.
I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died, 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 I've been deed, I've been died. I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died, 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 I've been deed, I've been died. Yo, listen up, here's the story about a little guy that lives in a blue world. And all day and all night, and everything he sees is just blue. Like him, inside and outside. Blue his house with a blue little window and a blue Corvette. And everything is blue for him and himself and everybody around. Cause he ain't got nobody to listen. I'm blue, I've been deed, I've been died.
All right. Oh no, the Indo distraction video. Sad, man. Wow, that Halifax thing was just a pure sham. All right, I'm gonna make sure I'm not missing. Okay, so I don't want to miss anything that's coming up here. Response to McNeil report, independent review, Moncton shooting. So in here, they speak about the managers. Down in the comments section. I'm not sure where they were trying to point me to, because I don't think, is there a comment section on here? Oh, it's going to sort of be one of the recommendations about the managers. So, I mean, why are we not talking about the managers in the call center and calling them in equally? What was their role? I mean, you can talk about Grund. These recommendations are things that they should have fulfilled. You see the dates on these, right? The communications, properly monitor social media. I mean, what are you on about? That's more Project Wide Awake balls. Let's see, where is it here? Create, allow relief of division communication staff in the event of a prolonged incident. The plan should be developed to take into consideration requirements of each division. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the point. I should have asked which point it was. I think in here they have the radio communications recommendations also. So this business about the bonging out balls, the bonging out. I mean, come on. And I showed those articles from before where the RCMP assured Nova Scotia citizens that they had completed and fulfilled that recommendation. 20 minutes now in? Blah, blah, blah. Or is it point 20? Is it point 20? Is that what that person is saying? No. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Maybe they'll tell me. Hello?
The response part right after the introduction.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's what I need. Somebody did tell me where to go. So it's in the response section after the introduction. Sorry to make anybody sick.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
The report identifies supervision response. In 2014, key aspects of above mentioned 5-day course was condensed in 3-day. Further, the RCMP will develop online course to assist supervisors in managing critical incidents. Of course, they got the award. Come on. This course will be mandatory for all frontline supervisors and will be linked to their opportunity for promotions. The use of online training will provide greater access to this course for our members across Canada, minimizing their need to travel. In addition, while some detachments already use informal scenario training, the RCMP will formally develop tabletop scenarios, cover numerous types of critical incidents that could be encountered in the field, along with appropriate operational response. Supervisors and their teams will work through the scenarios to identify roles in the processes that may unfold during incidents. Each detachment will determine appropriate operational response based on human resources, equipment, and services available in their unique region. They will use tabletop exercises, will allow supervisors and their teams to rehearse responses to a large scope of incidents specific to their communities that they serve without requiring any time away from their frontline policing roles. Now, well, I mean, how could you even do that? Think about that. If you're supposed to be on the road policing, how are you playing around with figurines on a tabletop? It doesn't work. I'm going to link this in the time is racist. Shut it down. Oh. I would have a look at this. And they're talking about the IRAD in here, right? Decision making, planning, and communication. Okay, and that's Basalt and crew, the other officers that were down there, training about all that and the new curriculum. And there's so many different things here, in technology and equipment. Okay, but these recommendations that they always put forward are feel-good things that kind of fluff and fart and do all kinds of things and look pretty. At the end of the day, they don't really do anything because they don't follow through with them. Good to see that the Journalists Award gave them the most secretive organization again. I mean, come on. We're very transparent. You're about as transparent as a shower door. Not very transparent at all. They are reactive after shit happens. True. Emergency division, emergency operation centers. Okay. Critical incident command. These are all the things that came out of Moncton. And were these implemented? I'd say not. Again, I'd say there's probably something much deeper underneath the story, because it's not just like they didn't follow recommendations. Oops. Yeah. How much time are we at now? 25 minutes. Okay, good. 24 and counting. Charlene's right on top of this. Good stuff. Charlene Rock. What doesn't kill you makes you greater, Grandpa say. True. I think I hear walking.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Thank you so much. Ms. Natu?
Thank you, Commissioner McDonald. We're just going to start after the break with a wee piece of housekeeping that my co-counsel Emily Hill will speak to. I'm just going to find a piece of paper, just a moment.
Certainly.
Maybe they've got the documents. They're scrambling to find them right now that they removed.
Thank you. Just wanted to address two matters with regard to exhibits. Yesterday, during her submission about the cell phone expert, Ms. Najawan accidentally referred to an incorrect COM number, and so we just wanted to correct that for individuals who may be wanting to know. The document is COM 0003909 and has already been marked as an exhibit in these proceedings. Additionally, this afternoon, Ms. Miller made reference to a number of documents. And so I just wanted to indicate that which those documents were and which exhibits they were. So she made reference to COM 15508. That's Constable Grunt's statement to the Mass Casualty Commission. And that has already been marked as an exhibit in these proceedings. It's exhibit 115. Similarly, Constable Grunt's statement to the RCMP, COM 03905, has been marked as Exhibit 87 in these proceedings. Sergeant Lilly's statement to the RCMP, COM 10033, has been marked as Exhibit 160. And COM number 51453, which is Sergeant Lilly's statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, has not yet been marked as an exhibit. And so I would ask Madam Registrar whether it could be marked as an exhibit.
Yes, Ms. Hill, that will become Exhibit 212.
And as with yesterday, because this was something we were not able to tee up in advance, that exhibit will eventually find its way to the website, but it won't happen immediately.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I will now invite counsel for the DOJ to speak to the requests to hear from Constable Grund and Constable Lilly.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for hearing from me this afternoon. My name is Patricia McPhee, and I'm counsel for the Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. It's our position that there is no need, or it's not necessary, to call either Constable Grund or Sergeant Lilly to testify before this inquiry in person. And the reason we would submit that is because after hearing from our friends, we would say that they haven't identified any gaps or omissions or inconsistencies that would require them to appear and provide further evidence. With respect to some of the specific requests, one of them is with regard to the removal of the children from the area in the night in question. We would submit that Constable Grund has spoken directly to his actions that evening. We know what he did, we know when he did it, and we know why he did it. So any further questions as to why the children were removed at the time that they were removed is premature and not a question to be put to Constable Grund, to those who are in command on the night in question. And we know that those command decisions will be addressed later in these proceedings. The second reason why Constable Grund has been asked to appear here, or why the suggestions are made that he need appear, is to address whether he saw the perpetrator leaving on Highway 2 on his approach on the evening of April 18th. This issue has already been put to Constable Grund, and he has addressed it. In his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission Council, he indicated that in fact he did not see or take note of any vehicles traveling on Highway 2 on his approach on the night in question. So that we would submit that there is no gap that would require his appearance here. And just for a reference, that can be found at page 59 and 60 of his transcript with the Mass Casualty Commission. Another basis for his appearance is to address whether he has any specific training in dealing with children left in traumatic situations. And we would submit if the commissioners determine this to be a relevant issue for your work, that it is an additional question that we would submit could be put to Constable Grund in writing for him to address specifically. It's a very specific question. It's a very easily formed question to be addressed in writing. But we would also note that the broader issues of whether there is training within the RCMP for members dealing with children in traumatic situations, again, that's premature for this phase of the proceedings. And if we want to talk about policy or training available, it can be addressed later on. And we acknowledge that there is going to be time where those very issues will be tackled by these commissioners. Another basis for his appearance that has been suggested is to address the use of the code word pineapple with the children on the night in question. Again, we would submit that it's not necessary to call him to address this issue because it's already been addressed. First of all, we know from the radio transcript that Constable Patton actually broadcasted on the radio the fact that they were using the code word pineapple with the children. And this is addressed in the First Responders Foundational document at, I believe it's paragraph 135. And that was broadcast about 8 seconds after Constable Grund and Neil had entered in to extract the children. We do acknowledge that as my friend has pointed out, that Constable Grun noted in his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission that he didn't hear that broadcast. And the reference to that is at page 87 of the transcript of his interview with the Mass Casualty Commission. But he goes on to say in his interview this, but we let the OCC know we were there. We knocked on the front. We were instructed to go to the back. This is significant because we know at this point in time that the OCC is actually on the phone with the children. Further, at paragraph 94 of the Portapeak foundational document, it addresses this fact that at 2:20 a.m., the call taker who was on the phone with the children advised the children that the police were there. So we would submit that it's already in the evidence and that issue has been sufficiently canvassed. In general, and this speaks to both the request to hear from Constable Grun and with respect to Sergeant Lilly, there's been some suggestion that they are required to speak to the actual exchanges that they have with the children in those early morning hours of the 19th. And in this front, we say again, it's not necessary. Both members have provided statements to the RCMP that detail the exchanges they had with the children on the night in question. More importantly, those children have also provided statements. They've provided their own first-hand accounts. And that is the best evidence here, not the hearsay comments of the members who had exchanges with him during those events. So for these reasons, it's our position that neither member is required to appear. And if you commissioners determine that there are additional points or additional evidence that these members can add that is necessary and relevant, that it can be done in other ways, such as asking them to answer written questions or further interviews. So those are our submissions on this.
Thank you. Just for point of clarification, with respect to the training question, I would expect that the RCMP could produce training records or training syllabus to go along with that.
And in fact, they have submitted training records, and they've also submitted all of the RCMP policies. So we have provided that material to the commission. Thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Ms. McPhee.
Ms. Nanjalan for the National Police Federation.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have a long walk from the other end of the hall. Thank you for the opportunity to provide the National Police Federation's response to the request for subpoenas against Constable Chris Grund and Sergeant Dave Lilly. I endorse my friend's comments from the Department of Justice in the particular ways in which she has addressed the general fact that the participants have not identified any gap, area of conflict, or need for further context in respect of these two witnesses. Ms. McPhee addressed each of the points raised in respect to these witnesses quite aptly, and so I will not repeat her comments. But I will remind the Commission and everybody of a couple of things in the process. And none of these issues could not be raised now in a manner other than a request for a subpoena. If it is the view of participants that there remain gaps in the foundational documents, they are free to seek further clarification. Frankly, this moment, this presentation is the first time that the respondents to this application have had notice of the particular reasons for this request. And so we've had a limited amount of time to look at the record and say, have these issues been addressed or not? But some of them are addressed directly in the foundational documents. I'm going to give you an example. The question has been raised. Did Chris Grund see the perpetrator on Highway 2? That question was put directly to him in an interview, but the answer to that question is directly included in one of the foundational documents, along with a citation to the source of that information. So what we're seeing now during these presentations is an attempt by participants to find new reasons for these gaps without providing an adequate time for us to respond. So my request in general terms is that to the extent that there are particular gaps identified for the first time during these presentations that were not particularized earlier, that the respondents to these applications be provided with an opportunity to address them in writing, and we're prepared to do that in very short order. But I do not want this lack of time to point to references in the record for the Commission to result in unnecessary further contact with members for whom this would be a challenge. So I'll repeat our earlier submission that to the extent the evidence is apparent in the record, to the extent that it's clarified in the foundational documents, it need not be retread with these witnesses, but that in order to properly answer this question, we must actually look at those available exhibits, and we must look at other documents available in the disclosure in order to determine if in fact these are gaps or areas which require further clarification, it is necessary to subpoena these members. So I'll give you one example. It has been submitted by the participants that it's necessary to get more information about what was said by the children during their time in the hospital, and that Constable Grund and Sergeant Lilly are the best witnesses for that information. You know, in the few minutes that we've had to address this question, we can tell you that I agree with Ms. McPhee that asking these officers 2 years after the events for their hearsay recollections of what the children said is of limited utility, but also that there are other witnesses that are available if in fact this is a gap that participants need addressed and that the Commission agreed must be addressed. For example, there was a social worker present with the children during that period. Her evidence is evident from her notes, which are in a document in the record, and she is another source that could be canvassed. This idea that officers who have not remembered information in interviews that are more proximate to the events will suddenly remember that information, and for that reason we should just wait and see, maybe we can cross-examine them and get it out of them, I think is an insufficient foundation for a finding of necessity under the rules. And so I would discourage the Commission from going down that road. And those are all our comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just for the sake of the record, to confirm on behalf of Commission Counsel that both the RCMP and the Commission itself have interviewed both Constable Grund and Constable Lilly. The transcripts of both those interviews have been disclosed to all the participants in the course of the Commission's ongoing disclosure process. I think that that was readily apparent from what you heard already, but for the sake of finality, I wanted to confirm that. And so we will now move on to hear from Mr. Bryson, I believe, in respect of his request to hear from Constable Patton. Make that Patton.
Yes, thank you, Commissioners. In regards to Constable Patton, the evidence we wish to elicit is in regards to what was in the mind of IART as they were responding to this call, because we do have some conflicting evidence on that point. And this could be elicited by either calling Constable Patton, or perhaps it's an area we can address with Constable DeSalle as well as team lead. So in particular, the evidence is, what did they think they were responding to? So there's a text exchange from Constable Patton early on where he's indicating, and the comm references are 13656, where he indicates that I thought the call was fake. And that's not a direct quote, I'm paraphrasing. I'm sure Commission Counsel can find that particular reference. Subsequently, Constable Patton provided a statement to police, and that comm reference is 3893. He indicates that at this point we thought the call was fake. That's when they're en route. But he does subsequently provide a statement to the Commission. That comm reference is 3928. And in response to questions from Mr. Burrell, he states that we took it 90% seriously. We thought 90% serious. I think that's the quote. So you can see the evolution of the perception of what was in their minds when they were responding to the call. And that's one of the reasons why we believe as participants, it's important to test some of this evidence. Had we not had these prior references to put forth and compare it to his statement to the Mass Casualty Commission, we'd be left with this most recent recollection as opposed to the former, which suggests that they really didn't know what they were dealing with when they got the call. And to elicit this evidence is also to further the Commission's forward-looking mandate. Some of the recommendations and thoughts we have on this is to really look at the 911 call-taking process. There appears to be a disconnect between the information that the call taker is receiving and questions about how much of that information is actually being reduced to writing. And that's going to come up in subsequent submissions. You know, in this case, we heard from Mr. Burrell the other day indicate that there was a level of incredulity with some of the members because perhaps they weren't receiving all of the information. But we do know from the 911 call that there was the sound of gunshots, screaming, crying, and the line was disconnected. We don't think that part of the information was ever conveyed to subsequent responders. So that's to flush that particular issue out. And in the event that we get into areas where if some of the evidence we're suggesting may overlap parts of a witness's testimony, the Commission does have discretion under Rule 28, as noted by my friend, to call evidence to support, challenge, comment on, or supplement the foundational documentation in ways that are likely to significantly contribute to an understanding of the issues relevant to the mandate of the Commission. And I would suggest that that discretion be exercised when the Commission deems it appropriate. Thank you. They're my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Yeah.
Sorry, just before you go, you said something just now about overlapping evidence. Can you just elaborate on that a moment?
Sure. If there's a concern that you're treading area that was already pretty clear in Commission statements, and there's only certain aspects that the participants are pointing to that may be new ground, you do have the discretion to hear the full narrative under Rule 28. That's really the point that I'm making, so that it also gives us a chance to hear the full narrative, test it in some respectful, trauma-informed ways.
Okay, I think I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yes. So essentially, it's my submission that it will be appropriate for the Commission to look at hearing other evidence, not just simple evidence that points to gaps. It may be evidence that will further the Commission's mandate.
Right. So one of the criteria was providing important context. So I assume that's the category that you're referring to there.
Yes.
And when you talked about looking forward to the 911 call taking process, because you're speaking to us about Patton, Constable, I think it's Constable anyway, Member Patton, in what way would you expect that a further hearing from him would assist with that in particular?
He could tell us what he understood he was responding to. So for example, he can confirm that he wasn't aware likely of the fact that the call taker heard the sound of gunshots when that 1001 911 call came in, that he only received some information from that 911 call, the verbal parts of the information. And that's some of the information that he can confirm.
So you're interested in the process of how audio gets translated to members in their units?
Partly, yes. Yeah, the concern is that there appears to, in this, I think this is a good example. I think I can say safely, based on all of the documents we have, that all of the information that was received in that 1001 call, including the nonverbal, was not communicated to subsequent first responders. So how do we address that? First, we have to confirm that was that in fact the case, and we can do that by hearing from Constable Patton or Constable Basal. We could
Or
do that.
by looking at how the process runs, the 911, in addition to what we heard from the technical witness, I believe we have a foundational document being constructed with respect to this process, and it seems to me it would be helpful as well. Just the mechanics of it. From what I'm hearing from what you're saying, that that you have questions with respect to the mechanics of it. Is that correct?
The mechanics, but also factually in this case, we don't have any statement in a foundational document that they, for example, that the first responders thought they were responding to a fake call, to a nuisance call, essentially.
What one of them? Okay.
Yes, and Mr. Burrell addressed that when he referenced the MHA references, the mental health references that you can see in the Colchester call logs.
In that first few minutes?
Yes,
That's what
exactly.
you're referring to? Yeah.
Yes, in the first few minutes, and
Right.
which was from 10:01 to the time that they arrived, basically. So there's a 22-minute period there where it's not clear if the members truly appreciated the nature of the call that they were responding to. So that's the factual issue I think is important to be flushed out.
Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Before you go, Mr. Bryson, on the point of what Constable Patton was thinking on his way there, would you not agree that that speaks to experience and his thought process rather than fact? When we want to know what the experience was of the officers that were on scene or traveling to scene. Is that fact or experience in your estimation?
Well, I'm not sure if that information impacted his decisions. I don't know, and I think that's something to flush out with. Does that answer your question? I don't know if, frankly, I have a difficulty distinguishing between the fact and the experience of the member, but it's a factual determination as to what he thought. So an example would be if the fire alarm went off here today and we were all to vacate. If we knew that it was a false alarm, we'd react in one specific way, and perhaps we may react differently if we knew, in fact, there was an actual fire on floor 2. I don't know if all of the information at 10:01 had it been conveyed, if I'm not suggesting that they could have acted any differently. I'm just raising it as a factual determination that may impact findings of this commission and perhaps recommendations going forward.
Thank you, and I appreciate the difficulty that you've expressed in determining the difference between one's experience and perhaps the fact findings. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I believe we'll now hear from counsel for the DOJ.
Thank you, commissioners. I'll be brief on this. Once again, we're at a disadvantage because we had no particular notice about what issues were going to be brought up, but so I can't give you pinpoint references. On the issue of what the first responders knew or understood about the call when they were called out, they spoke at length in all of their interviews with the commission. And the issue of MHA or Mental Health Act was raised, at least in the interview of Constable Basalt with an E, and Constable Merchant. And they both canvassed the fact that they deal with a lot of mental health calls. So when a call comes in that someone's husband's been shot, he's on the deck, and there's a man with a big gun, possibly a police car, based on their experience, at least Basalt and Merchant said that runs through one's mind in the sense of, what are we dealing with? And that's just the point. At that point, they don't know what they're dealing with. And they both said, regardless of whether it was a mental health call and whether all those facts would actually turn out to be true, they both took it seriously, and they both got in their cars and went at tremendous speeds to respond to the call. And so first, I would say this point has been fully canvassed already, and it's on the record. Second, I would say whatever inferences people might draw are just that. Mr. Burrell referenced possible incredulity. I would submit that that's possibly coloring what was said in the statements. It was just portrayed as they possibly thought it was a nuisance call. I don't think any of the constables said anything of the sort. So just to sum up, I think that this issue has been canvassed, it's on the record, and no further evidence on that point is necessary, and I'm not sure what purpose it would serve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel for the NPF?
Thank you, Commissioners. I can agree with my friend, Ms. Ward from the Department of Justice in respect of her comments about how what was in the mind of officers has already been canvassed in their interviews. I'd just also like to add that to the extent there's any question about what kind of information or specifically what information each of the officers was able to access, that is also completely covered by available evidence. For example, we have a record of the radio transmissions to understand what did they hear from dispatch. We have a copy of the CAD log, of the internal messaging, and of every other piece of information that was available to those officers in real time. So there is no mystery as to what they knew and what they thought they knew and what they did. All of that has been fully canvassed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. On behalf of Commission Counsel, just to confirm that Constable Patton was interviewed both by the RCMP and the Commission. Transcripts of both interviews conducted in the course of both those investigations have been produced. We also anticipate that Constable Patton will be one of the participants in the first responder roundtables that will be occurring in the course of our Phase 2 proceedings. But as I explained in relation to Constable assault, that is for a different purpose. So I think there's no misunderstanding there. Subject to any questions you may have about Constable Patton, I move on to calling from Patterson to speak to their request in respect of hearing from Corporal Dion Sutton.
Thank you, Commissioners. We'd like to hear from Corporal Dion Sutton because Corporal Dion Sutton was one of the first responders on the evening of April 18th, 2020. We know from the materials that have already been gathered by the Commission that Corporal Sutton is an experienced member of the RCMP Police Dog Services, that he arrived in Portapique on Portapique Beach Road at approximately 11:32 p.m. and that he remained there for a significant period during the relevant time. We know that he was carbine trained and that he was in possession of night vision technology. And despite his direct involvement through the 3 foundational documents that have been provided so far, Corporal Sutton is mentioned only at paragraph 82 of the first responders document, in which it suggested that he notified dispatch of his presence and was directed to assist in containment of the scene. He was directed not to enter Portapique. Our understanding is that Corporal Sutton did enter Portapique and at some point deployed his service dog. We are not clear exactly what his containment efforts were that he was directed to undertake. From the materials we've seen, it appears that he was using night vision to provide some sort of overwatch for Constable Colford. But to the extent that we're very interested in the issues of containment, we'd like to hear certainly more details about what those containment efforts are. If he's simply directed to partake in containment at Portapique Beach Road, what does that mean to Corporal Sutton or others for that purpose? And that is the reason why we would like to hear from him, subject to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I believe counsel for the DOJ is next.
Good afternoon again. I'm going to be extraordinarily brief with respect to Dion Sutton and just point out that he was interviewed by the Mass Casualty Commission Council and asked to describe his involvement during the events. So that evidence is already on the record. It's already before you. If there are any specific questions, which I haven't heard identified, then I would submit once again that they could be put in writing for him to address specifically. But again, his involvement has been thoroughly canvassed already. And I don't have the doc number for you at this moment, but I can provide it shortly thereafter for your reference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Counsel for the NPF.
Thank you, Commissioners. In response to the request for the subpoena of Corporal Dion Sutton, I can confirm that his statement given to the Mass Casualty Commission's interviewers on December 16th, 2021, which lasted 2 hours and 20 minutes, is available in the disclosure at COM 43471. I'm not entirely positive if it has been exhibited or not. Commission counsel is nodding to me that it has been. I'll just add, in addition to the comments of the DOJ, that Corporal Sutton, as a member of the K9 team, was attached with ERT that night, and to the extent that he deployed within the neighborhood, that deployment was connected with ERT's deployment. The involvement of the emergency response team is specifically excluded from the foundational document, First Responders in Portapique, and will be dealt with in a separate foundational document. It's our expectation that more details about Corporal Sutton's involvement, including with detailed reference to his available reports and statements, will be made in that document. And so to the extent that there remain questions about his involvement, that is premature at this stage, having not received the foundational document or related exhibits that relate specifically to Corporal Sutton. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. Just to echo what Ms. Najawan confirmed to you, which is that the Commission's interview with Corporal Sutton has been disclosed. It's also referenced in paragraph 82 of the foundational document, First Responders in Portapique, and I do anticipate that it'll be explored in additional detail in the context of the forthcoming ERT foundational document, and thus may well be premature to consider at this point in time. Moving along to the next first responder on the list. I invite counsel from Chester Law, Mr. Bryson, to speak to a trio of first responders, Constable Bent, Constable Forrest, and Constable McDonald. I just also wanted to note that we've been getting some inquiries about the inclement weather and end time for today. So that's not to forestall Mr. Bryson's comments, but just something for you to perhaps think about so that we can provide direction in response to the inquiries we're getting.
Well, thank you for raising that. And how about we hear from Mr. Bryson, and then we'll address that issue.
Yes, thank you. In regards to these three members, Peter and Joy Bond were residents of 46 Cobequid Court. They were killed in their residence the evening of April 18th. And as we heard from the Portapic foundational document, the exact timing of their death is unknown. It's unclear, but we do know that they were discovered sometime after 3:20 on April 19th, so roughly 17 hours after this mass casualty began. It appears that we don't know for sure, but Corporal McDonald, we believe, was the first officer that attended the scene at 46 Cobequid Court, but we don't have a statement from Corporal McDonald. We know that the door of the Bond residence, it was ajar. We know that it was roughly 900 meters from the Blair residence. So there's certainly lots of questions about was he in fact the first officer on scene? Did he make any findings that could help us or inform the timeline? We believe that his evidence would also be relevant to subsequent foundational documents like notification of next of kin, given the concerns raised with the 17-hour time frame, and that's a grave concern to my clients. So that's essentially the evidence we'd be looking to elicit from Corporal McDonald and his team that responded to 46, and that also applies to 41. These members also attended to 41 Cobequid Court, the Tuck and Oliver residence. Thank you. Subject to any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Yeah, just hear from her.
Commissioner McDonald, I apologize for having thrown a bit of a wrench in the works by raising the weather. If it assists you, I can tell you that we anticipate hearing from Ms. Miller in respect of the request to call Constable Forrest, who's one of the trio that Mr. Bryson just spoke to. Expect we will probably hear brief response from the DOJ and the NPF. Commission Counsel will offer very brief comments in keeping with our comments in respect of the other witnesses. And so that would be the end of this trio.
Right. And what I was discussing with my colleagues is, in light of the weather, if we aren't going to finish today, that would inform our analysis. In other words, if we're not going to finish anyway, then we should take heed of the weather for people who are here. But I think what I'm also hearing you say, why don't we at least finish this round, and then we can discuss further next steps.
Sorry, I'm trying to interpret the hand signals I'm getting from Ms. Miller across the room. It's a large room. I think she's saying she'll be brief. She's nodding. I've correctly interpreted the hand signals. I can confirm that I don't anticipate that we will complete the list of requested
All right.
Tonight.
Then why don't we finish this round anyway, and we will address next steps as soon as that's done.
I will be brief.
Thank you.
I echo my friend Mr. Bryson's comments. Particular of relevance to my client, of course, is that 41 Cobequid Court was the home of Aaron, Emily Tuck, and Jolene Oliver. And the only information that is in the Portapic document is paragraph 157, which talks about general duty and other RCMP members remained in Portapic throughout the day. This included searching the community for additional casualties leading to the discovery of the homicides. 16 hours after it's believed the perpetrator left the community. So the same detail that Mr. Bryson is seeking, how this came to be, how it came to be the attention, what they saw, what they observed. And there doesn't appear to be statement from the lead officer, Corporal Forrester. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Miller.
Invite counsel for the DOJ to respond.
Thanks. I'll be super brief. Constable Bent and Constable Forrest have been interviewed by Mass Casualty Commission. Corporal McDonald has not. I'm unable to tell you whether he was interviewed by the Major Crimes Unit as part of the investigation. What I understand is that a foundational document specifically addressing Cobequid Court will be forthcoming, and I would submit it's just premature at this point to figure out if any further evidence on those issues is required. Thanks.
Thank you.
Counsel for the NPF.
Thank you, commissioners. As you know, we're here in respect of gaps, areas for clarification or context in respect of the first three foundational documents. It's clear, I'll agree with Ms. Ward, that the commission has made a decision not to address the period of time which related to the discovery of the victims on Cobequid Court in those documents. That doesn't mean that there's a gap that requires subpoenas of our members. It means that there is an area which is not yet addressed in the foundational documents. I'll let Commission Counsel speak to where and if that would be addressed. But we would say that this request is premature until such foundational document is prepared and tendered. There's lots of things that aren't covered in the foundational documents that have been presented, and until we see the full scope of those documents or understand it, it's premature to be saying that as a result we need to be subpoenaing police officers. I will also just note for the record, Constable Bent's interview with the Mass Casualty Commission has yet to be disclosed, I understand. So again, a reason for prematurity. With respect to Constable Forrest, his Mass Casualty Commission interview was conducted on September 20th, 2021, and it's available at COM number 15506. Subject to any questions, those are all my comments.
Thank you so much.
I can confirm that the facts relevant to the search of Cobequid Court and the notification of next of kin and other family members on the afternoon and evening of April 19th will be covered in a forthcoming foundational document involving notifications to next of kin. In fairness to council, they don't even have that draft yet, but it is forthcoming. And so we've listened intently to some of the questions they've had in respect of these first responders, and we'll keep those in mind as we work to finalize those draft foundational documents. So in this situation, I would simply say that the request to hear from them is premature because we haven't completed our own initial investigation into those facts, nor have the participants had the benefit of the Commission's investigation and thinking in respect of those facts. So as of today, those are our thoughts.
Thank you so much. And on the weather, if I understood you correctly, that it looks as though we're not going to get through our list today in any event. Is that?
Yeah, there are 2 more names on our list of frontline first responders that we could potentially finish. I think it would take an additional 15 or 20 minutes. There is also a list of approximately 8 officers who are in more of a command decision that we have yet to start. And so I don't think there's any reasonable possibility that we will have adequate time to hear from participants in respect of the commanders today.
Thank you. I wonder, it strikes me that it would be helpful if we just took a brief recess then and just decide next steps in terms of today, and we won't be long because obviously the weather is a concern. So we'll break for approximately 10 minutes and come back with directions as to next steps.
Thank you. The proceedings are now on break for 10 minutes.
Year and a half, still don't even have it drafted yet. But how many? Over 500,000 pages. Okay, that makes sense to anybody. At least they may go a full day. Maybe they didn't like the thumbnails anymore. Yeah. Cobequid Court. Cobequid Court is a hole in the story. Oh, there's holes all over the story. Dissolves. Yeah, staying in Portapic. No, I liked how she said there's not a need for evidence. No further need for evidence. I'm like, what? How does that work? Multiple hypotheses. You don't have anything figured out. You don't have documents drafted. All you can do is try and stifle anybody from talking to try to narrow it down even to one hypothesis. No, you're just supposed to leave it as there's a whole bunch and it's trauma-based. Don't worry about it. Don't even look here. Whatever. I'm sure if they were so traumatized, they would probably speak. And that's so true about they're not allowed to have sidearms. If they are, all of these officers are so traumatized, they're not allowed to be on the job. So, and that goes on their permanent record. Frankly, if I were them and any of these officers, and somebody is trying to paint me as suffering mentally, yeah, I take that really personally. These lawyers, my Lord, they don't even follow any ethics. Frankly, like I said a long time ago, there's going to be a lot of people up for bar review, possible misconduct when this is done. Choose your own adventure. Omission? Uh-oh. Cover-ups require organized, then they will draft. Then they will get the draft. Well, like they said, they're still writing the narrative, the narrative, the narrative, the narrative. I know my email box has been blowing up. So let me just, oh, yeah, boy. Oh, boy. Lots of stuff in here. In a circle, witnesses can play off each other and avoid generating embarrassment. Oh, yes. Very good point. That was an email I got. If you have multiple witnesses sitting there, you know what each other is saying, well, then they can try and get the story to jive. If you have one sitting up there, then they would have to listen to everything, try and memorize it. Smart. That's what the witness circle is all about. Just sit around and it'll be like, yeah, that's what happened. That's what I saw too. No, that's not the way it's done. That's why when people are questioned, they single them out, segregate them. In proper inquiry, that's the way it's done too. They close the inquiry to only the families and the person giving testimony. And then it's made public after that. So now I understand. Thank you for that, Robert. Appreciate that. Play the second video too. Okay. All right. Well, I'm getting sent videos. These videos, of course, will have ads. Global. Vomit. I'll wait till the ad finishes.
On the basis of their disability, and I want to ask you if you still have Prime Minister Trudeau. I'm Neetu Garcha with Global BC. I want to ask you about an investigation into the RCMP allegedly removing members from the force on the basis of their disability, and I want to ask you if you still have confidence in the RCMP's processes, given these allegations that Mounties' charter rights are being violated and that they're being removed on the basis of their disability.
It is unacceptable for anyone to be removed from their job and their livelihood on the basis of disability. We need to make sure that men and women who serve in our RCMP or in any institution have full opportunities to continue to serve regardless of disabilities. We're going to be working with the RCMP and other institutions to make sure that people's rights, charter rights and disability rights are always properly defended and upheld.
Interesting. Okay.
I don't belong here. Brianna, Roger, they don't belong here.
One moment.
I don't belong.
Let that ad play through. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Code of conduct. They're being threatened with the conduct.
On W.
Former Mountie Chris Williams was on the road to recovering from PTSD when an email came through notifying him he had been discharged from the RCMP in February 2019.
They had deemed that I was what they termed as permanently disabled, that being an 06 rating, and that police work was no longer an option for me. This was done without consultation with the physicians that I had been seeing at the time, both my psychologist and my family doctor.
Williams had been off duty since 2017 and had been doing a bit better after his first inpatient recovery stint in Ontario.
I had to jump through many hoops in order to get into that program, and I successfully completed that program and came out and had a fairly optimistic outlook on what my future career would hold.
But then he witnessed the worst mass shooting in modern U.S. history.
I started getting people down onto the ground, and I covered up the people that were adjacent to me, pushed them underneath the seats and got on top of them.
58 people were killed. The aftermath undid nearly all of the progress Williams had made in treating his PTSD. After contemplating suicide, Williams went back to his inpatient program. He was released in August, and 3 months later received a formal notice of intent to discharge from the RCMP. Williams fought back for months to no avail, in part because former Commissioner Bob Paulson updated the Commissioner's standing orders in 2014, adding new reasons other than a code of conduct violation that he could use to discharge a member. One of those reasons, having a disability.
This regulation that the RCMP Commissioner enacted authorizes the RCMP to essentially opt out of the Canadian Human Rights Act that prohibits discrimination on the basis of a mental or physical disability.
The Act also states that an employer must accommodate the needs of employees who have disabilities, unless to do so would cause, quote, undue hardship.
There's a couple of very disturbing things that the RCMP has done. One is the lack of accountability. There's no accountability with management. They refuse to answer questions with regards to this administrative discharge process. There's no transparency. They're using this opportunity, the door is open to get rid of as many members as they can.
The case is ongoing. In a statement, the RCMP told Global News, "We cannot comment on specific or individual circumstances," and claims it is not engaging in a campaign to remove members with disabilities.
I can tell you that the stress of dealing with the RCMP has almost killed me. And the sad part is that the hardest things for me to deal with and the things that have caused me as much problem in terms of stress, anxiety, and mental illness is the fact that the RCMP does not support its members, that they simply use you and throw you away. It's like you're a stapler. Once the stapler breaks, they'll get a new stapler.
That's, you know, that's where the stress comes from, is from within. And it's so true. And why do we have a system like that? Why do we have a system that can bum rush people out too, that did nothing wrong because they spoke out on the pretext that is mental disability, and then the people who do need help, no, we can't help them? Do you think that these kinds of threats sit over top of those officers? Absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, trying to keep it balanced here, that I think there's really good people that want to try and do their job, but they're stuck. And then if you look into things like Dave Moore and those kinds of stories, Chris Williams, another good one, or I covered one early on, and they absolutely wreck people. Why? Or the lady who reported the sexual harassment, all of a sudden, well, she turns into, what was it? Multiple personalities or something? Why? Because she said, I don't like guys hitting on me? No, that's not the way things go. So, This is true. You don't want to make weaker cops, but then that's I agree. But there are people who do need help, but it's the threat. It's the threat saying to a member who is doing his job, has no mental problem. And the RCMP is going to say, you do have a mental problem. So guess what? We can fire you. Or you can play our plan. That's what we're talking about. Blackmail. Ouch. That lady was a point in case this morning where they had the impersonating psychologist. I mean, talk about fucked up, man. Want to have defend women's rights and all this other stuff. That's why you get Linda and Jean, RCMP Jean, husband, sergeant. You get them involved because it's what? Oh yeah, non-state, i.e. non-governmental. So it's anything to do with anything that's not governmental. So then they can say, well, no, you see, it's nothing involving, we can't talk about the RCMP because that's a governmental institution. So it's a complex problem, but it's still not getting any the omission is not going to get any answers. They're going to fight. Well, that's the point. They're going to fight tooth and nail, and you can see it. Just all of these lawyers keep coming up, and they're not even citing law. They're not doing anything. They're just saying, no, nobody can come. Trauma. Even McDonald's objection earlier this morning, he wanted to make a point of the gender-based stuff, so it sticks in people's minds. No, we're not talking about gender stuff here. It sows it in people's minds. It's really cheap stuff they're doing. Really cheap. No, I don't agree, Little Miss. So there are good police officers, but the RCMP is a corrupt institution. It's it needs I don't even know what it needs, but I do know that families need answers. Canadians need accountability and justice, and they need something to hold things to account, not commissions, omissions, not this is just a review repackaged. That's why they could put it out really fast. It took them a long time to come up with that, right? First the review, and then right away they're like, oh yeah. By the way, we have the inquiry. No. What you had was an omission, which was just repackaged, made people think that it was an inquiry. Of course, you just look at the law, follow the Inquiry Act. Doesn't. That's why they can't call it an inquiry here. They can't call it that because that would be fraud. Gregson, yeah, that was the case that I did earlier. So, how long are we up to now? I think they know that they're really in the shitter again. That's part of the intro right at the beginning. I said, oh, the RCMP are really in the shit now. I knew they stepped in it huge. Didn't Surrey kick them out? That's their biggest. E Division, it was their home. That's where a lot of these guys came from. Bergerman, Butcher, Gray, who bum rushed Campbell's wife out. Campbell, was Campbell in there? I can't remember if Campbell was in BC. I don't want to say that and be wrong. Yeah, he must have been, I believe, because he was also in with, he married. She's really good. And in a bad state. Well, you got Krista Carley. There's so many of them. So many. YBR. Yeah, Mayor Thorpe. All kinds of problems here. But we've got this one. Maybe we can make some headway. We are making headway, which is good. Oh, there's a car off the road. Uh-oh. There's no one to hold them account. That is not true. We are. You are. Families are. Families are that are really pushing back. Campbell's son charged with murder in BC. Yeah. I don't, you know, that's not, you can go really tinfoil with all that, but I don't understand it. I would say that, yeah, I don't even want to comment on it. It's just a sad scenario. 19 minutes now. How long did they say they were going to go away for? 10 minutes? They're running the clock down because what, they have to end this in 40 minutes. Leather disappeared, eh? He's number 2, not Campbell. And he's the guy in charge that night. Well, Campbell is to an extent too, but it's his stuff. But they kicked it all over on Campbell because Campbell has better poise, I guess. FBI Campbell. No offense on Leather, but that's the way it goes. Janka. How many politicians and stuff have fallen? 20 minutes now. Gobquid was going to be a problem, and you know, if you go past outside of Portapique, which got to stay focused where we're at. But I mean, Lillian Hyslop's a big problem. Joey's a big problem. Lillian Hyslop doesn't fit the timeline. That timeline is an absolute ruin. But these things were self-evident from the very start. No way. What was it? I'm going to go back and get the clip. It was almost right away, just sitting around with Tara and Adrian, driving around and looking at the Google Maps. And I'm like, no, there's no way you can be driving up and down roads with supposedly with gas or whatever. I don't know. We didn't even know anything then. And I'm like, there's only one exit out of here, apparently. Well, then all of a sudden, you got Blueberry Field, and I'm like, that's not possible. They're still going with the 1045, even though, and what are they going to do about, I forget his last name. Dean. Can somebody help me? Sitting at the end of the road. Dean, sitting at the end of the road. Autumn said 1058. 1058. So, and that was way before anything came out. Dillman. Thank you. Dillman. So, I heard Lily had a cottage down there. Shouldn't he know the way out? I think there might be a couple people. Well, I know of one other civilian member who has a property down there. Thank you, Dean Dillman. Thank you. Thank you. Gosh, I need people to keep my brain going. Hopefully they don't run late today. I'm supposed to do that show. Wouldn't that be a shit? Oh, well, he said, don't worry about it. If it doesn't work, I'll just do something else. I saw a post earlier on Frank magazine saying that they've been informed that Leather and Campbell to testify in May. Interesting. Somebody's noticeably absent from this whole show. Don't know where they are. Left town, I think, or something. Yes, that's my understanding. Don't know that to be true. I don't think I've seen a property deed, but I believe she had property to the north. Okay, looks like something's happening. Cross-examine. Shouldn't everybody be able to ask questions about this? Yep. Yep, there we go. Well, if her name is out there now, her name is out there. I don't like to dox people. What was that about White Hyundai? White Hyundai. That damn White Hyundai. Well, the screen changed. I don't know what the hell happened there. 24 minutes now? My, oh my. Here, I want to get a coffee. Did we ever get a property deed? I believe it's just to the north of the warehouse. Is that correct? That's what I heard.
Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, the proceedings will resume in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. So 2 minutes, and where were we at? 24. So was it a 10-minute break? Turns into 26 minutes. I really don't think they like this channel.
Welcome back. The proceedings are again in session.
Ms. Natu?
Thank you, Commissioners. Just wanted to do an update of where we're at and where I expect we're going. There are 2 more frontline first responders, both RCMP members, one an officer and one in the call center, that we will hear submissions about from participant council on Monday. We then anticipate we will hear submissions about 6 individuals who were in command in various capacity in respect during the events of Portapic. I note that 5 of the RCMP officers on that list are already among the people that the Commission anticipates hearing from slightly later in our process. As participants and their counsel are aware, 5 of the 6 names that we will hear about on Monday are already names that, as I say, we anticipate hearing from later in our process. As you can start to see from the 3 foundational documents about Portapic that were introduced this week, there are a number of pieces to the timeline and to this complex puzzle that we are starting to build. And in the coming weeks and months, there will be a number of additional foundational documents that overlay the events of Portapic and the events on the other scenes in various ways, including one that deals specifically with IRT and one that deals specifically with the command decisions. As I'm sure you can appreciate, there were decisions made in respect of a number of different scenes over the course of those 13 hours, and those are canvassed. We anticipate that those will be canvassed in a much more complete way through the command decisions document that will be filed later on. So we're sort of building the the blocks of the timeline. As you are well aware, the volume and complexity of the evidence the Commission has received and continues to gather is significant. And we are only in the early stages of sharing our work with the public in terms of building those pieces and putting them together. Foundational documents are a vehicle through which we have assembled and synthesized significant amounts of source material, which are also being made available to the public. So for that reason, as we continue to build those pieces of the puzzle, it is Commission Council's intention to wait and hear from a number of significant individuals in command once we have more of those pieces of the puzzle in place. Nonetheless, I anticipate that we will hear from some participant council about our timing around when we intend to call those witnesses on Monday. So I think we will deal with 8 potential witnesses in total. And again, we are just dealing with witnesses that individuals want to hear from in relation to the first 3 foundational documents that set the scene in Portapique. So to foreshadow, certainly Commission Council won't be saying we shouldn't hear from those individuals, but just that it's, again, premature and that we, in our view, would prefer to hear from them later in our process when more of those building blocks are in place. So that is the roadmap of where we're at. And I am in your hands as to how you would like to close.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Natu. And thank you very much, Council, for your able and very helpful submissions today. And thank you for everyone in the room for participating, and for the public as well for their participation and engagement. It's been, I think everyone would agree, it's been a busy last several number of days, and we will complete this process on Monday. We look forward to that. Of course, we will give a decision and direction as a result of the submissions we've heard as soon as possible after we finish this process, which has been very helpful, at least for us, in terms of hearing the respective perspectives. It's always very helpful for us. It's encouraging, I think, that the issues on Monday for a bulk of the proposed witnesses anyway will not be a question of if, but when. In other words, the interesting question becomes, do you call them early and then have to call them again if they're in command and could speak to a number of foundational documents? So those are the kinds of questions we can hear from you on Monday, and that's for a bulk of the remaining RCMP officers, and that will be dealt with. And so I think it's clear, and I'll speak to the members of the public now. I think it's clear that, as we said in our opening remarks, there's a lot of information here, and it's not just the foundational documents. Of course, it's the tens of thousands of pages of source materials that are related to those foundational documents, and it's an iterative process. You will recall in my opening remarks that our first priority was to the people of Nova Scotia and Canada. Obviously, in the center of that priority are those most affected, including the families and loved ones of those whose lives were taken, and to tell the public as early as possible what we know to date. And, faced with having the public wait even longer until every I is dotted and every T is crossed in the investigation was a decision we were, or a path we were not prepared to go down. Instead, when we were in a position where we thought we could share with the public what we know to date, and then of course hear from participants through their counsel on how the foundational documents can be better, which is had a lot to do with what we did today. That was the better course to go down. So yes, of course, we will continue up until the end of our process to hear from participants as to how these documents can be better, how we can make sure that the facts are as accurate as possible, but that we not wait until the end of the process, which, as I indicated, would keep the public waiting even longer. Wanted to close on that basis and again thank council and everyone who is participating for their participation, and we will break until Monday at 9:30 unless my colleagues wish to add anything or tweak anything I've said.
Just to acknowledge that there's a family stateside as well. You talked about our priority being to get information out to Nova Scotians and Canadians, but we also acknowledge the family that is beyond the borders here, and I just wanted to ensure that people know that we're aware that not everyone is in Canada who are among the most affected, and really appreciate Ms. Alberland reminding us of that when we met with her. So thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Commissioner Stanton. You're absolutely right. And thank you again. Until Monday.
Thank you. The proceedings are adjourned until Monday, March 7th, 2022 at 9:30 a.m.
So sorry, what was the point of the break again? Oh, to burn time. I think I'm going to redo maybe somebody who's been keeping track of the times here, I'm going to redo the thumbnails for breaks taken. You can just total up how much time that they actually sit down. Today is the longest day. So we went to so that's 4:07. Okay, so I'll fix that right here. But between breaks and things, which are clearly not, that one wasn't even necessitated in any way, shape, or form. 4:07. It's pretty amazing though that they got this far. I'm out of themselves. 4:07. Okay. Fix that here. Make that actually, we'll make it a little bit bigger. What do we want? Like that. There we go. Okay. File save. Update that. Likely 2.5 hours in breaks. There was one day they went till 4:30. Did they go to 4:30 the first day? My recording really bunged up on that. I don't know what happened. I was going to upload it, but it seems no media briefing again today. Well, they said in their posting, isn't that on their Facebooks, that new up here? Oh. Was it yesterday on the Facebooks? That there will be no more press conferences, essentially, or whatever 10 minutes that they decide to answer some questions. Yeah. Oh, this one doesn't, they changed it? Did they change it? Because it read yesterday, maybe it's on the tweeters, that unless otherwise stated, that they would not have media Q&As. Maybe it's on the tweeters. They also put in there something about next week. I tried to, I don't know what that even was about. Next week. We'll commence next week like today didn't exist. I'm like, what are you talking about? I know I'm bad. Yeah, no media briefing. Did they fix it? It's in yesterday's stream anyways, right at the end, I think, or well, right at the end of the thing. They said that there'll be no media briefings unless otherwise previously stated. I'm like, oh, okay, so that you're not going to do them unless you say you're going to do them. You should do them all the time. They stated to notify, yeah, if there was. What's that about? Probably don't want media briefings because it wouldn't look good on them. Well, those questions appear to be softballing and kind of canned. I have seen a couple that seem all right. But the media is, I mean, it's just like they sit on all this information. Yes, we did the interview in the middle of summer, but we decided not to tell you about it until just January. What? We've had all these photos. We decided not to share those. What? Bonged out. Unions are outdated. Hum. Okay, so there's 168 documents now. Okay, and wow, you know, I seriously wouldn't doubt those documents come down, they get altered, they go back up. Why do you think all the secret meetings were happening? Why do you think that they wanted everybody to share their information with them? So they could write some hypotheses, plural, try and put something together that might kind of make sense, because it doesn't. A year and a half. Really? Okay. It's a commission. Yep. A royal commission would have been even better, with people from out of country, not tied to anybody. You know, and you can just politely correct people and point them to the Inquiries Act and ask them to look at it, and then look at what the mandate is. It's quite self-evident. Not an inquiry. That's why they can't call themselves that. Okay. They just posted an update on their Facebook. Did I already see that? Okay, let's see what this is. Well, that's this. Oh, that's pinned. Oh, oh, oh no, no, no. Oh, well, okay. Oops. I tend to leave them alone entirely. I don't even say anything to them. I think I just cited them. When it's not, I think. I just cited them in their first tweet, or my first tweet today ever. And just simply said, whatever it was, something about if 17 RCMP officers are traumatized as a result of Nova Scotia mass shooting and cannot testify in the Nova Scotia mass casualties, so I did cite them here, I do hope that they are getting help that they need. It would be wrong of them to serve as active police officers. They have helped and cleared to serve until they're, I should say, until they are cleared to serve. I see I can't multitask. Oh, well, please forgive my poor English. So the Facebook reads as follows. Our community viewing site in Truro will be closed due to weather conditions. You know, not that they picked any appropriate time of year to have this, you know, not in an expedient fashion. Oh, no. Right in the middle of winter when people can't go. Family members have to drive over all hell's half acre down to Halifax. Are you crazy? Everybody's got lives. Aside from when you're ripping them apart. Members of the public will still be able to view the live stream and the proceedings by visiting our website. You can also listen to live proceedings, listen to proceedings live. Well, I'd prefer if you came over here, told your friends to come, but that's up to you. What did you write? Please follow this channel to see what's actually going on if you're interested in uncovering the truth. Oh my. Well, if you're going to go, you might as well go. Time wasted BS. They also basically said they don't want to take questions. I like that little ditty in there where they said, oh, you didn't talk about this question before to the lawyers. Was it yesterday? Yesterday? We didn't talk about that. You could talk about that. I've been sharing. Okay, well, God does everything for a reason. So there's an excellent chance. Keep the faith. Let's see here. I can only imagine. Oh, I don't think there's any pats on the back. No. You can literally see the wear. This is eating away. There's people in the media have used this one a lot. I think they have too, but you know, in writing they won't. Lawyers don't. One day, while Q&A is happening, Commission was skirting around a question and a participant followed answer that question. Ever since then, they haven't had a Q&A. Thank you for your question. We really appreciate you. Just like the ending it there, we really appreciate the fact those most affected in the weather. What are you talking about, man? Then why aren't you giving those most affected the answers that they're asking for? Now you're saying that there's actually more affected than the most affected. That's a new one. Show lawyers and family foundational documents previously. Then months later, they spring changes docs to the families and lawyers. Expect the docs not to be questioned. Oh, and I suspect they'll be rewritten. Honestly, you know, if people had time, and that website is so unfriendly. You missed your sound effect? You missed the sound effects? You can always go back and edit. Yeah. Then just put it back up there. See? Nobody knows. I'm pretty sure it was up to 109. The documents were disappearing. You got to keep an eye on this. The calendar changes, the documents change, they disappear, they come back up. Need to go. All right, have a great day. 23 people, 23 people, 23 families, 23 groups of friends. I mean, come on. What are you talking about? RCMP shot up a fire hall, and one person in the fire hall had to wait 51 weeks for counseling. Tara had to wait, I don't know, earlier this, actually within the last couple months, I think. Even then, it's just somebody who's appointed by the commission, so all they're going to do is just probably mine them. Maybe it'll be one of those events like the lady down in Ottawa. Maybe it'll be Whelan. Can they Chuck Porter from the EMO office? Can they call Chuck Porter? I don't know that name. I don't know this name. Never heard it, I don't think. Maybe you can fill me in. 23 people died. I believe they were murdered. Yeah. 23 murders. It's not funny. It's tragic. You can start the show in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Yep, 10 minutes. Okay. So those of you who want to join me, I guess I'll get that link. Where did I have that? Probably the easiest way is the Discord for me to get it. Oh, I got an upvote. Wow. That's nice. So 10 minutes time. And it'll be better than me just rambling on. Okay, well, I'm not going off into culty. Bog? That's bog. We'll just have a great day. Have a great day. Okay. Former Liberal MP who resigned. The former Liberal MP. Oh. Chuck Porter. Yeah, it would be great to put a list of all of the people, the Jenga that went down since this started. Are you going to live stream the show? No, I won't, because I think I'm doing it on the phone. So what I'll do is I will do the show and then I will upload it. There is actually a file on the or playlist or whatever. I think I kind of rip into Mike about the car back then. On the, let me see, on the should be a playlist. Here we go. How do I do this? That's his show. So how do I get the playlist? Is this the playlist? Share copy. Okay. So there's a playlist from earlier shows that I've done. When were they? April 21st, April 23rd, and June 30, 2020, and then June 30th, 2020. I guess it's been a long time. But they're good shows, even back then, like exactly the same things pretty much that we were saying then came to pass. Okay, take good care. Remember to grab your coffee before you go to the radio. Yeah, I'm going to have some coffee. My coffee's low. That one doesn't have anything in it either. That might be from yesterday. Tastes good. Yeah, it's probably from yesterday. Okay, take good care. God bless you. Be strong through all this, and send any extra strength and prayers that you have to the families. God bless the 23. There's my little Nova. Hello, Nova. God bless you all. If you can, join us on American Rock Radio.